Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Dr. Nawaf Salam, President of the Lebanese Council of Ministers, represented by Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Haidar, Mr. Abdou George Kadifa, Chair of the Board of Trustees, President Fadlo Khuri, Your Excellencies, esteemed trustees, Provost Dawi, Vice President, and Dean Dr. Raymond Sawaya, Vice Presidents of AUB, Deans, faculty, staff, students, and distinguished family members of friends of AUB. It is my great honor and distinct pleasure to welcome you all today to this very special occasion, the Festschrift in honor of President Fadlo Khuri. May I kindly ask everyone to rise for the national anthem, followed by the AUB alma mater. Today, we gather in this hall not only to mark an academic milestone, but also to celebrate a life dedicated to healing, to knowledge, and into service of humanity. A Festschrift is a tradition reserved for those whose impact goes beyond professional achievements. And President Khuri, your name stands among them with distinction. Your distinguished career continues to inspire so many of us here, including myself. Gathered here are those who have known you at every stage of life: childhood friends, classmates from your medical school, colleagues with whom you have advanced medicines, mentees whose paths you have shaped, and loved ones who have supported you unfailingly. Each of us carries a story, a memory, or a moment of kindness that reflects the remarkable person you are. To begin our program, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Arafat Tfayli to the stage. Dr. Tfayli is a professor of clinical medicine, head of hematology oncology, and director of the thoracic malignancies program at the American University of Beirut. He also serves as the director of the first Lebanese National Cancer Plan. Dr. Tfayli.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, President of the Lebanese Council of Ministers, represented by Dr. Haidar, Ministers of Health, Labor and Education, AUB's members of Board of Trustees, President Khuri and other university presidents, deans, faculty, guests, and colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome you to Dr. Khuri's Festschrift. When Dr. Khuri first asked me to prepare for this event, to be honest, I had mixed feelings. Of course, I felt honored and humbled to be asked to do this, but at the same time, I was anxious. I was anxious because simply I had no idea what a Festschrift is, really. So for those of you who don't know what a Festschrift is, don't feel bad. You're not alone in the room. So the first thing, as soon as I left that meeting, I went to our most trusted source of medical information, Dr. Google, and I looked up Festschrift. And as soon as I realized it's the celebration of somebody's life achievements, the mission became clear and easy. Easy because simply there's plenty of material, there's plenty of substance that Dr. Khuri has achieved over his 30 years of service that we can talk about. From an outstanding physician who provides excellent patient care, fantastic bedside manners, to the wonderful researcher who made great impact in cancer prevention and treatment, to the dedicated administrator who made huge effect both at Emory and at AUB. On a personal note, it was in December 1997 that I completely accidentally met a young faculty at MD Anderson while I was interviewing for a hematology oncology fellowship. I still remember very clearly his warm personality, his willingness to help with whatever he can, despite not having any prior knowledge of me. And from there on, there was immediate chemistry between us. Somehow, really, we clicked. This is the best example, okay? So now, 28 years later, it's hard for me to find the proper word that describes our relationship. I think it's a mixture of mentorship / friendship / role modeling and trustworthiness. Dr. Khuri is the kind of person that he has your back, whatever happens. And this sense of security that I and many others in the hall have it is really very reassuring, especially in the crazy world that we live in. He's the person I go for career advice, research ideas, difficult patient cases, even my kids' education, among other things. So let me share just one example that illustrates his substance. So it was in 2022, in the peak of our economic collapse, people's savings were stuck in the banks, 30% of AUB faculty left the country, and I had 2 kids getting ready to go for college. So Dr. Khuri heard that I had this issue. So he picked up the phone and called me. I still remember his exact words. He said, "You have my word, I will never compromise your kids' education." And he lived up to it, really. Thank you, Dr. Khuri. And I'm sure he did the same for so many faculty members and staff at AUB, and this is what kept AUB standing on its feet during these difficult times. So thank you, Khuri, for being really the person who you are. Okay? So we have put a wonderful program for today, delivered by colleagues and collaborators of Dr. Khuri. I hope you enjoy this day of celebrations and science. Before I end, I'd like to thank the so many people who have contributed to this event. First, the members of the Festschrift Planning Committee, Drs. Ramalingam, Oregon, and Owanikoko. The AUB Health Professional Development Office. Where is Dalia? The wonderful Dalia. She's not here. You've been wonderful. She's outside. It's been great working with you. AUB's Office of Communications, AUB's Office of Events, the President's Office team, Paula, the great Mary Japper. Special thanks to Dr. Lamia Khuri for all the help you provided. AUB's Office of Advancement and Business Development, Dr. Imad Baalbaki, for all the fundraising, and of course, for all the donors who supported this program. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the day.
Thank you, Dr. Tfayli. It is now my honor to welcome Dr. Suresh Ramalingam, Executive Director of the Basile Cancer Institute of Emory University and Associate Vice President for Cancer at the Woodruff Health Sciences Center. He is also the Roberto Guizueta Distinguished Chair for Cancer Research at Emory University School of Medicine.
Distinguished guests, good morning. It's an immense honor of my lifetime to have this opportunity to work with Dr. Arafat Tfayli and the rest of the organizing committee for this wonderful event. I have had the distinct pleasure of working with Dr. Khuri for over 20 years, and the comments you would hear throughout the course of the day from various speakers, I'm sure, will reflect the same kind of experiences that I have seen in working closely with him. Great. It looks like the slides are still being worked out, so I will proceed in the interest of time. You're going to hear throughout the course of the day various attributes of Dr. Khuri. And I'm going to touch on 3 issues that I found the most appealing qualities among many that I have greatly benefited from Dr. Khuri. His scholarship, his mentorship, and leadership. Oh, the slides did come. And it went away, just as fast as it came. It's playing hide and seek. But let me start by talking about Dr. Khuri's scholarship. Over the past 3+ decades in the field of oncology, he has made seminal contributions. That includes starting a new wave of approaches to treat various cancers, particularly aerodigestive, head and neck cancer, lung cancer. He brought about the concept of targeting rare oncogenic drivers, certain mutations for which there were no treatment approaches until very recently, but he got us started on this path forward. Let me see. Here are some of selected accomplishments that you will see. One of the key challenges to the field still remains that certain tumors are driven by molecular oncogenic drivers for which we have some approaches now that can help patients but did not. And he started the concept of moving these targeted agents to earlier stages to prevent cancer. He has made key contributions to using oncolytic viruses to treat cancer. And if you put all of his career accomplishments, he has over 750 publications. And he has also, for about 10 years, been the editor-in-chief for the world's second oldest oncology journal, Cancer, which is the flagship journal of the American Cancer Society. As a mentor, I've learned a great deal from Dr. Khuri. One of the first lessons I learned is good research builds on being a good physician, taking care of patients. And research always came after the fact that you have fulfilled your promises and the commitments to patients that you take care of. He also taught us about team-based research. The message he gave all of us was that no one person has the cure for cancer, but if we put all our good minds together, perhaps we have a shot at taking care of cancer. And more importantly, he talked about the power of persistence. Great ideas sometimes need to wait for their time, and if one gives up, those ideas may never come to the day of light. And I have used these guidances that he has provided throughout my career to pursue the advancement of science. Now, leadership at AUB is not something I need to tell this distinguished audience. This is just, I asked ChatGPT to tell me about Dr. Khuri's contributions to AUB, and it gave me about 2 pages. And I just pulled a few of these that this group is very familiar with. And the tobacco-free campus policy, which is critical for us to reduce the burden of tobacco-related cancers, which remain a major scourge, and tobacco-related illnesses are all key leadership attributes that we have seen in his previous administrative and leadership responsibility as well. And if you look at his legacy in oncology, this is just a selected list. I'm sorry if I left out people in the audience that have been mentored by Dr. Khuri. And these are folks that are leading institutions, cancer centers, departments throughout the world making a difference. And this legacy will endure in how his work contributes to the betterment of human lives throughout the course of next several decades and beyond. Now, we know that science evolves, but character endures. And that's what Dr. Khuri has shown us throughout the course of various responsibilities he's had. Now, I have seen him as the division chief at Emory University for hematology oncology, and from there, he went on to become the department chair for hematology and oncology, and building one of the most impactful departments in oncology in the United States over the past 20-25 years. He also then went on to become, in addition to his responsibilities, the editor-in-chief for Cancer, and has made major contributions to how that journal is used all over the world to communicate key advances in the fight against cancer. And then he became the deputy director of Winship Cancer Institute and held a major role in making sure that Winship emerged as an NCI-designated comprehensive cancer center. And of course, you're very familiar with his role as the president of AUB. Now, I've been very fortunate to follow very closely through Fadlo's career, and in fact, I'll show you some of the things that I've had the distinct pleasure of following him through. And when he became chair of hematology and oncology, he appointed me as the division chief for medical oncology at Emory. And when he became the department chair and then moved on to editor-in-chief, and he gave up the Winship program leader position to become the deputy director, he named me the program leader for Winship, and also subsequently, when he became the editor-in-chief of cancer, I was section editor. And when he completed his term, I became the editor-in-chief of cancer. And of course, when he moved to AUB, I became the deputy director of Winship, and then the director of Winship. So you know what my next job is. I know the trustees are here, I might as well mention it out loud here. But above all, I think friendship is the rarest gift I've received from Fadlo. Friendship is not wrapped with ribbons, it's with trust, laughter, and time. For all that, I remain immensely grateful for Dr. Khuri, and I'm thankful to every one of you who are here, looking forward to an exciting day of discussions to celebrate the accomplished career of this visionary leader who I call a friend of mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramalingam. Next, I'm pleased to call upon Dr. Ali Tahir, tenured professor of medicine in the Division of Hematology and Oncology, Department of Internal Medicine. Dr. Tahir is the director of the naive Basile Cancer Institute and associate vice president for academic centers, development, and external affairs at the American University of Beirut. Dr. Tahir.
Good morning, friends, colleagues, and family of this extraordinary institution. Today is not just another medical gathering. It's something far more special. As Arafat said, a Festschrift, it was very difficult for me first to pronounce it and then to understand what is it. Yes, it's a German word, but it carries a depth of meaning that needs no translation. It's a tribute, a collection of voices, stories, and reflections, as we're seeing now, all coming together to celebrate a life's work. And today, that life is a remarkable journey of a friend, Dr. Fadlo Khuri, Fadlo. A physician, a scholar, a leader, a reformer, and a very dear friend. We are here not just to list your accomplishments, although they are many, as we have seen. We are here to reflect on the impact he has made on science, on medicine, on Lebanon, and on each of us personally. Because what Fadlo has built isn't just a career, it's a legacy. As an oncologist, he has changed the landscape of cancer, and we have seen this. As the president of the American University of Beirut, he has led through some of the most turbulent times in our region's history, never losing sight of the principle that education and healthcare are not luxuries, but fundamental rights to each and every one of us. And as a human being, he has inspired generation to believe in something bigger than themselves. Fadlo believes deeply that excellence in medicine is not enough, that research must serve the people, that institutions like AUB must not simply endure, but lead, heal, and inspire. He has held us to higher standards, not for recognition, but because the stakes, our people, our patients, our students, are simply too high for anything less. And so this meeting isn't just a program, it's a living, breathing tribute. Each story shared, each lecture delivered, each young doctor who leaves this room today with more purpose than they walked in with. All of this would add to the portrait of a man whose vision has touched lives across all borders and disciplines. What better way to honor him than by championing the cause closest to his heart? They were mentioned, the fight against cancer. Fadlo has reminded us again that prevention is our first and most powerful tool. He has shown us that yes, a university can stand up to big tobacco and win. That even in a region often starved for resources, national policy can be moved by science, compassion, and collaboration. Despite wars, despite crises, despite all the odds, yes, cancer remains one of the greatest challenges of our time. But we now know that we can push back. We can detect earlier, treat smarter, as we have seen in the way you treat, support patients, families with humanity they deserve. And most of all, we can shape a new generation, and this is what we keep on talking on, of physicians who believe, like Fadlo does, that medicine is both science and a calling. I've had the privilege of working alongside with Fadlo for years and years and years. I've seen how he pushes people, not for the sake of pressure, which I sometimes feel, but because he sees potential, even when we don't see it in ourselves. I've seen how he cares about patients, students, faculty, and above all, about this country, Lebanon, about our home. And so today, let's not just celebrate his story. Let's write the next chapter. Let's honor him by making prevention a national policy. Let's honor him by building systems of care that leave no one behind. Let's honor him by standing up, as he always has, for equity, for excellence, and for idea that a small country with big dreams can lead. This is what Festschrift truly means. Not an ending, but a continuation. Not just a recognition for Fadlo of what has been, but a promise of what must come next. Fadlo, on behalf of all of us, thank you. Thank you for your vision, for your courage, for the relentless belief in the power of this institution, in this region, in our country, and in our people. We stand with you, we carry the mission forward, and we promise the work will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taher. Now it is my privilege to invite Dr. Raymond Sawaya, the Raja and Khuri Dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Vice President for Medical Affairs, to the stage. Dr. Sawaya is a world-renowned neurosurgeon who established and previously served as chairman of the Department of Neurosurgery at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. Dr. Sawaya.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I want to start by thanking Suresh and Arafat for giving me the chance of saying a few words in honor of my dear friend Fadlo Khuri. Dear Excellencies, trustees, colleagues, and friends, it's a true honor to be here with you. So fate had it that 30 years ago, I crossed paths with a dynamic, young, energetic physician scientist, very efficient, and carrying so many different responsibilities and doing them all incredibly well. And he was just young. He was just out of his training. And this was Fadlo Khuri at MD Anderson. We hit it off, and not only because we share heritage, but because of all the attributes you heard about Fadlo. And we had particular connection because being a thoracic oncologist and a neurosurgeon, brain metastasis is a very common problem, and it's an area that was of interest of mine. So we shared many, many patients together. And for those of you who don't know, many lung cancer patient presents with brain metastasis before they are known to have lung cancer. So when I see those patients, I would send them to Fadlo, and when he had a brain metastasis patient, he sent them to me. And one illustrious case I will mention is a prince, a Saudi prince, the son of one of the kings, who had lung cancer and brain metastasis, who came to MD Anderson. Fadlo took care of his lungs. I took care of the brain metastasis. And today, 25 years later, he's alive. So you call it miracle? I don't know. But no question that team effort, specialists who give it their best will lead to outstanding results. So with this friendship, you could understand how sad I was when Fadlo was lured to go to Emory. Now that was a boon for Emory, but this was a loss for us at MD Anderson. And what he did at Emory, there are many representatives of that institution here, starting with Suresh, who will tell you, I expect throughout the day, the accomplishment he did. He put that program on the map. He made it an NCI accredited institution. He brought the multi-million, multi-investigator grant, which they never had before, hired dozens and dozens of scientists and physicians. It was so impressive what he did, and I actually had a first-hand view when he invited me to be a visiting lecturer at Emory, and I got to tour and visit and see. And actually, that's what prompted me to nominate him for the ALMA Award, the American Lebanese Medical Association Award that's given in Houston. And he came, he flew for that. I was honored to introduce him. And it just happened, that was the same time he was offered the presidency of AUB. So in the meantime, I failed to mention that he looked at returning to MD Anderson, and I remember feeling the excitement when he came to so-called interview, and again, fate worked out that he ended up here, and I'll have a few words to the trustees about that in a minute. So, and you know what happened here. Now, 10 years, he's finishing that period with repetitive crisis that we are all sadly too familiar with. So, you know, as I close, I have reflections, 3 of them in particular. One, what had Fadlo accomplished and did if he stayed at MD Anderson? You could speculate on that. The second one is, what would have happened if he had come back to lead the entire medical oncology program, which is a city. It's a huge program, hundreds of oncologists. And we heard from Bob Bass yesterday some testimonial about the incredible work that Fadlo did there. But there also is speculation. I mean, I know I have my speculation, and I know what would have happened had Fadlo come back. But the third one is not a speculation, and that is, what would have happened if Fadlo did not come as president to AUB in 2015, when those crises started to happen one after the other, where he stood, and you heard from Ali Taher and others, as a giant, holding the fort, making us all believe in a future that is here and that will be here if we stand together, if we work hard and believe in the values that Fadlo Khuri believes in. So Fadlo, congratulations. I'm honored to have rejoined with you after 30 years. It's a huge honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Sawaya. Finally, it is my distinct honor to invite Dr. Mohammed Haidar, Minister of Labor and Professor of Diagnostic Radiology and Associate Vice President for Faculty Financial and Governmental Affairs at AUB Faculty of Medicine. Dr. Haidar.
Dear Dr. Khuri, esteemed excellencies and distinguished guests, before I deliver my speech in Arabic, allow me to say to Dr. Khuri that it has been a true pleasure working with you and learning from your vast experience, especially in leading the university through such challenging time. And you remember the period of COVID, and we worked closely to achieve what it's achieved. I am deeply grateful for your continued support and thank you sincerely. أصحاب السعادة، الزملاء الأعزاء، الحضور الكريم، يشرفني أن أمثل الحكومة اللبنانية اليوم في هذا اللقاء المميز احتفاء بمسيرة أحد أعلام وطننا وأمتنا الدكتور فضل خوري. لقد أثبت الدكتور خوري عبر مسيرته الطبية والأكاديمية والإدارية إن النجاح لا يقاس فقط بالإنجازات الفردية، بل بقدرة الإنسان على أن يصنع فرقاً في حياة الآخرين، وأن يترك أثراً دائماً في المؤسسات الوطنية الكبرى مثل الجامعة الأمريكية في بيروت. لقد قاد دكتور خوري الجامعة في أصعب المراحل التي مر بها وطننا العزيز، وأصر أن يبقى هذا الصرح منارة للعلم والحرية والإبداع وبيتا جامعا لكل طلاب المنطقة مهما اختلفت انتماءاتهم أو ظروفهم. إنما حققه الدكتور خوري يعكس صورة لبنان الذي نطمح إليه، لبنان المعرفة، لبنان الرسالة، لبنان الإنسان. باسم الحكومة اللبنانية أتوجه إلى الدكتور خوري بأسمى آيات التقدير والاعتزاز، معبراً عن امتناننا بكل ما قدمه لوطننا لبنان، وعن ثقتنا بأن بصماته ستبقى حية تلهم الأجيال القادمة. إن تكريمكم اليوم يا دكتور خوري هو تكريم لكل من يؤمن أن خدمة الإنسان بالعلم والمعرفة هي أسمى الرسالات. أشكركم وأتمنى لكم مزيداً من الصحة والعطاء.
Thank you, Dr. Haidar. We will now take a moment to watch a brief video about President Fadlo Khoury, a visionary leader, a distinguished researcher, and a devoted family man. beautiful pictures and memories. We will now begin with our first session, Making an Impact Locally and Regionally, moderated by Dr. Kamal Badr, Professor of Medicine in Nephrology and Hypertension, Deputy Vice President for Medical Affairs, and Vice Dean for the Faculty of Medicine at the American University of Beirut. Dr. Badr.
Thank you very much, and it's a real honor to do this. Fadlo, I think I should call the panelists to come to the stage, right? So this is going to be a session where you really need to concentrate, because we have 6 extremely accomplished individuals who are each of them has 4.5 minutes to talk about the most important points that they can raise in terms of how Fadlo has changed AUB. And so it's not an easy job. Please be seated. Let's actually start with you, Philip, if you don't mind. Philip, you are have been the Dean of the School of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences from 1991 to 2006 at MIT. You are the former chair of the Board of Trustees and chair emeritus of the board. You are a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. But most importantly, you have known Fadlo for a long time, I guess well before he became president. And you can give a very broad perspective on his life, I'm sure. But for today, we'd like you, Philip, given your years of knowing Fadlo, before and after his presidency, how would you describe the evolution of his impact on the university from your vantage point at the Board of Trustees?
Thank you, Kamal. I'll try to do this briefly. I apologize, I'm not with our colleagues and friends, but I'm here in spirit thinking of Fadlo and all of you. So Fadlo became our 16th president in 2015, and he did so at a time when there was considerable, I would say deep dissatisfaction among the faculty, staff, and student body. The dissatisfaction the board was anxious to reverse. His relationship with the board has been central to guiding the university through lots of challenges. And the ways he has approached the board offers valuable lessons in leadership, collaboration, and vision, and permit me to make 3 such observations. First, right from the outset of his presidency, Fadlo emphasized building a strategic partnership with the board. He refused to treat us, the board, simply as an oversight body. He began to establish a pattern of regular engagement with the board through detailed briefings and frank and sometimes very difficult conversations. It certainly helped that he had a genuine commitment to transparency. It enabled him to start building a foundation of trust between himself and the board. The first example of Fadlo's success in earning the board's trust involved the restoration of faculty tenure. This was hardly an easy undertaking because many trustees came from the world of finance and business, where there is no permanent tenure. Tenure was a foreign concept, as it was to many university boards back in the States. Their tenure was beginning to fray at its edges, and more boards talked about tenure as a path to mediocrity. So in many ways, Fadlo went against the grain by focusing on the restoration of tenure at AUB, one of his first major steps. He saw tenure as vital to making AUB a world-class research university. And to accomplish his goal, he got trustees involved in the design of AUB's tenure system and thereby ensured their buy-in. The successful restoration of tenure became a critical first step in generating the mutual trust he knew was required if he hoped to advance to a strategic partnership with the board. And that's what happened. And that leads me to my second observation. One of the most striking benefits of this new strategic partnership between the president and the board came during the financial and public health crises of the past 5 years, when the Lebanese economy collapsed, COVID-19 pandemic struck. AUB faced existential threats, some say even worse than during the long civil war. Fadlo worked hand in hand with the board to make difficult but necessary decisions restructuring finances that included painful layoffs, safeguarding the university's academic mission, and ensuring that AUB continued to serve as a beacon of education and healthcare in the region. His candid engagement with trustees allowed them to not just approve measures, but to actively participate in shaping them. And this leads to my third observation. Beyond crisis management, Fadlo also steadily worked with the board to set a long-term vision for AUB. Perhaps one of the most vital strategic moves was to make a persuasive case to the board for the need to extend AUB physically into the wider region. Fadlo had read the tea leaves and saw that for AUB to continue to serve Lebanon and its region, it couldn't do so by bringing the region to Lebanon, to AUB that is, in the ways it used to, certainly in the distant past when it was so successful at that. Rather, AUB had to serve the region by expanding physically into the region. He convinced us that establishing a campus in Cyprus in response to the ongoing financial deterioration in Lebanon and the non-trivial numbers of faculty leaving AUB would provide an academic outlet for AUB as well and open up opportunities for research and other collaborations across the university and bring us closer to the European Union, of which Cyprus was a member, and opening up new opportunities for that. He directly involved our trustees in discussions on expanding AUB's regional role, strengthening research in medical care, and reimagining higher education for the 21st century in the MENA region and beyond. Where has Fadlo's relationship with the board led? It's led to a system of shared governance that would be the envy of some of America's leading research universities. He convinced the board that it was possible to create effective shared governance. He and his outstanding leadership team certainly won the board over to its importance. But we all know that successful shared governance also requires the faculty and staff to participate. It can't be just the board and the central administration. And I'd suggest that Fadlo has gone a long ways toward integrating faculty and staff into AUB's new model of governance. I've been involved with AUB for the past 3 decades as a trustee, and I've never seen shared governance work as well as it does now, and may it continue. So in sum, Fadlo's interaction with the board has come to be characterized by openness, mutual respect, and shared purpose. In times of stability, this has meant thoughtful strategic planning. In times of crisis, it's meant unity in the face of daunting challenges. Fadlo's model shows us that the relationship between a president and a governing board will not succeed if it remains procedural. It must become a dynamic partnership for the university to succeed. And I think it's fair to say that Fadlo and the board are happiest when conditions of life are relatively stable. But I also think it's fair to say that Fadlo is at his very best steering AUB through those existential crises we have faced in recent years. He thrives on finding solutions to complex, sometimes seemingly hopeless challenges he turns into opportunities for AUB. And Fadlo, for all that, we are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip, for this resounding testimony of our lifetime of watching Fadlo. I'll move to Huda, just staying at the level of the Board of Trustees. Huda, of course, is a friend and an ex-classmate. But Huda, you are currently the Research-in-Chief of Texas Children's Research Institute. You are the founding director of the Jan and Dan Duncan Neurological Research Institute at Texas Children's. You are an investigator with the Howard Hughes Medical Institute and the professor of pediatrics, neurology, neuroscience, and molecular and human genetics at Baylor College of Medicine. But you're also a member of our board, and I want to probe with you, as an expert in health and medical research and an AUB trustee, what would you say has been Fadlo's most significant impact in this domain?
Thank you so much, Kamal. It's really an honor to be here. And probably the best job I've ever done in my life is to chair the search committee that selected Fadlo as president of AUB. I think that was the most important job I've ever done, and to this day I'm so grateful. So President Khuri leadership is distinguished by always surrounding himself with the smartest possible people and empowering them to change lives everywhere. He is incredible at building the best possible team. And this is true across the campus, and especially at AUBMC, where he recruited a most distinguished and humanitarian dean in Dr. Ray Sawaya, and a thoughtful and highly skilled hospital executive in Mr. Joe Tayyik. Dr. Khuri, by doing that, set AUBMC on a great path. So under his leadership, there have been many, many transformational achievements. And here I will only limit myself to AUBMC, otherwise I'll take the whole hour. So I'll be very brief, and I'll highlight a few things. AUBMC expansion. Many of you know under his leadership, he opened the first community hospital in Kasserwan, serving communities in the north and mountains of Lebanon, and frankly, helping the environment by reducing commutes on the congested highways, in addition to improving health. Digital health transformation. AUBMC adopted the EPIC Health Information System and became the first non-US member of the Cosmos Research Consortium, advancing electronic medical records and research collaboration. We've heard a lot about his response to the COVID-19 crisis. He led a very highly effective national COVID vaccination campaign, vaccinating over 99.7% of the AUB faculty, students, and staff and alumni, and 93% of people over 70 years of age. That really beats many other countries I'm aware of. Cancer policy and public health, we heard about that. He revised Lebanon's national cancer guidelines and led extensive tobacco control measures, making AUB and AUBMC completely tobacco-free in 2018. This change was recognized by the World Health Organization. On education, research, and innovation, he encouraged and supported interdisciplinary research and innovation, pushed the faculty and the deans to think broadly beyond their own realms and silos, and with that, NIH grants, not previously seen in the health sciences at AUBMC, became now a norm. Strategic partnership, we've all heard about the Boldly campaign. That was very critical, and it's amazing the type of faculty he was able, together with the dean and others, to retain at AUBMC through his tireless effort fundraising. I should mention academic reputation. It's no secret that the ranking of AUB has changed, and AUBMC together has changed significantly since he took over, both in US News as well as in the QS, where at least we went from 500 to 250 in 2025. It's an amazing achievement. You've heard again and again about resilience in crisis, but it is really a leadership that's both inspiring and impactful. Amid the whole economic collapse, explosion, and COVID, and et cetera, he kept AUBMC functioning, serving people, and continuing the best medical care, the best medical education. And I meet many of the graduates who tell me how inspired they were, how he kept AUBMC functioning to the best possible. Refugee support, the medical center with AUB at large set up schools and medical record access for Syrian refugees, furthering the humanitarian role. So you can see his impact on AUBMC and health of the people of Lebanon and the region is really remarkable, and his leadership affecting positive change in the worst of times is most inspiring, and frankly, a case study that many leaders in the US and other international institutions stand to learn from. So I said the facts, now I want to say just my own little personal opinion. Fadlo, I've watched you on the board. I cannot tell you how many times we join a board meeting, we're all scared because it's yet another disaster. And somehow by the end of that board meeting, we're all inspired and we're all feeling stronger thanks to you. you not only affect change and always come up with solution, you also infuse strength and inspiration in all around you. I'm sure some of that strength comes from the beautiful lady to your left, Lamia, and your love for your family. That balances everything. You have a spring always flowing for that. Just, I cannot tell you how much we all appreciate you. I know I speak on my behalf and the board for saying you are the most inspiring university president I've ever met, and I've met quite a few. Thank you.
Mary Jaber Tashar, you are the Vice President for Administration at AUB. You have a leadership role, excuse me, you have a leadership role in AUB's strategic planning team, and you've helped develop the new campus master plan and the university strategic plan, Vital 2030. So in this capacity, Mary, you have been very close to Fadlo. You've worked with him on a daily basis. So really, relate to us your personal and professional experience working with Fadlo on a daily basis, and how the both of you have handled the major challenges to staffing and administration during the very challenging times of the past decade. So there's two questions there.
I want 2 rows. That might be it. It's extremely difficult for me. I don't know if it's fine. Okay. It's extremely difficult for me to summarize 10 years in 5 minutes, because that's the time allotted to us. Especially that they were no ordinary years. And I can summarize it by saying there was never a dull moment. But if I were to envision a word cloud describing working with Dr. Khuri, here's what will be repeated. Visionary, strategic, inspirational, purpose, adaptability, resilience, courage, empowerment, growth, authenticity, accountability, and communication. I shall provide anecdotes under each category so that you know how it tasted at that time. Under visionary, strategic, and inspirational, Dr. Khuri started as president on September 1, 2015, and I was his first appointment to the role of chief of staff, a title that never existed at AUB before. So that was beginning of my learning curve. Later on, if you see during the first year, his opening speech, his Founders' Day speech, and his inauguration speech, you will see that he started laying the foundations of what became AUB's strategic plan, Vital 2030. Later on, followed by the Campus Master Plan. Under purpose, adaptability and resilience. For Dr. Khuri, I don't have a dream was not the issue. He said, for Dr. Khuri, I have a dream was not the case. For him, it was, I have a plan. And it was a very aspirational plan, Vital 2030. But then, a few years later, reality hit, and crises started competing on which would hit us harder. Starting with the group of economists that he tasked to study the situation in Lebanon when things started going downhill. They told him that eventually we will be in the eye of a perfect storm, and soon enough the economy will crash. Directly, we had to go and adapt our plans and think of reducing, unfortunately, as former Chairman Khuri mentioned, we had to reduce our staff numbers. So we had to go through the painful July 2020 layoffs. But when we thought that was hard, August 4 explosion was harder. And it was the nail in the coffin, and it made us lose so many faculty and staff, even more than the July layoffs had. Any other president at the time would have backed down, thought of to control what he could and pray for things to improve, but that was not Dr. Khuri. He was the inspiration and the motivation that we all look forward to. He was pushing the team day and night to think of solutions and to think of ways to expand, also within his comprehensive strategic plan. So we had to plan and execute a campus, a twin campus in Paphos, And while the pandemic was ongoing, and at the same time acquire a community hospital in KMC, all to confirm that eventually we are growing in Lebanon, but flourishing globally. Under courage, empowerment, and growth. Really, it was just a time when I was starting to feel I'm confident in what I was doing as chief of staff. There was a change in the leadership team, and he decided that I should serve, in addition to the chief of staff, for the two roles, I should serve as associate vice president for administration. Well, if that was not courage, then tell me what courage is. It was something new, and then came with it all the changes in the leadership team. He empowered us, he helped us grow and expand and fly without a safety net. Terms that I'm using from his first opening speech ceremony. Under authenticity, accountability, and communication, with all stakeholders, be it students, faculty, staff, alumni, trustees, he always communicated his thoughts and his plans. But for me, the most important thing was that he always walked the talk. And I always repeat it to everybody I see. He has never told you anything that he has not done. Sometimes it takes longer, but at the end of the day, he does that. I have a belief in life that everything happens for a reason. I grew up surrounded by physicians, and all I wanted to do was be a doctor. Unfortunately, in my last year of school, my dad was admitted to the hospital, and I stayed with him for like 45 days. And then I realized this is not the life I want for myself. No offense to all of you doctors in here. So I applied to business administration at AUB, but I took all my elective courses in biology. And then later on, I kept following and checking and reading results. I even read results of colleagues of mine in the office, to Dr. Khuri's dismay, and he even one time called Dr. Badr and told him, make her stop doing that. So I consider myself double lucky. One, for working at AUB while Dr. Khuri is president, but more so having to deal with him as the physician and the healer. Before they tell me that my time is up and I have to stop, I just want to thank you. On behalf of all the staff members at AUB, at AUBMC, we're around 4,000 staff members, AUB, AUBMC, AUB Mediterranean, and KMC, for all what you have done to AUB and for all what you will continue doing in the coming years. Thank you.
Nadia. It's my honor to introduce Dr. Nadia Sheikh. Nadia is Professor of History at the Faculty of Arts and Sciences at the American University of Beirut, and she was the Dean of the School of Arts and Sciences at AUB. And Nadia, in what way, from your vantage point at the head of the most important school of humanities and arts at AUB, in what way has Fadlo impacted the humanities and the arts at AUB during your years of working with him as dean and beyond?
I will start with a story. In 2015, as soon as he assumed the presidency of AUB, Dr. Fadlo Khuri gifted the leadership team a book, 900 pages. It's a biography of Abraham Lincoln, entitled Team of Rivals. It was meant to be a study in leadership, for us to accept, and welcome the diversity of views, meant also as a lesson in collaboration. But more directly to your question, it points to an appreciation of the humanities as a source of wisdom for present-day challenges, a trust in its interpretive and humanistic insights. The humanities not as an abstract and academic subject, but directly relevant to decision-making and institution building. And if one reads the more than 100 president's perspective that Dr. Khuri has penned over the years, one finds all kinds of cultural references, from Homer to Imru al-Qais to Shakespeare, to Albert Camus, to Cavafy, again showing a humanist deeply attuned to the moral, historical, and existential questions that shape the human experience. Showing, again, a deep appreciation of the humanities as resources to grapple with for navigating complexities, uncertainties, possibilities and promises. And so he's a humanist, that's in the title of the Festschrift, and as such, the humanities are a bedrock or a subtext for his vision and for his decisions. Mary mentioned shaping the vision that became vital, the President's Vision Vital 2030, and one of the main strategic themes is integrating the humanities in technology and across other fields. In 2023, a new general education program in line with this vision was launched that includes courses on ethics, on social inequality, and the public good in general. I had the opportunity to experience his support, direct support for the humanities and the arts, as soon as I was appointed Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences in 2016, when he redirected a grant he had received from Mellon upon becoming president. He redirected it to the Faculty of Arts and Sciences to support the humanities and the arts. The grant supported a theater initiative that he personally championed and tried to attend as many of the productions, the plays, as possible. And I remember once going all the way to Hammana to attend the Arabic adaptation of Garcia Lorca's Blood Wedding, as it was being presented in the houses of inhabitants in Hammana. Another memorable moment was when we visited Huguette Calan, the internationally renowned artist, as she was receiving the AUB medical, the AUB medal, the AUB University medal, it's called. Another moment that showed really his true commitment to the humanities was when he made it the focus of the Board of Trustees meeting, winter meeting in 2017. They were launching the Boardly AUB campaign, and the Faculty of Arts and Sciences organized a 3-hour presidential symposium focusing on the humanities. It involved all the deans, all the faculty members and students across the university. Dr. Kamal Badr was a moderator at the time in that 3-hour symposium. And it was the first time really that the humanities had placed so prominently on the leadership agenda. Recently, Dr. Khuri was nominated and was actually accepted in the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. His inclusion in this prestigious academy not only reflects, of course, the excellence of his research in the science and in medicine and his academic leadership, but also reflects, the humanistic values that he champions and his deep commitment to the public good, which is a core point in the humanities. In a recent interview, he mentioned a conversation he had with the late president of AUB, Malcolm Kerr. At the time, he was, I think, first-year pre-medical student at AUB and was visiting President Malcolm Kerr. This was, I guess, in 1983. And he was telling him how much he loves Shakespeare's plays and the ancient Greek history. President Kerr told him, the best physician is a humanist. And I think that Fadlo Khuri couldn't agree more. Thank you. Thank you for humanity.
Thank you, Nadia. I think the humanities are what makes an AUB student an AUB student. That's what distinguishes. So now we're to Eli, who's a relatively new kid on the team. But Eli, you are a tenured professor of medicine, and you are the vice provost for research at AUB. You also are the founding head of the Division of General Internal Medicine and Geriatrics at AUBMC, and director of the AUB Grade Center, which is a major clinical research evaluation center at the AUB Faculty of Medicine. You've been relatively recently, given the responsibility of being the vice provost for research. So in the time that you've interacted with Fadlo, which I'm sure you have in planning this job, can you tell us how you think Fadlo has transformed the research mission at AUB?
Thank you, Dr. Badr, and thank you for the opportunity and for this real honor. And you mentioned the division, and that triggered the story of the first time I met with President Khuri. Actually, it was in 2014 when he was the head of the International Advisory Board, or the chair of the International Advisory Board that was reviewing the Department of Internal Medicine at that point. And we had a discussion about, I was an orphan physician, being a general internist without a division at that time. And actually, it was a one sentence in this 20-page report that Dr. Khuri included about the importance of starting a division of general internal medicine that helped me with Dr. Ziede to advocate and build that division. And I'm really grateful for that. The other part of that first meeting was a discussion about research, and Dr. Khuri at that point encouraged me to move forward, lead up, and see how far I can go, and this has been part of my journey of research at AUB. So thank you again, and as a good old researcher, to prepare for this brief presentation, I did some documentary analysis with ChatGPT help to kind of distill what ChatGPT thinks about Dr. Khuri's contribution to research at AUB. But more importantly, I drew on these personal interactions with him. And the last one was actually yesterday during the new faculty orientation, where he took me to the side and said, Eli, what are we doing with these new physicians to make sure we support them to do good research? So anyway, this is what ChatGPT said. He lots of eloquent terms, but then he mentions impactful, collaborative, and globally engaged research. And each of these terms is really extremely important. So impactful has been a major push from the leadership to make sure that the research that we do is locally impactful and globally relevant. And when you talk to researchers about doing locally impactful research, the first concern or anxiety, if we do locally impactful, how can we be globally relevant? But actually, when you do it, you show that it is globally relevant. We have wonderful examples with sickle cell disease, thalassemia, water pipe smoking, the urban studies that are happening in Beirut, all the entrepreneurship that we are doing. This is all locally impactful, but it's becoming globally relevant. Another example, I met the other day a faculty member, Majd Allah, from the Faculty of Engineering, and he was telling me about this challenge of the solar panels, where if you want to have farm in Lebanon, which we definitely need to, you need land. But that's going to compete with the agricultural land, which is very limited. So this engineer is working with the agriculture faculty to design ways where you could have the panel and at the same time maybe look for plants that grow in the shade. And can you have transparent solar panels? So this is definitely, no question, this is locally impactful, but imagine how globally relevant this is. So I think we should just have to trust that let's focus on the impact, and I guess that has been the message, and the global impact will come. The other aspect is collaborative, and this is something that, since I joined AUB, I've seen, a push for collaborative research through interdisciplinary program, but also through funding, internal funding that is collaborative. But the thing that is becoming more and more evidence is collaboration is not just within, it's the research ecosystem. So we've seen the leadership in terms of connecting with other academic institutions in Lebanon and beyond, which has been very important. Connection with the government, with initiatives like the Governmental Engagement Platform, which is key for us to have this engagement. Civil society, industry, but also diaspora. We have a huge asset at AUB and in Lebanon, a huge asset that we can tap even more in terms of research. And we've recently launched an initiative that Dr. Khuri and Dr. Sibai here supported, which is called Diaspora for Research in Lebanon. And we're very proud of this, and we're going to push for this. So these are examples of how research is locally impactful and globally relevant, and this gives a lot of satisfaction to us. The other thing that has been, that I've always heard Dr. Khuri talk about, is that AUB is a mission-driven institution, which is a nice slogan. What happened during the recent war, one of our colleagues from South Africa approached us, how can we help you? So we've asked her to do a qualitative study about how research at AUB adjusted during the war. And the other day she comes back to us, we're debriefing, we're not part of the interviews. She said there's one finding that is coming that is very strong, is that people at AUB are very mission driven. And that was amazing to hear from someone that is outside. She has global exposure to institutions. And then this is the one thing that she picked, that people are mission driven. And that's something that is really valuable. The other thing, in terms of maybe more on the operational aspect and on the support, people have mentioned the tenure, people have mentioned the board's professorships that were crucial during the crisis, but also the support for the physical infrastructure at AUB, the funding, the support, collaboration with external entities, and all of this has been a wonderful driver. Maybe one thing I would like to end with and talk about the leadership of Dr. Khuri. Lots have been said in terms of superlatives, but one thing I would like to say about his leadership is presence. And this has been really key for us, people on the ground. We never had any event, any meeting where we would reach out to him that we would like you to be with us, and he was there. And this is extremely important for empowering us, our staff, our students, and everyone on campus. And I will end by saying that Dr. Khuri's legacy is an ongoing legacy. Obviously, we're very happy about this. It's a legacy with a momentum. But more importantly, it's not just building his story. His legacy is allowing each one of us to build our own story. So thank you for that.
So now we come to the man who's really in the trenches. Zahir Dawi, you are the professor of electrical and computer engineering at the Maroon Sam'an Faculty of Engineering and Architecture, and you are the university provost since 2021. So a huge responsibility. What are Fadlo's major achievements in advancing the academic mission of the university? And how have, again, the both of you handled the threats to this mission during the challenging times of the past decade?
Thank you, Dr. Badr. So good morning. It's a pleasure to be on this panel. I would like to, it's always difficult to be the last. There's lots of details that have been shared, so I'm going to try to distill what...
I can say something afterwards, and then you'll do it.
No worries. So, I think talking about achievements, one of the most critical achievement is upholding the mission. That's really, and I think Eli touched upon that, and aligning the university behind the mission. And the mission is about values, our mission is about excellence, and our mission is about certainly advancement and service. And these were critical components that I think it's one of the biggest achievements. Everything else becomes deliverables and projects and initiatives that feed and align into that mission. And this was possible, as has been mentioned by colleagues, through leadership style and handling and overseeing, leading the academic affairs at this institution, the vision for that. I was trying to think about the leadership style, how to describe. Mary decided to choose 10 terms to describe that. And I wasn't able to find a single term except that it is unique. So I said it's a unique leadership style. It's unique because it combines extremes in a very special way. And this, I think, defines what we represent today, where AUB is today, and I think all what we're going to hear about throughout the day. President Khuri is bold in his decision-making, but at the same time, he's very caring. And again, this combination is very critical, how to make the hard decisions, but at the same time, be very close to the people, be very caring. And those decisions are many times disruptive. They bring load, responsibility, changes, and then we know how difficult it is to push change. I mean, especially in difficult times that we had to go through in the last period. It all started, as Chairman Khuri mentioned, with the 10-year reinstatement. I think this was one of the most critical decisions. It's a major achievement in my mind that will stay with AUB. And it was so visionary at the time because it was one of those critical decisions that allowed us to sail through the crises and be able to retain faculty members and even during the crisis rebuild our faculty body. And I think that is a critical differentiating factor that history will talk about in the future when one looks back at this era. His visionary, certainly, I mean, as has been mentioned, and to be visionary, you have to think big, and you have to capture, again, at a very large macro scale, but also is very much detail-oriented. Again, that combination, I think, is very unique, and how you manage to have the time, have the learning, the ability to set the vision, but also be part of the details. And I think that's something that has been shaping AUB since 2015. Most importantly, he is people-centered. I mean, he's student-centered. And this was very critical to sail through the crises. When you look at the university, whether it's teaching, learning, research, because he cared about each and every individual in decisions, in communications, and being present. And this creates a spirit, it creates a culture, an environment that allows everybody to work together and be able to overcome, irrespective of how difficult the challenges are. It was very clear when I became a provost back in 2020 as an interim provost with my colleague Lina Shwairi for a year, and then 2021. And then just, a few days after we were announced as interim provost, the port explosion happened, and then all the crises. So we never had a regular year, I would say, being in that office. But it was very clear from day one, when you're in a very difficult situation, should we scale back and just lay down and manage the crises, or should we double down and move forward, launch initiatives, continue to advance, while at the same time managing the crisis? And it was very clear that the strategy for AUB is the latter. And this is why we are today where we are today. And this was very critical, certainly, to retain, because we cannot tell people, you stay here, work here, and just let's wait. We have to tell them there is a better future. There's a promise. There are good days that are coming, and we're building towards those days. And then just we want you to be part of the team. And I think this human dimension of how the crisis has been handled in teaching and learning and research has been very critical. And the last 2 points I want to make is President Khuri has used a few years ago the term anti-fragile, after Nassim Taleb. And it was also, I read the book of Nassim Taleb, but I really understood what anti-fragile means when he coined that term in the context of what we were going through. So any system, any entity, fragile means under stressors and uncertainty, it breaks. Robust means it resists and then stays as is. Anti-fragile, it means under stressors and uncertainty and volatility, it grows and advances. And I think what we went through at AUB is a real-life example of what anti-fragile would mean in the context of any institution, and certainly in the context of higher education. And my last point is, again, I should have compared the notes with Mary, is about his opening day speech back in 2015. And he titled that was exactly 10 years ago, September 2015, his first speech to the AUB community, staff, faculty, students. And he titled that speech, Learn How to Fly Without a Safety Net. So if you look at the title of the speech, it's about learning. And he was talking not only to students, it's about lifelong learning. It's about flying. And this is what President Khuri represents. There is always next heights that we want to achieve, and the only way to do this is through flying. And the third part, and that's again, it's a prediction that there will be no safety net. And again, if we look what we went through in the last 10 years, maybe that's a very light term to describe the situation. And it says he knew what he was embarking on as the 16th president of this institution. In his last speech a few weeks ago, in the open house, which is an event that we do to new students who come, potentially would become students at AUB, still high school students, was just on the green oval here on the upper campus. And his main message to the student was, if sky is your limit, then there is only one place for you to be, and that is AUB. And again, he talks about flying, he talks about sky, because for him, I mean, the work that we're doing here is really boundless, and this is how we want us to always think. We don't walk every day, we don't run. We feel as a team, we are flying. And I want to conclude to say that it's the honor of my life to be among the co-pilots in this exciting journey. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. I want to take the privilege of the moderator to take 1 minute to add to this session, to add a personal message to Fadlo, which comes from a very long history between me and him. I owe him a great deal of gratitude, not because he made my career, he did not. His dad did. But because he did something to AUB for which I am eternally grateful. And that something that he did is visual. So I have to break the rule and show one slide, because it brings to mind the issue of mission that was mentioned by everyone, and what Fadlo has done to remind us of our mission, to remind us of who we are and why we are here. Why is this not showing there? It's showing, yeah, there it is. Okay. Now, you all remember this this thing here that used to be the AUB logo. And I always wondered what it was about, because it has this semicircle that I thought first was a crescent, but actually it's not a crescent, because it has these, it has these indentations in it, which look like a croissant which has been eaten by various sized rats or something like that. So I didn't know what it was, actually. And I wrote President Dorman. I asked him, what is this? And he said, it is the rising sun. Now that, of course, is the symbol of Japan. And I failed to see what the reason for that. But the most disturbing thing about this for me was that the motto of the university had been dissociated from the logo. In other words, this could be anything. And the mission of this institution could be anything. What Fadlo did was not only design a much more beautiful and serious and with a lot of gravitas logo, but he also restored our mission on it. And our mission is service. And service, not just service, but service with love. In other words, service without expecting anything in return. That's what love is. And this motto comes from the gospel of love, the gospel of John. And that's why the founding fathers put it there. So thank you, Fadlo, for reminding us of who we are and why we are here.
The next session is on cancer prevention and control program in Lebanon and the region. And it's my pleasure to moderate this session. We're fortunate to have 4 remarkable speakers with us, and I'm sure their perspective will spark some inspiring and meaningful questions. Each speaker will have 12 minutes only, and I would ask the speaker to remain on the stage after the presentation. And at the end of the 4 presentations, we will have the questions and answers. So our first speaker is Dr. Alain Shhade, and the presentation is No Ceasefire Inside AUB Law 174 and the Ever-Evolving Eras of Big Tobacco. Alain is a professor and the Dean of Maroun Sam'an Faculty of Engineering and Architecture at the American University of Beirut. Played a key role in shaping Lebanon's tobacco control law and policies on fuel and vehicle emission. تفضل.
Thank you, Ali, and thank you all for allowing me to speak to you this morning. I felt so good when I just stood up, and I'm wondering if everyone would mind standing up for just 1 second, stretch out before we continue. Stretch them out. All right, well, thank you for obliging me. That took 30 seconds of my time, to be clear. I want to start today with the cigarette. So the title of this talk is No Ceasefire in Sight, and that title was written at a time when there still was no ceasefire in Lebanon. And I've always thought of tobacco products as weapons. They're vectors for death and disease. And the cigarette's rise from a marginal product to a weapon of mass destruction was the result of deliberate industrial engineering led by James Duke's American Tobacco Company. So that was in America, but it was later exported to the world. 19th century innovation set the stage. This is where the technologists come in. Flue curing reduced the alkalinity and made smoke smooth enough to inhale. The advent of the safety match with a stable form of phosphorus made fire available anywhere, anytime. And the invention of the Bonsack machine meant more than 100,000 cigarettes could be produced in a single day by a single machine. That used to take the work of 500 employees. With these technologies in place, Duke recognized that he had to create demand for his products and arguably invented the modern advertising industry. American Tobacco framed smoking as modern, glamorous, and even hygienic. The result was explosive. Per capita use in the US soared from about 50 cigarettes a year per person to more than 5,000 by the middle of the 20th century. For this audience today, this transformation was critical because the shift in tobacco use from largely non-inhalable to inhalable products meant the growth in both addiction and disease. The lung became contested terrain, aerosols, the payload delivery mechanism. I mentioned aerosols. All of you are familiar with a cigarette. If you look closely with a cigarette burning, you'll notice that there's often a gap between where the cigarette smoke is visible and the tip of the cigarette. That's a point where the vapors coming off of the cigarette have not yet condensed to form particles. So particles suspended in a gas are what we term as aerosols, and they're part of the reason that tobacco smoking is both addictive and dangerous. So the aerosol contains a particle phase. The particle phase in tobacco smoke is around 100 nanometers in size. It contains the preponderance of the nicotine, most of the nicotine, and almost all of the carcinogenic content of the smoke. The gas phase contains carbon monoxide, air, and hydrocarbons like benzene. So those two together make the aerosol, and I have the little sunlight there showing you the scattering of light. The part that you can see visibly is the particle phase because it can scatter light. Now, for addictive products like cigarettes, there's a very intentional design of the cigarette to be able to deliver nicotine into the lung. I mentioned the 100 nanometer size range. That size range happens to be perfect to get into the deep reaches of the lung. What you see here is a PET scan of someone who took a single puff of a cigarette with labeled nicotine, C14 labeled nicotine. And a few minutes, this is taken a few minutes after the puff, you can see there is nicotine in the lung, in the farthest reaches of the lung, and it's been transported to the brain, where it has its pharmacological effect. Now, the pharmacological effect comes a few seconds after the puff is taken, because that's how long it takes to transport the nicotine from the lung to the brain. Now that's actually fast. That's faster than if you injected the nicotine directly through an IV. And what you see here is the rise in arterial blood nicotine a few seconds after a puff is taken. But even before that nicotine reaches the brain, it's already having an effect through sensory pathways. People feel in the mouth and throat the smoke itself. And as it turns out, those sensory pathways are critical to the addictive nature of the smoke. They form a cycle that reinforces the puffing action in a way that is extremely difficult for people to break. The amount of sensory feedback that you can get in the smoke is something that cigarette companies tune. And it was the secret of Marlboro. It is what made Marlboro such a successful brand. By playing with the pH of the aerosol, Marlboro is able to tune how much of the nicotine is in the gas phase versus in the particle phase. In the gas phase, it can be absorbed immediately in the mouth and throat and trigger sensory effects, which give you the anticipation a few seconds later of the pharmacological effects of the nicotine. And as Robert Proctor has said, he's a science historian at Stanford, and I strongly recommend his book if you're interested. It's the Tobacco Century, or the Cigarette Century, and he described the Marlboro cigarette as one of the greatest triumphs in the history of modern drug design. And of course, he didn't mean that in a positive way. We see these same practices in the e-cigarette industry as well. These are computations made in a recent doctoral thesis in the mechanical engineering department at AUB. It shows 3 formulations of the same product delivering theoretically the same amount of nicotine, but they have very different amounts of nicotine vapor deposited in the upper airways where they have those sensory effects. So these same games are being played by the tobacco industry today in the electronic cigarette industry. That same architecture that leads to delivery of nicotine to the brain leads to delivery of all kinds of carcinogens throughout the body. And it is the reason why you see as cigarette consumption grows, this is data from the United States, lung cancer also grows, but with a lag time. So there's something like a 20-year lag time from the growth of cigarette smoke to the growth of lung cancer. Now, in the 19th century, or since 1900, it's estimated that 300 million people have died from CVD, cardiovascular disease, cancer, or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and that it's estimated that 1 billion will die in the 21st century. So this is very much an ongoing war. And when we say war, if you compare that to the total deaths of all conflicts, not only the combatants, but also the people who died from famine and disease as a result of those wars, that's about 200 million. So in the same period of time, you have 50% more deaths from tobacco products than you do from conflicts. And the same, unfortunately, is true in Lebanon. All the wars since 1950, all of them, account for fewer deaths than the amount of deaths from tobacco smoke. So now that sounds all depressing, but you also get to the tobacco control era, and you see there, like Newton's third law, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. You see that tobacco control starts picking up in the United States with, I marked it as the beginning of the era with the Surgeon General's report of 1964, and those actions bring down the consumption rate of cigarettes, and you can see concomitantly reductions in disease as a result. So the tobacco control movement in the U.S. has made major progress in reducing consumption and disease. What about our region, the Eastern Mediterranean region? The news isn't as good. So you see here the global, on the left-hand panel, you see the current number of tobacco users, current users declining in the globe overall, despite population increase. And you see that the Eastern Mediterranean region has an absolute increase. It's one of the only markets, and it's the largest one in terms of the amount of absolute growth in users projected in the coming period. And that in part has to do with the fact that we still have a high consumption rate among youth. And that consumption rate is partly driven by water pipe tobacco smoke. AUB has made tobacco control the cause, a central one, to its ethos in the past 30 years. And it's gone so far as to hire a renowned cancer researcher as the president of the university And we learned recently that he was also the founder of Ras Beirut United Football Club, but I diverge. So let's turn to AUB for a second here. AUB scientists were the first in the world to systematically study the toxicant emissions and effects of water pipe tobacco smoking. These studies showed that a typical water pipe session emits and delivers toxicants up to 2 orders of magnitude greater than a single cigarette, including carbon monoxide exposure levels, that's in the bloodstream, 3 times higher than a single cigarette, and inhalation of about 50 times the smoke. They identified dozens of carcinogenic compounds, at least 27 known or suspected carcinogens, and demonstrated that water pipe use leads to many of the same harmful effects seen with cigarette use. AUB's clinical and laboratory research linked water pipe smoking to nicotine addiction, acute heart and lung dysfunction, low birth weight, and other risks, providing scientific evidence that directly challenged the misconception that water pipe smoke is harmless. These findings have been vital in alerting physicians, the public, and policymakers to water pipe smoking's dangers. A bibliometric study published in 2014 showed that AUB was the leading institution in the world in numbers of scientific publications on water pipe tobacco smoking. Since then, AUB has also become a powerhouse for tobacco regulatory science directed at another emerging threat, electronic nicotine delivery systems, or e-cigarettes. In this domain, AUB has provided the key frameworks for regulating nicotine emissions, including predictive models of the impact of tobacco regulation. AUB also led in the development of unique testing devices and methods that are now used regionally and internationally. For example, AUB researchers created the computerized puff topography instrument known as ETOP to precisely record how smokers puff on water pipes and e-cigarettes, yielding real-time data on puff duration, volume, and frequency, and combined with mathematical models, instantaneous computed nicotine intake. The team also built a real-time smoke monitoring system to automatically sample and analyze water pipe smoke in cafes and homes, as well as laboratories, and smoking robots and an artificial lung machine that mimics inhalation. In addition, AUB established the Beirut Protocol, or the Beirut Method, a standardized water pipe smoking protocol for laboratory testing. This method, adopted as an ISO standard in 2019, replicates typical water pipe use patterns and was validated by comparing machine-generated smoke with what real users inhale in natural settings. By setting such technical standards, AUB has enabled more reliable comparisons of tobacco products and helped regulators globally assess water pipe products consistently. AUB's influence extends beyond the laboratory, of course. It has been a powerful force in advancing tobacco control policies in Lebanon and in the region. AUB experts at the Tobacco Control Research Group provided evidence and advocacy that were instrumental in the passage of Lebanon's Law 174 in 2011, the country's first comprehensive tobacco control law. This landmark law banned smoking in indoor public places as of September 3rd, 2012. It prohibited tobacco advertising and required stronger health warnings. Industry fought this tooth and nail every step of the way. We would go to a parliamentarian's office to talk about the law, and a few minutes later, someone with money is coming right after us. And they attempted to water down the law in numerous ways, including allowing smoking and non-smoking areas in cafes and restaurants. Now there, of course, it's not being enforced properly, but we were able to fight that. So it was a victory, and AUB continued forward. In January 2018, AUB became a 100% tobacco-free campus, one of the first in the Middle East, spearheaded by President Khuri, who recognized that students were picking up smoking while they were picking up their degrees. He decided that that's an unacceptable state of affairs. And this initiative created a smoke-free environment with policies banning all tobacco and e-cigarette use on university property and in events off campus. It also banned companies from AUB job fairs, tobacco companies from AUB job fairs. So AUB set a public example for other institutions, and the university's regional leadership was recognized internationally when AUB was designated as the WHO Global Knowledge Hub on water pipe tobacco smoking. And since then, AUB's foundational research on device performance, electronic cigarette device performance, provided key scientific evidence in support of a major US class action lawsuit against Juul Labs. AUB research on the addictive potential of high nicotine delivery systems and youth appeal of flavored electronic cigarette products helped underpin the case. The litigation culminated in 2022 with Juul agreeing to a $1.2 billion settlement case across thousands of lawsuits, marking one of the largest accountability efforts of the tobacco industry in recent history. Also in 2022, the People's Republic of China adopted a nicotine flux framework for regulating electronic cigarette products. It's the framework that was developed in the labs at AUB. So I'm going to wrap up and just mention one last thing. Other than the law not being enforced, we have new weapons on the horizon that you should all be aware of. This is the new IQOS Illuma product. This product is Bluetooth enabled. It communicates your data with the cloud, so every puff you take, it can compute how much nicotine you got in that puff, what time of day, where you were located, and it can send you reminders. Did you forget your IQOS device? This might be a good time to take a puff. So depending on how stringent the rules are in different countries, the armature is there from the tobacco industry to really drive forward addiction in new ways that have not yet been seen. Thank you all for your attention.
So our next presentation is Legacy of Impact, Tobacco-Free University and Cessation Services for a Healthcare Future by Dr. Maya Romani. Maya is an associate professor at the Family Medicine and the founding director of AUB Health and Wellness Center. She also serves as the director of the Health Professional Development Program.
Good morning, everyone. So actually, it's truly an honor to be part of this very special. It's truly an honor to be here today as part of this very special Festschrift, celebrating the remarkable lifetime achievement of President Khuri. I would like to begin by thanking, of course, the organizers for bringing us all together here, not just to reflect on Dr. Khuri's lifetime achievements as a researcher, a mentor, a doctor, a president, but to highlight the ripple effect his leadership has had on our institution, our country, and indeed our region. When we speak of Dr. Khuri's legacy, one of the most impactful examples we have in mind is his steadfast commitment to cancer prevention and tobacco control. He has always emphasized that prevention is at the heart of saving lives, and tobacco control is perhaps the most powerful tool we have in this fight. Today, I will share with you the story of how, under his vision and leadership, AUB became the first university in Lebanon and in the region to have a comprehensive tobacco-free policy. I will also highlight how this policy was paired with the creation of the President Fund for a free smoking cessation program to cover all the resources needed for our staff, faculty, and students, and even their families to stop smoking. So actually, tobacco is linked to more than 20 different cancers globally. And we all know that smoking is responsible for over 2.5 million cancer deaths every year. And that's really about 1 in 5 cancer deaths worldwide. And as President Khuri once said, tobacco leads to more deaths on our planet than on our war. So if you think about it the other way, so every 4 seconds, someone in the world dies from a tobacco-related disease, most often cancer. So by reducing tobacco use, we can prevent millions of deaths. Unfortunately, our country ranks among the top countries in high tobacco rates in the Eastern Mediterranean region. Across also the GCC, the MENA region, tobacco-related cancer burden is rising. So here the message is very clear. Tobacco remains one of the most powerful drivers of cancer in our region, and unless we act decisively, this burden will only increase. Smoking cessation has a direct positive impact on cancer outcomes. So when patients quit, they experience fewer post-op complications, lower risk of recurrence, and a reduced incidence of developing a new cancer. On the other hand, quitting improves survival, quality of life as well. So the most effective way to achieve smoking cessation is through a combination of pharmacological therapy as well as counseling. That's why cancer provider doctors should integrate tobacco treatment support as part of routine cancer care. Universities actually are not just centers of education. They are also powerful influencers of behaviors and social norms. We know that the majority of smokers begin their habit by the age of 25, which makes early intervention during the university years absolutely crucial. That's why tobacco-free campuses are such an effective cancer prevention tool. They minimize the exposure of carcinogen, secondhand smoking, and of course newer risks like vaping aerosol. They also help preventing smoking initiation among students by removing the visibility and normalization of that habit. Finally, they promote cessation among those who already smoke, helping to decrease the future burden of cancer. In January 2016, remember the month, not the year. In January 2016, President Khuri signed a memorandum of understanding with the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control to establish a knowledge hub for water pipe tobacco smoking. This designated AUB as a global hub to promote public health by providing education, research, information on dangers of water pipe use, spelling safety myths, and supporting the implementation of the FCTC. On that day, Dr. Khuri said, I undertook to make AUB completely tobacco-free within 24 months. And here's the first step was to initiate and to launch the Tobacco-Free Task Force Initiative in 2017, signaling strong leadership commitment and giving the community time to prepare. So throughout that year, AUB engaged faculty, staff, and students in conversations, awareness campaigns, and preparatory steps to build acceptance and readiness to change. In his perspective in 2017, President Khuri mentioned we cannot stand by and allow that to continue. So here it is, January 1st, 2018. After 24 months, AUB, under the leadership of President Fadlo Khuri, achieved a historic milestone by becoming the first university in the Middle East to implement a comprehensive tobacco-free policy across all tobacco products, academic, residential areas as well, and to embed free smoking cessation services. In 2018, Dr. Khuri was honored with the prestigious WHO World No Tobacco Day Award for his pioneering leadership in making AUB the first tobacco-free university in the Middle East, marking a regional milestone in tobacco control and, of course, a significant precedent for cancer prevention within higher education. 1 year after the policy was implemented, we began to see measurable changes among our students. Smoking prevalence decreased significantly, showing the real impact of the policy on the student behavior. At the same time, smokers themselves became more supportive of the policy. Initially, of course, there was some resistance, but over time, acceptance and even appreciation grew. Students, both smokers and non-smokers, also reported greater awareness of the policy's benefits, and they perceived higher level of compliance across campus. This combination of reduced prevalence, increased support, and of course improved perception highlight how strong tobacco-free policy can be in shifting a culture in just 1 year. The case is also applicable to staff and faculty because the impact of the tobacco-free policy extended well beyond students. It also brought significant changes among faculty and students. First, the belief in policy exception dropped markedly, showing that over time people are more accepting the policy as universal and non-negotiable. So at the same time, they perceived peer compliance rose strongly, so faculty and staff felt that their colleagues were respecting and adhering to the policy much more than before. On the cessation side, we also show meaningful changes. 44% of smokers with lower education attainment reported decreasing their smoking habits actually off campus. So the influence of the policy went well beyond the gates. It actually encouraged healthier behavior in people's daily lives. How about the smoking cessation program? So actually in 2013, the AUB Wellness began offering group counseling sessions. Then in 2015, we formalized the program to become the first multidisciplinary program in Lebanon to include counseling, medications, and other integrative health solutions. In 2018, a presidential decision that paired policy with free treatment ensured equity and impact. The president initiated a free tobacco cessation fund for our faculty, staff, and students, and they received all types of cessation support free of charge. How about the outcomes of having a free smoking cessation program? So we published on that. When the program became free, the results were kind of striking. Abstinence rates jumped 72% in the free program compared to 42% in the paid program, and providing the free medication was associated with higher abstinence at 12 months, showing that the importance of access to medication. We also saw positive shifts in attitude where smokers were actively thinking about quitting even 6 months after the policy was implemented. So tobacco-free policy, when coupled with free cessation resources, can create a synergistic effect that can change actually both attitudes and behaviors. The strength of this program is that it was open to everyone in community, faculty, staff, students, and even their families. So by offering free access to counseling, we removed the biggest barriers of quitting. And pairing this with the treatment increased motivation and access to evidence-based treatment. In the first 2 years alone, 93 members of our community successfully quit, and that's 93 saved lives. I will tell you something. In the first few months of the policy, whenever Dr. Khuri saw me, he used to ask me, how is the smoking cessation clinic? Are you saving lives? So this shift in wording, instead of asking me how many people are quitting smoking, he used to ask me how many lives you're saving. It stood with me and stayed with me. So up until now, whenever I have a free or any smoking cessation consult on the floor or in a clinic, I ask residents and students to come with me, yalla, let's save a life. So actually, the AUB model for tobacco control does not stand alone. It integrates directly into cancer prevention. So through the tobacco-free initiative, we created smoke-free environments. Through the smoking cessation program, we cut the future risk of cancer by helping people quit. And through the naive Basile Cancer Institute prevention and screening program, we can connect tobacco control to early detection and broader cancer prevention strategies. So AUB stands out at the first and most prominent university in the Middle East to implement this comprehensive policy, combining the cessation support with the policy. This leadership created a ripple effect. Other universities in Lebanon, of course, followed, and even the American University of Cairo followed the same path. In the wider region, universities such as those in Qatar are now actively considering tobacco-free policies. By scaling up these policies, we can extend the benefit of tobacco control and actually expand the impact of cancer prevention across the entire region. AUB's leadership has extended well beyond the campus, contributing to tobacco control nationally, as Dean Shahadi also mentioned. We support the public health goals of Law 174, helping advance its implementation, and currently now we are working on updating it to include more advertisement restrictions to social media and less access to youth less than 18 years of age. With the support of Minister, the support of Dr. Tfayli and Dr. Zaatari, we are playing key role now in relaunching the Tobacco Control Committee, ensuring stronger governance. We are also working with the WHO now on launching the first ever National Tobacco Control Strategy and the first ever National Tobacco Cessation Program across the country. We supported the release of the Pictorial Health Warning Decree, and this is the effort of Dr. Rima Naqash since 15 years, and Dr. Zaatari as well, and the decree was just released now in July. Dr. Tfayli as well and his team led also a tobacco awareness campaign for students and teachers, and I'm sure he will mention that in his presentation. So what are the lessons from the AUB experience? First, leadership matters. Presidential support was key to accelerating culture change. Second, the scope must be comprehensive, covering cigarettes, water pipe, e-cigarettes, and excluding tobacco industry's influence across campus and all our events. Third, investing in access by removing cost barriers, make quitting more equitable and successful. Policies needed to be guided by evidence, continuous evaluation so they can adapt. And finally, partnership between academia, government, and civil society will have sustainable impact. President Khuri never stopped at declaring AUB tobacco-free, so his leadership continues to drive our efforts forward. The vision is not only to sustain what we have achieved, but to scale it up, or as Dr. Dawi mentioned, to fly again. We are expanding now the Tobacco-Free Stakeholder Committee, ensuring a strong and inclusive base. We are committed to sustain the Tobacco-Free University Fund. We are launching next month a smoking cessation clinic within Naif Basile Cancer Institute to embed cessation as part of cancer care. We will expand also digital support to our students, faculty, and staff. Our students will also be part of this effort through student initiatives and clubs tackling heated tobacco products, IQOS, and vape while raising awareness of their harm. President Khoury's vision for a tobacco-free AUB did not stop at the campus gates. It became a model to influence national health policies. So with support from the US National Cancer Institute, we launched the Phoenix Project in 2023, and we trained already 24 primary healthcare centers in Greater Beirut, creating the first pilot tobacco cessation program available to our patients. This reflects on Dr. Khoury's belief that universities should not only model healthier societies, but also spearhead national efforts. Building on that momentum, we received approval 2 weeks ago from the Ministry of Public Health to launch the first national tobacco cessation program and integrate it in 26 qada in Lebanon. Looking beyond AUB, the path forward is clear. We need to expand tobacco control policies and free cessation program across Lebanon and the region, and of course this requires multi-sectorial collaboration. And ultimately, our vision is of sustainable tobacco-free environments with accessible treatment options. So, President Fadlo Khoury's vision turned AUB into the first tobacco-free university in Lebanon and the region, a milestone in cancer prevention and public health. This is a legacy of leadership, equity, and impact. So as Dr. Ael mentioned, let us honor this legacy by working together for a tobacco-free future, reducing cancer to generations to come. Before closing, I want to extend my gratitude, my deepest one, to you, President Khoury, for visionary leadership and lasting legacy in cancer prevention and tobacco control. I also want to recognize the tireless work of our AUB faculty, the tobacco control advocates, Dean Shahade, Dr. Zatari, Dr. Naash, Dr. Tfayli, Dr. Saliba as well, the WHO, FCTC, and the AUB Tobacco Free Stakeholder Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you. So the next presentation is cancer control at a national level. It takes a village, and this will be presented by Dr. Arafat Tfayli. Arafat is a professor of clinical medicine, head of division of the hematology oncology, and the director of the thoracic malignancy program at AUB, also director of the first Lebanese national cancer plan.
Good morning, and I know we're running late and everybody is tired, so we'll try to stay on time. Over the next 12 minutes or so, I'll be talking about what happened in terms of cancer control at the national level at the Ministry of Health in the past 3 years. I'll start with some chronological events that I'm sure you're all familiar with, what corrective measures were done, and finish with the National Cancer Plan. So you know about these events, but in the late 2019, we started to see signs of economic collapse in the country, the COVID-19, the Beirut blast, and by the summer of 2021, we saw this huge and unprecedented devaluation of the Lebanese pound, and you see the scary inflation rates that happened over the next 3 years. By that time, September 2021, a new government was formed, and at that time, the Minister of Health, Dr. Firas Abiad, he asked me to help with the cancer program at the ministry. So let me pause for 1 minute and thank Dr. Abiad, who is present in the audience, for all of his efforts. So all the work is done, as the title says, it takes a village. It's not the work of one person, it's really a whole team effort to make all of these measures implemented. So by that time, the Lebanese Central Bank started removing subsidy on multiple items, including petroleum and everything, and most importantly, cancer medications. So we were faced really with an acute shortage of money, and the ministry was not able to provide the services they used to provide for many years ahead. So we were faced with really 3 decisions to make. We have to choose one of the 3. Either insist on having the same level of coverage with full subsidy. It was clear that was not an option. There was no money for it. Number 2, follow the WHO recommendations. The WHO at that point recommended just go with what's called the essential medication list of the WHO. Forget about immunotherapy, forget about most targeted agents, the basic chemotherapy medications, and so on. Again, that was not an option for us. Really, we were used to the high level of cancer care in the country. This was not an option for us. So really, we went with the third option to try to weather the storm. And really, and several corrective measures were done to avoid the impact of this huge change in the budget at the ministry. So the first thing, Dr. Abati was able to negotiate with the central bank a specific amount to be transferred to support cancer medications. And several programs were done at the ministry to make the most use of that money. First, subsidy of non-cancer medications, including antihypertensive, anti-cholesterol medications, was removed, but at the same time, these medications were made available in the primary healthcare clinics, so people who cannot afford them can get them for free. But the vast majority of the Lebanese people can afford them, and they can get them at full price from any pharmacy in the country. And all of this money was shifted for the better programs, for other programs at the ministry. Next, there was a writing of restricted national cancer guidelines. So our previous national guidelines, they were really science-based. They were just like NCCN and ESMO guidelines. They did not take cost into consideration. And that was clearly, this could not be afforded anymore. So we restricted the guidelines, including taking cost into consideration. So more higher grade was given for the more benefit for a specific indication, more in the adjuvant curative setting than in the metastatic setting, and so on. Next was the introduction of the United Health ID. This is essentially a social security number for health. So each patient with cancer, and now other non-cancers, they get issued this ID that follows the patient throughout their journey. And this served really several issues. Number one, really, and you'll be surprised, it proves the patient exists in their life. You might be surprised, because many times we discovered that a lot of the drugs that were dispensed by the ministry prior to that, they were being dispensed to patients who already died, or even non-patients, really, and they will all get sold in the black market. So this UHID proved that the patient does exist and needs that medication. Second, differentiate Lebanese from non-Lebanese patients, and because the non-Lebanese, they had their own coverage system, UNHCR and UNRWA and so on. So this will allow us to focus more on the Lebanese patients. And third, and very importantly, it's a source of information to feed the National Cancer Registry. Next, there was a merger of multiple insurers. So the ministry used to provide medications for the uninsured only. So there are talks with other government agencies like NSSF and Co-op to merge efforts. This will allow better price negotiations. Introduction of the MediTrack system. This is essentially a tracking system that follows every vial of the medication from the manufacturer to the patient's arm to make sure that that vial makes it to the patient and there's no leakage in the system. And introduction of the AMAN system, which is an electronic review system for every indication. The patient gets approved through that system for the proper indication. And by the summer 2024, there was a tender that was done, essentially a competition to better price negotiation. And in there, we encouraged a lot of competition and generics and biosimilars. In that tender only, there was a 40% cost savings. We're estimated to pay $110 million. We got the same amount of drugs for $70 million, really simply by doing that tender. So what was the result of all of these measures? More consistent access to cancer medications over the past 18 months. And we were able, in fact, to expand the guidelines in March and in July, allow more indications in this year. And last but not least is the launch of the Lebanese National Cancer Plan. So you've heard over the past 6 minutes, it's all about drugs and dispensing and treatment. We did not talk about awareness, prevention, law, and so on. And this is where the Lebanese National Cancer Plan came to fill that gap. So this is essentially a 5-year plan, 2023 to 2028, that covers all aspects of cancer management. So it's 6 chapter plans. Chapter first is about a cancer registry, proper cancer registry and surveillance system. Chapter 2 is, in my eyes, you've heard it from Dr. Ala and Dr. Maya, prevention and screening awareness. This is really, I think, the most important. This is the most impact that we can have in this country, because it can make a huge impact for a very little cost. So all of this prevention awareness were under Chapter 2. Chapter 3 is about treatment. So patients who are already diagnosed with cancer, make sure they get treated at an appropriately accredited center, appropriate lab, appropriate pathology, imaging, and so on. Chapter 4, palliative care. Palliative care was still at its infancy in the country, so this chapter was aimed to enhance access and capacity building in palliative care. Chapter 5, I think, is very important, survivorship. So our cancer patients, they still face a lot of discrimination. Once they're cured of their cancer, they cannot get health insurance. They have hard time getting employed and so on. So this will address these issues. And chapter 6 is governance, to have a legal structure for this program. So this plan was launched 2 years ago in July 2023 at the Grand Sarai, and a lot of effort has been done. A team has been done to implement this plan. So we make every Tuesday, and we make a plan for every year. These are the targets for this year. And I'll be happy to share with you some of the progress that has happened. So when it comes to Chapter 1, when we started, the last data recorded in National Cancer Registry was in 2018. And now we're almost done with the 2024. It's completely up to date with the National Cancer Registry. And now we're aiming to include mortality data in it. In Chapter 2, a lot of measures, and have you definitely heard from the previous two speakers, tobacco is our biggest target. We're facing a lot of political resistance from, I wish our ministers are still here, they're all left, but we're facing a lot of resistance from the political system in the country to implement Law 174 and taxation and so on. But we focused a lot on awareness. As, my biggest prize is targeting school kids. So every 7th grader in the country will get exposed to a lecture about tobacco. Last year, we were able to reach 491 schools. This year, we're aiming to reach all 1,200 schools. So the lecture was specifically designed to address this need. And I would like to thank many of the medical students and the public health students who designed this lecture, and thinking about the way these kids think at the age of 12 and deliver these lectures. We made a few videos. This is just an example of the videos that were done. There's no sound. There should be a sound. That's okay. For the sake of time, I'll skip it. But essentially, a lot of awareness videos. We were planning a full national breast cancer campaign. These campaigns were done before COVID-19, and they're essentially stopped for 3-4 years. This was planned for October 2024, and the war hit. So now, in fact, only 2 days ago, the committee was formed again to have a full campaign in October 2025. A lot of colon cancer awareness for fit testing and so on. And now there is an ongoing program to bring fit testing and colonoscopy as a pilot test in the Bekaa area. And I'm glad to mention that finally HPV vaccine will be made available at an affordable price in the country. There are serious negotiations with Gavi. In fact, yesterday they sent us a letter saying they're willing to support. So we expect to receive the HPV vaccine by December 2024, December 2025, and make it available for kids below the age of 12. Chapter 3, a lot of being done with accreditation criteria. This is just an example of criteria that are being written for oncology unit qualifications. So very similar criteria are being written for imaging center, for radiology, for path, and for radiation oncology, and so on. Palliative care, a lot of effort. Now, palliative care is recognized as a specialty in the country, is reimbursed by NSSF, and we had a first meeting with the private insurance last week to start have insurance cover for it. And last but not least, only 2 weeks ago, the minister of the Council of the Ministers gave a preliminary approval for the issuance of the cancer program at the ministry. It's still under legal review, so we expect by September, October to have a legal structure in there with a budget from the Ministry of Health. So every year we go back and look how much progress we've made. And you saw a lot of reds, yellows, and greens. Red is meaning no progress. Yellow is progress has been done but not complete. And green is complete. So, and we looked at the end of year 1, year 2. By the end of year 1, we had 18 yellow and 2 green. Year 2, we had 21 yellow and 5 green. And by the end of year 5, our aim is to have 33 greens. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Arafat. So our last presentation is the spectrum of endocrine cancer crosstalks. This will be presented by Dr. Ghada Flayhan, Professor of Medicine at AUB, Founding Director of the Calcium Metabolism and Osteoporosis Program, and of the Scholar in Health Research Program at AUB, the SHARP program.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tahir. I'm really honored, President Khuri, Fadlo, friends over decades, I would say going to Boston days, to be part of this today. Endocrine cancer crosstalks, what's the relationship? No conflict to disclose. The endocrine system uses complex interaction between different signaling pathways within cells and between cells and their microenvironment, including hormones and growth factors. And of course, on the left panel is a signal, classical signal transduction pathway, which Dr. Khuri has exploited to the maximum in his pioneering work looking at cancer prevention. And no later than yesterday, he shared with me that he read a metabolism textbook from front page to back page. So no wonder he's had such a prolific career targeting cell signaling networks in cancer. He pursued novel approaches to improve the prevention and treatment of these cancers, specifically including targeting the farnesyl transferase inhibitor, HRAS protein pathway, but also the mTOR inhibitor. And on the lower panel, you can see that you can target tumorigenesis, angiogenesis, tumor spread, etc. Endocrine cancer crosstalk is nothing but the same story, with hormones interacting with cancer cell in a milieu. These interactions can influence tumor microenvironment, growth, survival, progression, response to therapy, explain drug resistance, and guide therapeutic targets. And this slide illustrates work done by many pioneers over the last 3 decades on crosstalks between the estrogen receptor and growth factor pathways for breast cancer, other reproductive cancers such as ovarian, prostate, but I won't be dwelling on that. What I'd like to dwell on is the musculoskeletal system being an important target for such endocrine cancer crosstalks. And our program has concentrated, of course, on reproductive cancers, breast, prostate, but I'd like to share something that's quite intriguing that we came across over the last few months on immune checkpoint inhibitors, lung cancer, so on and so forth. When I, as a bone physician scientist, take care of patients who have osteoporosis, I look at the bone muscle unit. In symbiosis, I evaluate bone density, bone quality, muscle mass. We all know that risk factors, bone characteristic falls, cause fractures, but lifestyle is behind that. So are drugs, cancer drugs, hormone ablation therapy, receptor blockade, and of course, frailty and illnesses. I'd like to start with a breast cancer story, and in that story, you see a common thread with what Dr. Fadlo Khuri has tried to do, and with the last slide, it comes in full circle. Our first trial, really a proof of concept trial, was with pamidronate, a bisphosphonate, that stemmed from a patient coming to me, premenopausal, referred by our colleague, Dr. Ali Shamsuddin, saying, I'm worried about my bones. I'm premenopausal, I'm gonna get chemotherapy. What should I do? Precious little was the evidence then. And I decided to take the bull by the horn and collaborated with Ali Shamsuddin and said, let's explore a second-generation bisphosphonate, which we don't have anymore, and randomize 40 premenopausal women to pamidronate versus placebo. No ethical concerns, there were no guidelines. We didn't even know that chemotherapy will be so deleterious to bone. On the left-hand panel is a lumbar spine bone density going down in the control, in the placebo, and actually being maintained by pamidronate cyclically. We didn't see such a significant effect at the hip, but there certainly was a trend. But what's even more intriguing, that almost 40% of these women became amenorrheic from chemotherapy. There was more bone loss. There was clear blunting of the bone loss with the pamidronate, both at the spine and at the total hip. Today, intravenous zoledronic acid, which is a more potent bisphosphonate, is actually the only drug reported to prevent bone loss in early breast cancer. So what does ASCO say 17 years later? It recommends IV zoledronic acid to premenopausal women looking at either bone density or risk factors, as I've shown you earlier. Fast forward to postmenopausal women. This is a review illustrating in a y-axis percent fracture. In blue, patient taking aromatase inhibitors, which is a treatment of postmenopausal women with breast cancer, and in red, taking it less than 5 years. So blue is prolonged, red is less than 5. And there are 2 agents used here, anastrozole and letrozole, but the trend is clear, sometime reaching significance, that women taking prolonged hormone ablation therapy would actually end up losing bone. Well, how much evidence do we have to treat these women? So this was actually the thesis of a scholar MS student at AUB, where part of her thesis was to look at all randomized trial on aromatase inhibitor patients and what drugs have been used and what's the evidence. She identified 14 trials, 7 on Zol, 6 on oral bisphosphonate, 1 on DMAP. And whereas BMD was quite consistent finding, showing increments with bisphosphonate and denosumab, with Zol, there was 1 trial, and the denosumab 1 trial, both showing fracture reduction. Again, identifying a knowledge gap on ultimate outcome, which is fracture. 1 year later, ASCO came with its recommendation. I'm not claiming we informed these, but certainly our systematic review was a substantial piece of evidence adding to the equation. And ASCO recommended either IV bisphosphonate or DMAP, but think of the scarcity of the evidence, 2 large trials leading to that recommendation. And in the red box is actually what they did. They either consider BMD cutoff or risk factors and decide to take IV Zol or denosumab. Now, what I did is also look at careful quality of the guidelines available on breast cancer in postmenopausal women. These are non-metastatic breast cancer. She looked at 4 databases, identified many papers, but only 10 guidelines came through, of which 6 were by society, ASCO and the European, and 4 were country-specific. And what's another eye-opener is when you scratch the tip of the iceberg, you find the evidence is really fragile. Most of the published guidelines, with the exception of ASCO, suffer from internal limitations, especially quality. But what we did, we decided to go with expert opinion because the evidence was not very strong, suggesting an algorithm incorporating risk factor, but also fracture history and a FRAX calculator we actually launched in Lebanon from work from our program to evaluate these patients. This is work in progress for submission. Now, the other counterpart is, of course, prostate cancer story. I won't be able to cover all that. The first one is actually a systematic review on randomized trial in men with prostate cancer on hormone ablation therapy, which is submitted to Metabolism. But what we're also doing, with the help of the great center and Dr. Ael, you heard from, is actually also interrogate the evidence from quality guidelines, come up with algorithm, and that's the piece I want to show you. Is androgen receptor blockade are not supposed to affect musculoskeletal health. But when you ask the question and you look for the evidence, you'd be surprised. What I'm showing you on the left-hand panel is percent incidence of fracture, and on the right-hand panel, falls, because osteoporotic fracture happen between falls and poor bone density, poor bone quality. The gray bar are actually the placebo. And all the color barred, regardless of what they use for ARI blockage, are the fracture incidence, showing an increase, whether for fractures and fall. And Marlene Chartura, who's spearheading this in our lab, actually, with the IOF, collaborating on a position statement. And of course, we know that surgical orchiectomy, medical therapy with the GnRH agonist, antagonist, adrenetics, all affect bone health. Estrogen and first-generation androgen receptor inhibitors do not. Surprisingly, I've just shown you evidence that with APA, ENZA, and DARO, there is actually some bone loss, not of the magnitude of aromatase inhibitors and testosterone ablation, but certainly significant to be worried about and insert a warning. Now, what I'd like to finally close for the musculoskeletal system is immune checkpoint inhibitor. Again, a question coming from patient care. Dr. Shamsuddin and I shared a patient with metastatic melanoma, elderly, started an immune checkpoint inhibitors. I monitored his bone density. He's older, had a humeral fracture before. And he had an amazing loss of 25% at the spine, 15% at the hip, which made me go and see what's going on. We had, through one of our bright, sharp scholars, do a literature search. And at the first cut, there is some evidence, not very abundant, but certainly worthwhile pursuing. What we showed is several studies. I'm showing the largest one, all retrospective, showing the cancer type. In the first one, mixed cancer. In the second one is melanoma. The ICI used, anti-PD-1 and PD-L1 are prominent. The fracture outcomes are the classical major fractures of spine, hip, vertebrae, humerus. And the risk increase with fracture was 2 to 2.5-fold, most accentuated in the first year, in the first study, but certainly sustained in the second year, in the second study. And what is the pathophysiology? And we go back to the old good bone remodeling model. Activated C cell by the immune checkpoint inhibitors promote the expression through signal transduction pathways, rank ligand, the most potent resorptive agent that we know about, but also other bone resorbing cytokines. And the agents are mentioned there, therefore making a very plausible story. It's not as simple. There were a couple of studies showing a non-deleterious effect. Now, I said to Rani, who's with us here, I said, well, let me see, what does the FDA and EMEA say in their package insert of these drugs? Do they give a black box warning? Well, surprisingly, they don't. What about guidelines? Go search the guidelines. I know it's too early. Absolutely silent by ASCO. ESMO just say, apply general osteoporosis guidance. I said, go on clinicaltrials.gov. Let's see how many trials have been done. Maybe there is something we can do, another proof of concept therapy. Well, one trial was discontinued at MD Anderson because they could not recruit enough patients. The second one is still listed, but there is not much going on, and we're planning on contacting the PI. So there's clear lack of prospective clinical trials directly evaluating the effect of anti-resorptive drugs on ICI-induced bone loss or fracture prevention. And that gives me to my closure, which is just a teaser for Dr. Assad's talk. I won't be able to cover all that. Is under metabolism and endocrinology comes, of course, obesity, an epidemic in our region, type 2 diabetes, some of the highest rates in our region, and cancer outcomes. This is a nice review in endocrine reviews, looking at the main mechanism, but the enemy is the sugar and the fat. With the sugar, you have insulin resistance, IGF-1, hyperinsulinemia, targeting IGF receptor and insulin receptor, and with adiposity, you have adipokines, you have inflammatory markers, Kamal Badr's pet subject, and bioavailable estrogen. And all those, through signal transduction pathways, will cause decreased apoptosis, increased mitogenic signaling, and tumorigenesis. Now I'd like to close mirroring Dr. Khuri's philosophy and really guiding principles. One, with my breast cancer premenopausal women, and with the ICI, we are looking at evidence that will inform our practice. Identify knowledge gap, go further, leading us to conduct rigorous systematic review and meta-analysis, critical appraisal of guidelines that are not only locally, but globally relevant, and I would say the same for the knowledge gap and the proof of concept trials. We're designing original trials, not only the old one in 2006, we're still considering moving ahead for the future and looking at the new drugs, which are really magic drugs for cancer survival, but have devastating effect on bone. And last but not least, securing the pipeline of our physician scientists for the future. We engage our bright trainees, many medical graduates, even students, many sharp graduates in this journey, which has been most encouraging and fulfilling. I'd like to thank our faculty in the CMOP program, specifically Marlene, who's spearheading the prostate cancer, Ali Shamsuddin, with whom I still do research, Dr. Ili Ael, who's our sounding board for quality appraisal, the International Osteoporosis Foundation, we're spearheading the position statement, Dr. Kathy Van Posnak, who's working on the breast cancer program with us from ASCO, and also our bright fellows, many sharp trainees, and our bright medical students. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ghada. We can have two, three questions to the panel, after which we will watch a very short video and have a coffee break. Ahmad, do we have a microphone? Hide the microphone.
Thank you guys for a great session. My question is, and this is to Arafat, the whole group, is the access. Why don't we, now that our borders are getting hopefully tight, why don't we increase the taxation on all these products? Because just coming from California, the one pack of cigarettes is more than $10. Why don't we increase the taxation and then use that money to cover the incredibly high cost of treating lung cancer and COPD and all these things? Why don't we bring something like that where you can fund the disaster consequences of smoking? Thank you.
The question. Can you hear me? Very important point, Ahmad, and it is an essential part of the National Cancer Plan. But just like what Alain mentioned, a lot of political resistance, and most importantly, a lot of conflict of interest. Really, when the decision makers have this conflict of interest with the tobacco industry, you don't achieve much. So really, it remains a major. This is the main reason why Law 74 is not being implemented. It's the conflict of interest, and remains a very difficult wall to break, unfortunately. But we still, I mean, just like what Maya mentioned, the Tobacco Control Consortium is being relaunched again. This was originally launched 2009, and now it's being reactivated and so on. Hopefully, some progress will be made. But so far, there's a lot of political conflict that's happening.
It's a small comment and a question. The tobacco industry is a very powerful industry in the world. It controls states, countries, and decision makers. You've mentioned the law 174 that bans smoking in Lebanon. There is a small history for this law. In the year 1999, that law was in its initial writing, and I had to go to the Committee of Health at the Lebanese Parliament. The head of that committee was a smoker. He was a doctor. But out of respect, he stopped smoking when I came in. But there was still a leading member of that committee who was a physician who was smoking. And I said, I won't go into that committee if someone is smoking inside. Ultimately, they convinced him to stop smoking. As I went in, he faced me with this question. You belong to a university in Lebanon. You are a professor of that university. Is this how you teach your students? Me, as a doctor and a researcher at the University of Lyon, we have proven that the best anti-cancer treatment is smoking. It burns cancer cells. Now, later on, as the Women's WHO and the World Health Assembly was held, and I had the privilege of being the president of that assembly, I faced the lobby for smoking. That lobby was insisting that we shouldn't have any prizes or awards for non-smoking, for the No Tobacco Day. And to spite them, Lebanon in 1999 received the award for the No Tobacco Day by WHO. Later on, that same assembly awarded that award for the president of the American University of Beirut, that member of the health committee shamed. It was President Fadlo Khuri, and this was President Khuri, a star in your stardom career, an eminent career that in 2018 was awarded the No Tobacco Day Award. And now the Law 174 hopefully will be implemented, and the AUB had the privilege under the presidency of Dr. Fadlo Khuri to be one of the first universities to stop smoking.
Thank you, Dr. Karam. Dr. Khalifa.
Okay, just I will take this opportunity to thank the people who organized this committee for Professor Khuri, which is, I don't think only Fadlo, because he is the president of the university, he deserves this. University is university. What you do inside, you do inside. But Fadlo, before he was president, during my time, he traveled from United States. He came here and we established the protocol of the best treatments for the Lebanese patients to have the best medical treatment all over. When he did it for lung, he brought his colleagues for blood and so on. And he took the data from the AUB, where Dr. Ali Shamsuddin as well, we have to acknowledge. And we published the first cancer registry, which is well documented, and it was implemented. And unfortunately, I didn't see it to be published again since 2010, 2011. So the data was collected. As coming to the, then Fadlo was, when there is a say in our villages, they say when, if you have a tree that doesn't shadow around it, if you cut it, it doesn't make difference. And this is what about AUB came more involved when Fadlo came over. He started not to get involved in indoors, but the impact of what's happening indoors to spread around the country and the region. And thank you, Fadlo, for doing this. The other question, why we don't ask, we don't add values and taxes. I am under impression, which is controversial and philosophical. I don't want to initiate a debate. I feel sometimes it was bad I did when I signed with the WHO 205 to go for law, and I made the law. I signed it, and I have to acknowledge Dr. Atif Majdalani for the MPs which way did it. Then I started there to make it a law. But sometimes it is better not to make a law if you don't respect it, or you have to break it. The law doubled the number of smokers in the community, because before there was just people they respect, you can smoke around. When we made the law, then they started to make a loopholes and they increased the number in there. This is what happened. What I'm mentioning this, when I went to, again, among enemies, I'm very proud to have a lot of enemies in this country, actually, because they should be enemies. I put them in a basket, whether at the era of the pharmaceuticals, the people who are benefit from tobacco, they have benefit for their own persons and against the community. Those are my enemies, and they have a lot of them in a certain basket. Here, everybody in this country was against the law itself. Theoretically, they were, yes, we have to do it. But inside, they didn't help a law much to implement it. And even when I lobbied with everybody, they refused to increase the amount on the tobacco in order to put it in the health insurance, with unanimous in this country. And here, why I'm saying this, not to tell stories. I'm not good in storytelling. But the things that has happened here, because you transformed AUB to come this way, I think this law and this spirit can be implemented by approaching the society in bits and pieces with other universities, getting involved other universities, big institutions which they have employees, banks, I don't know, big companies, big malls, whatever it is, because this law, it has to be implemented for the sake which was mentioned there. And I think the modality and the approach which was done here at AUB, it should go the other way around to implement things and to do them work properly.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll just ask you to remain seated to watch a short video, and then we will have the coffee break.
Fadlo and I met when we were 12, at the start of the Civil War. We left the country together on the same plane. We followed similar paths in our education, roomed together during internship, and always remained the best of friends. What is striking is that the qualities as Fadlo has shown as president of AUB were not traits that he developed along the way. They were always there. The Fadlo leading AUB today is the same person I've known since childhood. Capable, principled, optimistic, and deeply trustworthy.
I have the immense privilege of knowing Fadlo Khuri since 1999. Fadlo is the absolute incarnation of the best leadership I have ever seen. He drives excellence to the highest standards, but he's also a very generous leader, leading from the back, allowing others to grow, to be visible, and to achieve new heights. Fadlo is an extraordinary human being who truly cares about patients, about colleagues, and desires nothing more than improving the life of patients affected by serious diseases and bringing the best education and the best leadership example to all those who cross his path. Thank you so much, Fadlo.
I met Dr. Fadlo Khuri soon after his appointment as the 16th president of the American University of Beirut. The presidency of Dr. Khuri, a fourth-generation AUBite, coincided with the 150th anniversary of the founding of AUB, a university like no other and one that has played a pivotal role in Lebanon and the region. President Khuri is a humanist at the core, We frequently walk together on campus, and we talk, among many other things, about the books we are reading, about history and literature, about Homer and Shakespeare, about Imru al-Qais, about current affairs. President Khuri is mission-focused and a visionary. He is dedicated and driven. AUB is most fortunate.
Fadlo has since remained a friend, a colleague, and a mentor. I've benefited immensely from Fadlo's wisdom, insight, and open-mindedness. I'm very, very honored and delighted to be part of this event, celebrating Fadlo's remarkable accomplishment as a physician, as a teacher, as a researcher, and as an administrator. Thank you. With regards and greetings from Kofo, Amira, Aliyah, and Abdullah.
Fadlo is a very visionary leader and cares about our own trainees. We once talked about the wonderful farm system of Braves, the baseball team, how effectively it works to move young talented players up for higher levels when they are ready. Indeed, Fadlo handpicked a group of talented trainees and promoted them to faculty, and all of them are extremely academically successful.
I cannot express in 30 seconds or less what you've meant to me and so many people that you have trained and mentored over the years. What you did to help me in a direction for my own career was just not measurable. I feel very lucky to have spent my formative years with you, learning from you, and I called you Dr. Khuri because you always said, Ed, call me Fadlo, but I always had a hard time with that just because you deserve the level of respect, even from an assistant professor on. My family loves you. I love you from the bottom of my heart. Congratulations from not only myself, but the Kim family. We miss you, and I wish you the best, and I hope to see you soon, my friend. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the session of Drug Development and Innovative Therapy. With my colleague, Dr. Wasim Abu Khair, it's our privilege to moderate this session, which directly reflects the core of Dr. Khuri's research. Dr. Khuri's research has been at the forefront of translational oncology. He pioneered work on targeted therapy and chemopreventive strategy. He helped shape clinical trials that brought promising discoveries from lab to patient care. Dr. Khuri consistently emphasized that not only we need to develop new drugs and strategies, but we need to ensure that these innovations will make a positive impact and will reach those who need it the most. So I would like to welcome all speakers for the sessions, and I would like to remind them that we have 12 minutes per talk, so I appreciate if you can respect the time. And I will start by introducing our first speaker, Dr. Haiyan Fu. Dr. Fu is a professor and chair of pharmacology and chemical biology and associate dean for translational research at American University School of Medicine. He holds the Basile Cancer Institute Partner in Research Endowed Chair. He also co-directs NIH-funded Emory Lung Cancer Program. Dr. Fu, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's my tremendous honor to be here to celebrate the remarkable career of Dr. Fadlo Khuri. So, congratulations, Fadlo. As a pioneer physician-scientist, innovative collaborator, and a transformative academic leader, and an unparalleled friend. And I also like to take this opportunity to thank the Khuri family. We spent so many great times together, many years. I'd like to thank Lamia, Layla, Rasha, and Raya. Yeah, thank you for the unparalleled family friendship. Fadlo, he inspires me. He has inspired me since our first meeting in your office with unopened box in 2003. Oops, I should point out here, this is a virtual pointer, so I didn't realize. So Fadlo makes transformative impact wherever he goes, in places and the people around him and beyond. As soon as he arrived at Emory, he initiated and built the powerful lung cancer research team. Then led the team for the successful funding of the first Emory PO1 program project. That's a team science program. Then after that, he also led another effort led to the funding of the first Emory SPORE, NCI SPORE, in head and neck cancer. So by far, SPORE is the most prestigious NCI-funded team grant. With him as a leader, we also successfully competed to become a national center in the NCI Chemical Biology Consortium. Then with him as a partner and the leader, we successfully competed to become a center in the NCI Cancer Target Discovery and Development Network called CTD Squared, becoming a major player in cancer functional genomics area that led to the conceptual advances of neo-protein-protein interactions that I'm going to describe to you later. So along the way, building team science, he also building international collaborations. So here just one photo I'll show you. When he was the executive associate dean for research, he has traveled all over the places to build partners. So this is just one trip we went in Beijing, and so to build Emory Peking University Health Science Center partnership. So with Dr. Qida Han, so he was the president of Peking University Health Science Center, and at that time, the vice chairman of People's Congress of China. So that's the level where Fadlo reached to and achieved. So through that, we built the collaboration partnership and carry out many interesting activities together. So Fadlo, I'm grateful to you for the privilege of meeting you, working with you, and building or becoming the lifetime friend. Thank you, Fadlo. And working with Fadlo has transformed me. When you talk about transformative leader, he also transformed people. I don't know, it will be just like in the movie, but transformed me. And working with him has allowed me to really change my career trajectory. So now we build a program that's with a patient-focused mindset to develop novel strategies, to develop the next generation of therapeutics for patients. So now, I'd like to place our research in the context of drug discovery. Here, let's take a look at the brief history and evolving landscape of drug discovery in the past 100 years. So we can divide the drug discovery history in 4 waves. The arrival of aspirin, the marketing of aspirin, launched the golden age of natural product-based drug discovery. We may not know the target, but we know that function. Then that is followed by the second wave based on our increased understanding of a drug target. So that is rational drug discovery. Then third wave is based on our increased understanding, actually the rise of the recombinant DNA technology that allow the development of recombinant proteins. So the first protein drug approved by FDA is a human recombinant insulin, right? So that really led to the biological drugs. Now, all three waves, you may notice, all those type of drugs target one target, one target, leading to altered functions of that one target. Now, there's an emerging paradigm in drug discovery. That's the fourth wave of emerging drugs. Those are bifunctional molecules and molecular glues. They act on two targets. Basically, those drugs act on protein-protein interactions, molecular interactions. So for example, the bifunctional T-cell engagers. The one drug can bring T cells to tumor cells and induce T-cell immune killing. And our bifunctional small molecules can recruit a protein to the target, leading to either stabilization, degradation, or functional alteration. Then the conventional protein-protein interaction inhibitors, like venetoclax, right, BCL2 inhibitor. So now the rise of molecular glues. Those are the molecules that induce protein-protein interaction, leading to a therapeutic consequence. For example, cyclosporine bind to cyclophilin, leading to binding calcineurin to form this ternary complex, leading to calcineurin inhibition and the transplant immune suppression. Right? So that rise of the molecular glue is expected to revolutionize the next generation, the development of next generation of drugs. The rise of those fourth wave, the proximity modulating drugs, are entirely based on our increased understanding of protein-protein interactions. That's what I have had the privilege of working with Fadlo for the past 20 years, actually 22 years right now. So it is not a surprise. So there's a rapid recent interest in protein-protein interactions. So protein-protein interactions, they are like 1433 RAF interaction, P53 MDM2 interaction. Those are basic units of molecular interaction network. They orchestrate diverse cellular processes. Right? From here, the number of publications only relate to cancer protein-protein interaction. You can see there's a rapid increase in publications. And it's driven by our increased understanding of the importance of protein-protein interaction, technology advancement, computational AI approaches, and the demonstrated feasibility of targeting protein-protein interaction as a new drug class. Because in the past, it's considered undruggable, because the druggable class includes GPCRs, kinase, nuclear receptor, and ion channels. But now PPI is druggable. So that leading to, and also the new targeting strategies, like a targeted protein degradation, a molecular glue, I just briefly mentioned. So now there's a number of proteins that are in the clinical trial stage. There's a number of promising ones they're already in the clinical trial. However, protein-protein interaction at the phase, the protein-protein interaction space is vast. There are more than 500,000 protein-protein interactions in our human interactome. So from that vast interactome, how to identify those interactions that are particularly important for disease, for cancer, right? That's a major challenge. So our work is trying to identify protein-protein interactions that are present in cancer cells, that are unique in cancer. Now, how to discover that? We took a cancer genomics guided approach to identify oncoproteins, onco-PPI, or neo-PPI. So in order to discover cancer-specific proteins, we need to understand what differentiates cancer from normal cells, right? One determining factor is mutation. Genetic mutation in tumor drive the tumorigenesis. Therefore, can we leverage that knowledge to identify or discover cancer-specific molecular interactions? So that's For example, PR3 kinase, in the middle of the mutation, for example, helix loop, they have a different clinical implications than mutations in this C-terminal kinase domain. Therefore, mutation is different from oncogene itself. Therefore, mutation-focused study is essential to dive into tumor selectivity. So the challenge is that oncogenic mutation created a neomorphic activity, that the activity only is present in tumor but not in normal cells? The answer is yes. Then are there mutations rewire the PPIs in cancer? Can this kind of mutation somehow redirect those interactions? If yes, how prevalent? Then how to systematically discover such a mutation-driven or wired protein-protein interaction? So to address that, basically, wow, I'm already past my time limit, or already? This is like only a third of my talk. What to do? Okay, let me skip all the real interesting scientific slides. Well, let me just highlight this one. I'm sure you will get all my scientific part. So let's say tumor is developed by sequential or parallel acquisition of mutations, right, that transform normal into tumors. Then how those mutations work, how they really drive tumorigenesis. It turned out that oncogenic mutations may be translated into surface-exposed residues that we call neoresidues. So those residues only present in tumor proteins, but not in normal. So then those mutated residue may serve as a neoepitope. So they have the ability to attract the binding of another protein, like protein X. But protein X may not bind to Y-type normal protein, right? Because they do not have this mutation-driven epitope. So then we call this a mutation-mediated interaction as a neo-protein-protein interaction that could drive tumor-specific pathways. The question how to discover that, then that's our entire work during the past 5 years. So that is we carry out, so those are people who contributed. Then we carry out molecular screening used by informatics, high throughput technology, biosensor development. Indeed, we identified proteins. They can mediate those mutations. They can mediate those mutation-triggered interaction or mutation-disrupted interaction. All right, so then we'll use the knowledge to understand how those mutation-mediated interaction rewire oncogenic pathway and provide potential treatment options. Like in this case, it becomes even more sensitive to a class of proteins, molecules called NQO1 substrate. So that basically neo-PPI led us to understand how those mutations drive cancer and that become a target for treatment. So the next step is for those tumor suppressors, they lost the interaction in tumor, right? The Y-type bind to the protein, important for protecting us, but in tumor mutation, they disrupt it. So for that purpose, we want to discover small molecules as molecular glue to restore their interaction. Indeed, we developed biosensor, identified molecules. They can restore the interaction and restore the functional outcome, restore the tumor suppressor function. So then we've identified, really trying to understand why, because apparently this mutation creates a tiny cavity at the surface of the protein. Then we can find these chemicals can replace that, can fill that cavity, induce a conformational change that allow the binding to another protein, restore tumor suppressor function. So then it turned out this is not just one tumor suppressor. There's many tumor suppressors. They have this kind of mechanism. So our technology will allow us to get into additional vast PPI space. So this is a summary slide. Basically, our work revealed an emerging landscape of genomic mutation impact PPI as cancer-specific therapeutic targets. And our work has revealed neo-PPI and hypo-PPI as a new drug target class for the discovery of proximity proximity modulating drugs. So the emerging paradigm in drug discovery, so that's the fourth wave, is to discover molecules that control protein functions by manipulating interactions between proteins for pharmacological interaction. So basically, because affinity is inversely correlated with distance. Break them apart, inhibit. Bring them together, may modify the function. Right? So we hope our work can contribute to expand the impact of those bifunctional molecules and molecular glues to advance this fourth wave of the drug discovery process and to reach undruggable target and to enrich pharmaceutical drug development pipeline to benefit a broader population of patients. So finally, I'd like to thank collaborators, students, and past and present, then mostly Shulei, Andre, and Chen Kun, so they are a team with complementary expertise, and our Winship physician scientist team, Suresh Ramlingan, and Wei Zhao, Adam Marcus, and Tawfiq. He left, but still I consider him as Emery. So. And also, most importantly, my long-term collaborator, my collaborator since 2003, Dr. Fadlo Khuri. Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Fu. So our next speaker is Dr. Shi Yong-sun, who is the David Cole Family Endowed Professor and Georgia Research Alliance Distinguished Cancer Scientist in the Department of Hematology and Medical Oncology at the American University School of Medicine and Winship Cancer Institute. The floor is yours.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank Fadlo and Ram and the university for inviting me so that I have this opportunity to come to this great country, this beautiful university. I'm honored to be part of this event. For the past 30 years, there are two people who impact my career most in the USA. So one is my previous supervisor, Dr. Ruben Norton, who brought me from China to USA. That allows me to start my cancer research in the USA. So then Ruben recommended me to Dr. Khuri, who brought me from Houston to Atlanta Emory University. So that allows me to start my independent cancer research career. I knew Fadlo for almost 30 years, but I really knew him after I came to Emory to start really together very closely with Fadlo Khuri. So you can see since I came to Emory, my research primarily focused on these three areas. One, we are interested in targeting death receptor mediated apoptotic for cancer therapy. And another one is we are interested in targeting mTOR for cancer therapy, particularly when we prepare our first LAMP1, as I mentioned. You can see that's for the past 12, 30 years when I work with Fadlo Khuri, and we have successfully competed for several major funding. That's over $10 million. And just for recently, past 7-8 years, and then Ram convinced me to work on this challenging issue of quite resistant to third generation EGFR inhibitor. Unfortunately, we have to, for the past 7 years, we competed for full R1 that secured our research in this direction. So actually working with Fadlo, we were very productive. You can see beyond this funding, I mentioned actually I and Fadlo, we had at least 85 co-publications if you check the PubMed. And I have to mention one paper that's published in Cancer Research, only there are 4 figures. But that's one is the first one we demonstrated the activity activation caused by mTOR inhibition. So the citation actually within just 5 years is over 500. It's the most highly cited paper from my group, you can see. So also based on this finding, that brought off a lot of money related to mTOR study. So today I just want to talk about some of recent research related to the clinical challenge issue of drug resistant to third generation EGFR inhibitor, particularly osimertinib. So I just want to point out the third generation EGFR inhibitor mutation selective inhibitor that make them different from the early generation that cannot distinguish the wild type versus mutant EGFR. Therefore, this drug is very tolerated. So those drug has a clinical approved efficacy based on the group, the trial led by RAM. So you show that both in PFS and overall survival. But the challenging issue is all the patients eventually will develop a resistance resulting in treatment failure. So what we want to do, and just can we make the OC work better? Can we increase the long-term patient benefit by improve patient survival? So through managing the acquired resistance, that including overcoming acquired resistance and the delay or even prevent acquired resistance. Particularly for the last part, we are particularly interested in how to delay and prevent acquired resistance to take early active intervention strategies. So we know the currently the mechanism including the target-dependent and target-independent mechanism. So my laboratory most focus on the target-independent mechanism. So for the past 7 years when we started, so what's the strategy we use? Because different from the many other laboratories who work on the drug resistance, they compare the difference between the sensitive and the resistant tumor, okay? But for my group, we take a different strategy. We just begin with the sensitive cells. So we ask how osimertinib work. And then we try to identify essential mechanisms that drive, that mediate therapeutic efficacy of this OC or other third generation TKI. So once the cell or tumor become resistant, so though the drug actually loses the ability to regulate this essential event. If through this strategy, if we can restore those essential events, basically we can make the cell resistant to the treatment. So, so the first the approach, we try to understand the science, then biology. Then based on the science, we try to develop mechanism or science-driven mechanism. So to do this, actually, to quickly to build our credit in the field, so we just use our previous prior knowledge or long knowledge, either developed from my group or from the literature. We quickly identify some target, like we work on the MET, MEC, CMYC, DES receptor. So we quickly got funding on those parts, like target DR4, target CMYC. And later on, we also use a strategy commonly used in the field, like RSeq, to identify a new target. So that's brought me another two new R1 last year. So the one just new R1 we received is about the targeting H30 and telomeres to manage acquired resistance. And this grant was funded in last April, and soon after we published our paper, we received this grant, we had our paper published in JAM, and also we had this clinical trial recently approved by the company, so we are now the TCN and RAM, we are working on this detailed clinical protocol. So basically, in the sensitive tumor from left side, you can see the OC treatment can inhibit CMYC mediate H30 expression that lead to the suppression of telomeres and the telomere. So eventually cause telomere dysfunction and cause DNA damage and then resulting in apoptosis. Once the tumor becomes resistant, they also lose such an effect. Instead, you can see there's a rebound elevation or activation of H30 and telomeres. So therefore, with the help of a telomerase inhibitor, then basically we can restore the cell response to the treatment. So another one I also founded last year is about PGC1 beta and the PPR gamma and lipid metabolism. So we found that those pathways similarly, this pathway was suppressed once tumor cell becomes resistant. This pathway has a rebound elevation. Therefore, with inhibitor like a PPR gamma inhibitor, you basically can restore the resistance cell to the response to the OC treatment. So beyond this strategy, we also use a screen or even accidental finding. Then after we find this strategy, we then go after the biology mechanism. So one example is the one we published last year in JCI. We accidentally found the DNA topoisomers 2 actually is critical for mediate therapeutic efficacy of osimertinib. So the rationale is that in the sensitive cells, if you treat with TKR like OC, you induce GSK3 dependent FER7 mediate degradation of TOP2 alpha that cause DNA damage, then eventually cause apoptosis. So once the cell become resistant, so they no more response to this modulation. Therefore, you need a help with using topoisomer inhibitor like etoposide and doxorubicin. So after we publish this paper, there are at least two clinical trials in China. They already recruit, totally they recruit more than 100 patients to test the combination of OC with low-dose etoposide and as a first-line treatment. So this slide just summarizes our work for the last 7 years. So you can see we have more than 20 publications. We have at least we have 4 R01 that target DR4, CMYC, and H30 and telomeres. And hopefully our finding can be translated to the clinical care of patients. So last I like to thank the people who actually did the actual work, and also like thank Ram and Tawfiq and Tiziana, who are currently my close clinical collaborate. And of course, I need to thank Fadlo again for everything you have done for me. And Fadlo always joked to other people without the Khuri. That's totally wrong. In reality, is without the Khuri, without the sun. Thank you very much for your support. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sun. Our next speaker is Dr. Jing Chen, the Janet Rowley Distinguished Service Professor of Medicine. Dr. Chen is the Director of Basic and Translational Science in the section of Hematology Oncology and the Associate Vice Chair for Translational Science in the Department of Medicine and the Director of the Cancer Metabolics Research Center. Dr. Chen also serves as the Associate Director for Translational Science for the University of Chicago Medicine Comprehensive Cancer Center.
Okay, I would like to congratulate Fadlo and thank Ram and the other organizers for giving me this nice opportunity to be part of this wonderful event. Fadlo has been a very inspiring mentor and a caring leader ever since he recruited me to Emory to start my first faculty appointment 20 years ago. I would like to go over some of our recent research interests. My lab mostly interested in the signaling understanding of cancer metabolism and nutrition. We are like focusing on the circulating blood chemicals, including the nutrients derived from the diet, and metabolites produced by the central nervous system, and also the gut microbiome. So this research stemmed from like our challenge, try to decipher the link between the diet and the cancer. So we all know that the mechanistic studies is very difficult because there's so many different kind of diets. And at the whole organism level, the human metabolism is too complicated. So we took one step back. We were thinking maybe we should focus on the circulating nutrients in the blood because they're relatively stable. Otherwise, they cannot be transported to the distal organs and the tissues. And on the other hand, this is try to simplify the question. So this is on the same page, like, so you probably can name like thousands of protein-rich diets, but after complete digestion, we're only facing 20 amino acids. So actually, we have a quite small library, around like 260 commercially available compounds, and we use that. This is a quite powerful library to do the multiple screens. So the first screen we did, we used like CD8 positive T cells, and we found like transaminasic acid can selectively promote CD8 positive T cell function. TVA is a very interesting fatty acid. So human actually can enrich TVA in the breast milk, but human body cannot produce TVA at all. I'm sure everybody here, like unless you are on strict vegan diet, you would have some TVA circulating in your system because most of the TVA in our body is from the dairy food and also beef and lamb. But interestingly, less than 20% of TVA can be further metabolized at whole organism level in mice and human. So that means 80% of TVA probably circulating has another purpose. This is our focus of the study. So we tested like TVA-enriched diet using the mouse models. We can find that the mice on the TVA-enriched diet, they have like slower tumor growth. But this observation is gone when we use the control diet containing like CVA, the cis vanillinic acid. So everything is the same, only the two hydrogen molecules on the double bond would be on the same side. And we can see that there would be like increased tumor infiltrating CD8 positive T cells. That's probably carry out the anti-tumor immunity activity. So to understand the mechanism, we collaborated with my best friend, Chuan He, in the chemistry department at U Chicago. We designed an integrated omics strategy. And using this strategy, we found out like GPCR probably is the potential target. And then before we did a complete like a knockout library using a library to knock out GPCR, so we were saying, let's try our luck, because there were only 6 reported like lipid binding GPCRs. So we were quite lucky that we found like GPR43, the last one, used to be a short-chain fatty acid binding GPCR, but now we know that TVA combine it and decreases activity. So here we use a conditional knockout mouse model to remove GPR43 in the CD8 positive T cells, and you can see that the TVA effects on anti-tumor immunity is gone. So to make a long story short, TVA actually binds to GPR43, function as an antagonist because GPR43 binds GFI and leading to decrease the production of CMP. So then using TVA, we can relieve this inhibition and then revive the production of CMP leading to the CRAB activation and then the T cell function improved. So here we collaborated with some physician scientists. We can see that in lymphoma patients, okay, receiving the CAR T treatment, so the patients responded to the therapy. Actually, they have higher circulating serum TVA compared with non-responders. Then we were quite interested in why TVA can be enriched in human breast milk. So we know that the maternal nutrition actually can influence the neonatal immunity and also have like adult imprinting effects. So this is quite interesting because there are so many different components in the human breast milk. Although we know several of them, like antibodies, cytokines, and microbiota, they are like really important for the neonatal immunity development. But many like components considered as traditional nutrients, like fatty acid, vitamins, so whether they would have direct effects on immune cells, nobody knows. So this is what we're trying to do. So initially, we worked with pediatricians on campus. So we got matched, like human breast milk from mothers, and then the blood out samples from the the babies. And we can see like the TVA level in the breast milk correlates with the TVA level in the serum. And then we try to reconstitute this observation in the mouse model. So we fed the pregnant mothers, the mouse mothers, with TVA-enriched food. Then we can see like in the middle panel, you can see like TVA can be accumulated in the breast milk from the mothers. And then the right panel shows like the pups on the TVA-enriched breast milk. They also have increased the TVA level in their serum. So the single-cell RNA-seq analysis showed like those pups with TVA, they have improved the T-cell development with many subpopulation of T-cells actually improved, enhanced, sorry. Then to understand whether this change would have physiological importance, so we challenged those pups with influenza virus. So those control pups on the right, when they receive the influenza virus, they will have lung infection and they will die. But the pups on the TVA-enriched breast milk, actually they show better survival and resistance to the influenza virus challenge. And then we look closely, we can see like on the left, you can see like the viral load in the lung actually started decreasing since day 7, pretty early. And then on the right, we show like using the markers to show the damage of the lung actually reduced by the TVA-enriched milk. And then we have tons of like flow data to show you that actually the pups on the TVA-enriched milk, they responded to the virus pretty early. See by day 7, they already have like lung infiltrating CD4 positive T cells and CD8 positive T cells improved. So that's why they have much better anti-viral immunity development. We also tested whether like adult mice, after weaning, we don't give them TVA anymore. And then when they get to adulthood, whether they still retain this improved immunity against the viral infection. Actually, we saw here, like, the TVA-enriched milk, it does have like adult imprinting effects to improve the immunity against the viral infection. We actually have just completed the experiment to show the anti-tumor imprinting effects is also true. So again, to make a long story short, we actually, figure out the mechanism is quite unique. So for like neonatal T-cell development, we show that TVA-enriched the milk actually can boost up the CD4 positive population and then move the immunity development early. And also there is a Th1 shift for the neonatal T-cell development, because it's well known that the neonatal T-cell development, they are Th2 heavy, because for Th2 to produce IL-4 for the B-cell training, for the adaptive immunity development. But here we can show that TVA can move like this differentiation shift to Th1 for better innate immunity to fight back the viral infection. And we also have the clinical data to show like the babies, the preterm babies with BPD, that's a inflammatory disease related to infection. Actually, the incidence would be decreased, correlate with high TVA in the serum concentration. Here, I want to say like this approach is quite powerful because now we can build like a different library, to test more ideas. So the first one, we actually made a library to include all the stress-related circulating cytokines, growth factors, and we wanted to know what they can do to like immune cells. And we found that oxytocin has female-specific effects on the NK cell activation. We also screened out a microbiome metabolite PABA that it can shape the landscaping of the tumor-associated macrophages. Very interesting finding. And we can expand this to other biological processes. In the aging-based project, we found a dietary supplement, 1-sulfate. Actually, it's a senolytic, and it can extend the lifespan and then mediates the aging-related phenotype in the mouse models. So I would like to thank people in my lab, current and former, and also many collaborators at U Chicago and Emory. I would like to put an advertisement for our cancer metabolomics research center. So I have learned from Fadlo. We focus on the talented junior faculty recruitment. We recruited 4 people to cover the underdeveloped fields, areas in our field. So like Brandon Forbad from diabetes, from Southwestern Medical Center, and then he focused on the isotope tracing. And then Simon Struer from Craig Thompson's lab, Sloan Kettering, focusing on tumor microenvironment and fibroblast metabolism. And then June Park from Arlene Sharp's lab at Harvard, working on the microbiome and response to immunotherapy. So Janae Rabbani, actually, we recruited him from McGill University, from Lawrence Kazak's lab. He has unique expertise on whole organism level metabolism and cachexia. He actually got his master's degree in chemistry from AUB in 2012. So we still have 1 position open. If you're interested or your trainee interested, contact me. And then we also developed our own metabolomics core facility, very powerful and directed by Hadiq Shah. So if you have samples, you can send our way. I feel this presentation will not be complete without remembering Dr. Hannah Khuri. Hannah and Fadlo have been the 2 most important mentors in my career development. My 2 elder Lebanese brothers have been taking care of me for such a long time and take me this far. Thank you, Fadlo, and rest in peace, bro, in heaven. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. I'm happy to invite Professor Ali Bazarbashi. Professor Bazarbashi is Professor of Medicine at AUB and founding director of the Bone Marrow Transplantation Program at the AUB Medical Center. He's the chairman of the EBMT Lymphoma Working Party and the chairman of the NCCN Lymphoma Group for MENA. Bazarbashi.
Thank you, Rehab. Good morning, everybody. I feel extremely proud and privileged to be part of this prestigious gathering honoring our president, Dr. Fadlo Khuri. My bond with Fadlo began in the mid-1990s and strengthened over the years. From the first encounter, I saw a leader who listens with empathy and thinks several steps ahead. Over the decades, our friendship has deepened as I have watched his quiet wisdom and fearless vision steer AUBMC through wars and hardship, always pushing the institution to innovate rather than merely endure. I remain proud and grateful to stand alongside him on that journey. My presentation today exemplifies a comprehensive approach to a particular disease, from basic to translational to clinical research, a way of doing research that I proudly share with Fadlo. So I will be talking about adult T-cell leukemia from the bench to the bedside. So ATL is a disease that is secondary to chronic infection with the HTLV1 retrovirus. This virus infects 10 to 20 million individuals worldwide, and 5% of infected people will develop adult T-cell leukemia lymphoma, usually after several decades. This disease is classified into indolent form, chronic and smoldering, and aggressive forms, acute and lymphoma subtypes. Unfortunately, ATL has a dismal prognosis. You can see on this slide overall survival of ATL in Japanese registry. On your left-hand side, 1992, and on your right-hand side, 2015. So obviously, after 3 decades, overall survival has not improved. This is a busy slide, so I will not go through it, just to illustrate that chemotherapy protocols have failed to cure ATL. Even what is considered in Japan as standard of care results in a median survival of 10 months and 4-year survival below 10%. Addition of monoclonal antibodies like mogamulizumab did not affect PFS. So because of the high burden of somatic mutation, if we're not able to directly target the leukemic cells with chemotherapy or small molecules or monoclonals, so what else can we target? We can target antiviral immunity, for example, through allogeneic bone marrow transplant, as well as targeting viral replication and viral oncoprotein. So 2 words on transplantation. So you can see here the Japanese nationwide study and our study in the AUBMC registry showing that it is potentially curative to 1/3 of transplanted patients. Unfortunately, less than 10% of ATL patients will make it to transplant. A major advance in ATL therapy was reported initially, the initial results in the New England Journal of Medicine in 1995 using the combination of zidovudine and interferon alpha-2 antiviral drugs. So that was reported by the group of Parkesh-Gill as well as our group. And then later on in 2010, we published a worldwide meta-analysis on more than 250 patients treated with antiviral therapy. And to summarize the results, you have on your upper right, 5-year survival increasing from 14% for patients treated with chemotherapy alone to 46% for patients treated with antiviral therapy alone without any chemotherapy. And the subgroup that benefited most were the indolent form of the disease, where we had 100% survival, as well as the subgroup of acute ATL who achieved complete remission with AZT interferon, and these results were confirmed in multivariate analysis. So AZT interferon prolonged survival. It was a major advance. However, this is not a curative treatment. If you stop treatment, patients will relapse, and therefore we pursued targeting antiviral oncoprotein, and HTLV1 has a very powerful oncoprotein called TAX, and actually TAX induces cellular reprogramming of, reprogramming of the cellular machinery in transformed cells, activating transcription factors such as NF-kappa B, blocking apoptosis, interfering with DNA repair, and inducing epigenetic changes. So first, to understand how a very small 40 kilodalton protein can do all these cellular effects. To make a long story short, through multiple publications in Blood and Oncogene, what we showed is that tax is subjected to post-transcriptional modifications with ubiquitination, summoylation, and these will regulate cellular localization and the diversity of its biological function. For example, K63 ubiquitination will target tax to the centrosome where it activates NF-kappa B. Summoylation will target tax to nuclear bodies where it activates transcription. So then we developed a tax transgenic Drosophila model confirming the powerful oncoprotein or oncogenic potential of tax in vivo, not only in vitro, and demonstrating in this model that tax-induced transformation is dependent on the NF-kappa B transcription factor and the PRC2 polycomb complex. The problem was that the paradigm over 3 decades in the community was that the virus and tax were important to initiate transformation, but that once the leukemic phenotype is established, tax expression is lost, and that the leukemia becomes HTLV1 independent and tax independent. Well, we demonstrated that this is not true using a highly sensitive single-cell tax protein expression technique. We demonstrated that primary cells from ATL patient express very low level of tax protein, and importantly, they depend entirely on tax expression for their survival. You have 0% ATL survival when you suppress tax expression. So that was extremely important, and we also demonstrated that interleukin-10, which is an immunosuppressive cytokine, plays a critical role in the survival of primary ATL cell, whereby when you shut down IL-10, when you shut down tax expression, you don't have IL-10 anymore, and conversely, recombinant IL-10 can overcome the detrimental effect of tax silencing on ATL cell survival. So now we have very good targets. And how can we target the tax oncoprotein? So again, to summarize several publications in Blood, what we demonstrated that arsenic trioxide synergizes with interferon alpha to induce tax degradation by the proteasome, and this results in cell cycle arrest and apoptosis, suppression, shutdown of NF-kappa B, and this is very specific to ATL cells. And actually, we dissected the biochemical pathways of this oncoprotein degradation by arsenic interferon of tax, and funnily enough, it is very similar to the proteasomal degradation of PML RAR alpha by arsenic in acute promyelocytic leukemia. It involves summoylation of tax in PML nuclear bodies, ubiquitination by RNF4, and proteasomal degradation. So then we moved to a preclinical model of murine ATL derived from tax transgenic, and that was published in JXMed. And as you can see, single agent arsenic or interferon in green and yellow can double the survival of the mice, but are not curative, but that the combination can cure 40% or 80% of treated mice, depending on whether you give 1 cycle or 2 cycles of treatment. And using serial transplantation assays in these mice, we demonstrated that this curative effect is through targeting the ATL stemness what we call leukemia-initiating cells or ATL stem cells following tax degradation by the proteasome. So in addition to this effect of the treatment on the leukemic cells through tax degradation, we demonstrated an effect on on innate immunity, whereby natural killer cells and macrophages play a critical role in arsenic interferon-mediated suppression of the ATL-LIC activity and cure of murine ATL. And in that model, here also critical role of interleukin-10, so similar to the cells, to the primary cells. When we treat with arsenic interferon, you have a sharp decrease in IL-10 production. Recombinant IL-10 will rescue the ATL stem cells in the mice and the leukemic growth, and IL-10 monoclonal antibodies can abrogate ATL-LIC activity similar to arsenic interferon. And actually, when combining arsenic interferon with anti-IL-10, we have a synergistic effect on the cure and on eradication of ATL-LIC activity. So then moving to clinical trial, with the triple combination of arsenic interferon AZT in 10 patients with ATL, you have we had 100% response rate, including 70% complete remission rate. You can see the skin lesions rapidly disappearing. And importantly, in that model, in that trial, similar to the mouse model, we could stop treatment and have long-term disease control, contrary to AZT interferon alone, suggesting that we are also targeting in patients, like in mice, the ATL stem cell or leukemia-initiating cell activity. And again, similar to the results in mice, in patients also, we had high level of interleukin-10 at baseline and an immunosuppressive profile. And with the treatment, you have shutdown of IL-10, induction of interferon gamma and interleukin-2, and restoration of an immunocompetent profile. So these are the guidelines for ATL therapy that we publish in How I Treat ATL in Blood, and that were adopted by the NCCN guidelines. And I was asked to write the first draft of ATL guidelines for the NCCN guidelines. And this is my last data slide. So basically, to summarize this work, we have revisited ATL pathophysiology, establishing a critical role of the low level of tax expression, interleukin-10, and viral replication. And you can see that these are targeted therapy with arsenic interferon, allotransplant, AZT interferon, and anti-IL-10. And finally, I would like to thank those who did this work at the American University of Beirut, as well as a long list of collaborators all over the world. Thank you for your attention.
Our next speaker is Dr. Asad Aid, who is the Associate Dean for Research and Graduate Education and Chair of the Department of Anatomy, Cell Biology, and Physiological Sciences at the American University of Beirut, Faculty of Medicine. Asad.
Congratulations, Dr. Khuri. I want to also thank the organizing committee for inviting me to give this talk. I have nothing to disclose except one thing. You cannot imagine in how many ways you influenced my career at AUB. During the last 10 years, you really was a very strong support system. Not only you taught me a lot about leadership, but I think your tap on the back, if I do something good, is to have more work. I'm gonna tell a small story that inspired all the work that you're gonna see today. All of the work is not published, it's unpublished data, but it was influenced by a phone call that I received one night. I was watching TV and President Khuri was calling me. And we have a topic related to diabetes-associated cancer. It's all about microbiota, because when he came to AUB, I work a lot of mTOR, so I approached him to have his opinion about mTOR, the role of microbiota. And we were discussing over the phone, and suddenly we start talking about weight loss in patients with diabetes and weight loss in patients with cancers that developed cachexia. And suddenly I found myself writing a chapter, I don't know anything about cancer and cancer cachexia, in the cancer medicine book that he was editing at that time, and with the help of Rachel, who was the master of ceremony, and he put us in contact with Dr. David Thomas, who is a leader in that domain, but I found myself really working on cachexia and learning a lot about cachexia. And when the president asks you to write a chapter in a book, you have to read a lot. And from our reading, really, we were inspired to work on the molecules that are involved in cachexia, the signaling pathway, and it's really, it became a very beautiful story that already won 2 kidney stars at the American Society of Nephrology, the first prize in the International Podocyte meeting, and we submitted to grant. And really, not only in terms of leadership, administration, you also influence our work in the lab. Thank you for that, President Khuri. So the talk will be about the GDF15 overview, the role of GDF15 in cancer, the cancer-diabetes interface that Ghada Flayhan talked about a bit, that I will develop further, how we correlated GDF15 and put it in the context of diabetes, and more importantly, how we connected GDF15 to the interface between diabetes and cancer, and with a small conclusion. So GDF15, also known as the macrophage inhibiting cytokine 1, is a member of the TGF-beta family. Normally, it is barely expressed in somatic tissues. However, under stress, its levels increase. And it has been shown through several publications that it plays a role in obesity, especially in cancer, a lot of study, but also in cardiovascular diseases. In many tumors, GDF15 is part of the stress response that is observed in lung, colorectal cancer, pancreatic cancer, bladder, and prostate cancer. However, you don't see renal cancer, and our work is a lot on the kidneys. Also, in the tumor microenvironment, its function as immunosuppressive factors. It reduces T-cell infiltration, it suppresses dendritic cell activation, and it promotes tumor-supportive M2 macrophage. Clinically, all the study, even all the trials, are about the role of GDF15 as driver of cancer cachexia. However, also at the molecular level, it works through either a SMAD pathway or a non-SMAD pathway to promote epithelial mesenchymal transition and to enhance tumor cell survival and invasion. Yet we digged further into the literature. Yeah, it's increased, but a lot of contradictory literature from the old time. I'm writing a book chapter. I remind you of that. So I have to be informed about everything. So there is a dual role of GDF15. An early acute response that really is protective. And with time, with the increase of its level, it becomes playing a pathological role. And that is in cancer. And when you go through some of the clinical trial, it's really considered as a prognostic biomarkers for cancer, but also a lot of trials. I'm summarizing in one of the tables here, the role of GDF15 as a therapeutic target in cancer. So when we were writing the chapters, we discussed a lot about David Thomas, and he told us that there is this company, AUB Oncology, that developed a anti-GDF15 neutralizing antibody. Why we don't contact them and convince them, because they are really in phase 1B trials to give us the drug to test it in our diabetic kidney disease model. We did that, and the company approved to partner with us and really test the drugs in our model. Let me just stop a bit and tell you about diabetes and cancer. What is the association? We all know the conventional complication of diabetes. We know that there is macrovascular complication, and diabetes by itself is not a painful disease unless you are diagnosed with the complications. And a lot of work has been done on these micro and macrovascular complications. Therefore, the life expectancy of patients with diabetes or individual diagnosed with diabetes is increasing. But with time, we found out that there is something called emerging complication of diabetes, or what we call unconventional complication of diabetes. And part of these unconventional complication of diabetes is two major work that we are doing in the lab is really cancer and type 3 diabetes. And for those who never heard about the type 3 diabetes, it's what we call Alzheimer's disease. We now think that insulin resistance in the brain is a major player in Alzheimer's disease. And our group is part of the people that is working on that topic alongside with what we do in cancer. So we wanted to see, our question were, can GDF15 predict cancer morbidity and mortality in patients with type 2 diabetes? So we dig the literature, and we found fewer papers that can be summarized into the two graphs that you see in front of you, that higher circulating of GDF15 strongly predicts cancer incidence and cancer-related deaths in type 2 diabetic patients. Also, cancer-specific mortality escalates sharply with higher GDF15. The second question, is GDF15 linked to cancer incidence in type 2 diabetes? Yes. Patients in the highest GDF15 level, as you can see on the graph here, had the lowest cancer-free survival. From our work on diabetes and its associated complication, we always found out that we have three major changes that occur in diabetes. You have an increase in oxidative stress, and that was a paper published in Nature in 2001, where a lot of people described and summarized in that Nature review that the final common pathway about complication of diabetes can be in the change of reactive oxygen species. Even though people start to target reactive oxygen species, however, bardoxolone was used as a treatment for CKD stage 4. It failed because it inhibits all reactive oxygen species, so it wasn't good. So you have to compartmentalize to see what are the sources, the specific sources of reactive oxygen species that change in an organ-specific manner and even a cellular-specific manner. So what type of reactive oxygen species can link diabetes to cancer? The second one is really about inflammatory pathways. So taking these together, we wanted to see how GDF15 play a role in diabetes. We dig the literature. Now it's not anymore the book chapter. Now we wanted to make the president proud of us in the lab. And we found out that really there is a contradictory effect of GDF15 in diabetes. However, all the paper that was talking about GDF15 did not really tackle the dual role of GDF15. I mean, at the early stage, it can be beneficial, and that later stage, it can be pathological or causing disease. So our hypothesis is that really, when we have cardiovascular complications that are associated with diabetes, GDF15 can play a role in that, but however, it's gonna be a dependent role, a biphasic role. So it's early stage versus late stage. We took two major organs that we have expertise to work on, which are the kidney and the heart. And before we do that, GDF15 was found in cancer, and we're saying that cancer and diabetes should have ROS as a common pathway. So what happened to ROS in cancer? As you can see here, these are publications that I was involved when I was training in the States in the lab of Dr. Hanna Aboud, where we found out really that when you culture normal kidney cells and when you culture renal cell carcinoma cells, there is an increase in the ROS production, as you see here in the DCF figures. Then this ROS production is majorly due to what we call NADPH oxidase. This is a family of, oxidative stress producer, superoxide production proteins that their main role is really to produce superoxide. And there is the P22 FOX that you see here at the slide, which is a common subunit of all the 7 subunits that constitute the NADPH oxidases. And all of these were increased in cancer. More importantly, we wanted to see what will happen if we inhibit the NADPH oxidase. So we used DPI, which used to be thought as, at that time, a specific inhibitors of the NADPH oxidases. And as you see, you reduce NADPH oxidase superion production while reducing tumor size. We went into human tissue models, and we saw really that even in renal cell carcinoma tissues, we can find that the P22 FOX subunit is increased, and this was associated with tumor progression. But what we did is we went back and we asked our colleagues that are still working in the lab there to run for us one experiment, is to measure the level of GDF15 in those samples. And as you can see here, GDF15 levels in the tumor were increased. So really the proof of concept that at late stage GDF15 is increased in cancer. But what happens in diabetes? This was the work of Rachel when she was finishing her thesis in my lab, and President Khuri also served as the chair of the thesis committee at that time. So we have a collection of blood from patients that are controlled, type 2 diabetic, or type 2 diabetic patients that have diabetic kidney disease, and type 2 diabetic patients that have cardiovascular diseases. And as you can see here, GDF15 is increased, circulating GDF15 is increased in all of these samples. Then we move to the animal study. And this is where we teamed up with Aveo. And this is what I'm showing you is the work of Amani. So we took control mice and we injected them with 2 doses of GDF15. These doses were calculated based on the trials they were conducting. And as you can see, we used 7.5 milligram per kilogram and 20 milligram per kilogram, and we injected the control and the diabetic animal with the GDF15 inhibition. First experiment is to prove that our doses were working, and as you can see here in the 2 figure, whether we take the kidney or we take the left ventricle of the heart, GDF15 inhibitors decrease GDF15 accumulation in the kidneys or the left ventricle. But more importantly, what happened at the level of the function of the kidney? As you can see here, urine albumin excretion, urine albumin to creatinine ratio, BUN, and proteinuria, all were kept normal in the control animal. However, with the inhibition of GDF15 using AV380, they were decreased. But the beauty of these data is not that we were expecting a decrease, but the beauty of these data that the decrease that we saw is independent of restoring glucose level. Means there was no lowering of glucose that can be the major effect of these changes. We performed echo on the heart of these animals, and as you can see here, when you have type 2 diabetes, there is a decrease in the ejection fraction and fraction shortening, and these were corrected to a certain extent when you inhibit GDF15. And also, we measured the level of troponin that were reduced by the use of GDF15. That's, functioning. What happened histologically to these tissues? We did HND staining and PAS staining to the kidney and the left ventricle, and as you can see here, glomerulosclerotic index and fibrosis, as well as change in sclerosis and fibrosis in the heart, were all restored to values that are near normal levels in the mice, in the diabetic mice treated with GDF15. And we digged further. What is happening at the level of the glomeruli? And in the glomeruli, there is this podosin and nephrin that constitute really 2 proteins that are specific for the kidney. And when these levels are decreased, means there is injury, there is a loss of the filtration membrane. And that's what you see here on the type 2 diabetic animals. And this was stopped, meaning we're not restoring GDF, we're not restoring podocyte, but we're blocking the loss of podocyte with the evolvement of the disease. As I told you, the 2 major things that we were looking at are reactive oxygen species and inflammatory pathways. So as you can see here, in in the mice with type 2 diabetes, you have an increase in reactive oxygen species production. This was associated with an increase in the NADPH oxidase activity, and especially the NOx4 subunit that is called RENOx. And that was also observed in the left ventricle of these mice. We digged further, and as you can see here, GDF15 inhibition attenuated also type 2 diabetes induced inflammatory markers, like you can see here, the TNF-alpha, the interleukin 12, and the interleukin-1 beta, and these are really shown to be playing a role in cardiovascular disease, and this was also replicated in the left ventricle of these mice. The new now thing is not only about macrophage infiltration and about really changing in the interleukin and cytokines profile. It's really the shift in macrophage polarization, whether to the M1 or to the M2. And as you saw, GDF15 really conserved the M2 in cancer. But what's happening to this balance between M1 and M2 in the kidney tissue and the heart tissue? As you can see here, the M1 marker that are pro-inflammatory marker are increased in diabetes, and they were restored to levels that are near normal levels when you treat with the GDF15 inhibitors AV380, while the M2 markers, which are anti-inflammatory markers, are really, activated with the use of GDF15 inhibitors. Now, we did one slide, one experiment for the Festschrift to really see what is the connection really between diabetes and cancer, and GDF15 is present there. And this is a study. It's not about renal cell carcinoma. These are, mice that have colorectal cancer. However, they show some injury in the kidneys despite of having some colorectal cancer. And you can see here these experiments were done by Amani and Sara Al-Moussawi, that GDF15 levels are increased in these mice. To sum up, really, we know that GDF15 could play a role in diabetes. It's playing a role in cancer. It can be a common signaling pathway between the two, leading to injury that we are seeing. But more importantly, now we're talking to Pfizer because also they developed the same drug as the AV380, and to test it on our model, we're developing specific knockout animals to test that, and we're planning to breed them with specific knockout that are, lacking the macrophage or the reactive oxygen species. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Aid. Our next speaker is Dr. Margaret Sherinian, who is a tenured associate professor in the Department of Experimental Pathology, Immunology and Microbiology at the Faculty of Medicine, AUB.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to present today at Dr. Khuri's Festschrift. And I will be talking today about an enzyme called TET, and how, by using fruit flies, we are able to understand the mechanisms that makes us informed about the biology of glioblastoma. So, glioblastoma remain largely the most aggressive primary brain tumors, not because of the uncontrolled growth of tumor cells, but largely because of the ability of these cells to travel into the healthy tissues. So what these tumor cells do is that they carve their own path, like the roots of a tree, into the healthy tissues to sustain their survival and health. And this makes actually a complete resection of the tumor as well as therapy almost impossible. So how can we understand this mechanism better? Epigenetic regulation is very central to this process. And in the recent years, TET proteins, which are DNA demethylases, have been shown to play an important role in GBM. As you could see here in this image, all TETs that are found in human, TET1, TET2, TET3, are upregulated in glioblastoma patients. However, TET does not occur as a sole mutation by itself, and usually it is accompanied by other oncogenic proteins, such as the lysine 27M mutants. However, what was intriguing for us is the constant upregulation of TET proteins that we see in GBM patients. During brain development, chromatin state is a key regulator of cell fate. At the start of neurogenesis, as you can see here, the chromatin usually is an open state due to the function of this demethylase that removes methyl groups from the DNA so that it allows for the characterization and the proliferation and the differentiation of glial and neuronal cells. And this process by itself will enable the plasticity of the brain. At later stages throughout the development, the TET works in a different way. So it basically fine-tunes the areas in the genome where it has to be activated and restricts the activation of genes in other areas. At the end of development of the brain, while these mature neurons and glial cells have formed, there is a heavy wave of methylation that takes place by molecular writers, we call them DNMTs, that will methylate the DNA and basically lock these cells into place in their function. To understand how this regulation of TET, as we have seen in GBM, will better in our lab. So we have turned into a very tractable model system, which is Drosophila melanogaster. Why did we use the fruit flies? We used the fruit flies because of it allows us to dissect basic fundamental mechanisms, and most importantly, these mechanisms are highly conserved. So as you see on the left side is a human TET3, which is very close to Drosophila TET. And a former postdoc in the lab, Dr. Felice Frey, asked the question, what happens if we generate different knockout alleles of TET? So using different genetic techniques, Felice has removed TET from the fly genome, and what she could see is that most of the alleles that she generated were lethal. Flies could not survive. They die at early throughout development. However, one allele that she produced had some escaper flies that were able to hatch, but they survived only for 24 hours, and they were dead after that. But Felice decided to look closely into these surviving flies, and as you see here in this movie, these flies have clear motor dysfunction. They are not able to move, and when they are flipped on the side, they are not able to righten themselves. So clearly, TET is important for survival and motor function. A former PhD student in the lab, Joy Ismail, wanted to go earlier in development after seeing the phenotype in the adult flies, so she dissected the brains from the larva. So as you see on the top figure, what she did is that this time she did not knock out TET, but she knocked it down in special cells. We call them midline glial cells that are on that cartoon. So what happened when Joy did that is that she could see that the axons were not able to cross the glial cells that they usually do in a horizontal manner. Malak Klet, who is a current PhD candidate in the lab, decided to dig deeper into this process and knock down TET in all differentiated glial cells. And what she has seen is that once she did that, there is an increase in the proliferation of this nice nuclear glial cells. And this tells us that what we are seeing, what TET is doing, has a very broad function in glial cell regulation. To model the TET dysregulation observed in GBM patients, specifically in its overexpression, so Malak expressed Drosophila TET in the fly brains, and what she saw is that image that you see on the left side. So she saw that the glial cells has reduced in size, but what was majorly changed here that she saw is this elongation of the ventral nerve cord. This elongation is a failure in a normal developmental process that takes place in the brain in order to structure the brain and to make it physically right. So what is also interesting in this phenotype that it was 100% penetrant. So every single brain that Malak has dissected had this elongated VNC and has had this failure in this important developmental process, which is failure in the condensation of the VNC. To understand what drives this phenotype more, we performed bulk RNA sequencing, so transcriptomic analysis on these elongated VNCs. And what we have seen a lot of genes that were up and down regulated, but what caught our attention, those 3 important genes that are important for extracellular matrix remodeling. These are TIMP, which is a tissue inhibitor for metalloproteinases, CONTIKI, and MFAS. CONTIKI, in addition of being important gene in regulating the extracellular matrix, it's also important for the differentiation of glial cells. So Malak went digging into the literature. And surprisingly, what she has found, only 2 reports that had the same phenotype of VNC elongation that we saw. And those were those genes that we have picked up from the bulk RNA sequencing data. When they were overexpressed, TIMP, integrins, MMPs, and CONTIKI, in the glial cells, differentiated glial cells, which are mostly cortical glial cells. In that cartoon, it's the green cells that basically form the glial niche in the brain. She saw this elongated phenotype exactly the same way as we saw in DTET. This tells us that what we saw is not random. So basically what TET is doing, it's hitting on important molecular switches that are very crucial for brain development and for the VNC condensation. What makes this even more striking is how specific this phenotype is. If we go further down in development and try to express DTET in the progenitor cells or the stem cells, which are the gray and the blue one, the phenotype disappears. It's only when we express them in these cortical glial cells in the brain that we saw this elongated VNC. So that means that these cortical glial cells are the gatekeepers of the glial niche. Let's zoom in into these cortical glial cells using single-cell RNA sequencing. And as you could see in the top, that DTET expression in the brain is quite ubiquitous. It's in different cell types in the brain. However, I want you please to focus on the green circle that you see at the bottom. These are rapid-positive cortical glial cells. And what we see, which is interesting, that those genes that are important for ECM regulation only light up in these cortical glial cells. So this kind of explains the molecular data that we have seen earlier as well. Next, we wanted to see if there is any direct molecular connection. So the chip sequencing data showed us that actually DTET binds to the promoter of TIMP, as you can see in the peak on that box that I'm showing here. So this provides a direct mechanistic link between glial cell niche destabilization, ECM genes deregulation, and VNC condensation failure. Strikingly, when we analyzed human GBM data, we show the same pattern. There is a convergence of these mechanisms that we are seeing. So if we compare the fly glial TET overexpression cells with GBM patient data sets, we can see there are genes that are upregulated and downregulated. But however, what is important that this important ECM regulators such as TIMP1, TIMP2, and TIMP3, CONTIKI, and FAS are also conserved. So there is some kind of conserved mechanism that is taking place here. And what we're observing in flies, we also can indicate it in this GBM patient. So our work brings us a full circle from the fly VNC to human glioblastoma. So this is the model and the hypothesis that I want to put forward. So DTET, I showed you that DTET deregulation in the glial cell, DTET deregulation in the glial cell affects glial cell destabilization through deregulating the ECM modulating genes, the ones that I have described before. And this deregulation in the extracellular matrix causes, or the remodeling of the extracellular matrix causes increased brain rigidity. So we want to put this hypothesis forward, and that this will cause increased GBM invasiveness. There has been recent paper where they have shown that in 3D cell culture system, tumor cells, when they are grown there, they are stiffer. And this is due to the increased expression of these ECM genes. And not only that, but neurosurgeons also anecdotally reported that when they remove GBM tumors, it's much stiffer than the surrounding parenchyma. So the physics of the brain is very important to understand. So we think that the stiffer the ECM is, the harder it will be for the immune cell surveillance, for example, and other things to take place. So maybe TET has a role there, and we are exploring this further. So if TET and ECM remodeling are so deeply connected, how can we exploit this therapeutically? So in our lab, we have developed a screening pipeline for Drosophila drug screening. But in this model, in this pipeline, we have used another GBM model, which are the histone 3.3 lysine 27M mutations. We have published this paper in Molecular Cell 2 years ago. And from this paper, we have picked a couple of candidate compounds that could act based on the data that we obtained from there. So we basically, taking this data from our paper, we have curated and developed specific libraries of 154 compounds that were selected based as well in their blood-brain barrier crossing and other factors. These include histone deacetylases, methyltransferases, and etc. So far we have screened 40 compounds, and we are lucky by compound number 40, and if you want to know more about it, you can ask Royal Darzi, who is here, who's working on this. He's a Med3 student. And we are continuing more in this screening. We will validate this in other systems and continue our compound screening until we finalize them all. So today I just briefed you with one of the projects that are running in the lab. It has been keeping us busy for some time, so we're all excited about this data. But we have other projects that are related to oncogenes and epigenetics in the brain, such as histone mutants and oncogenes. And I encourage you to see the poster of Dr. Sarah Mantash, who is a postdoc in the lab, and she's going to present that in a poster session. We have other projects as well. Recently, we have started to look into epigenetic inheritance, which is due to blast exposure, and how can that go from one generation to the other, based on the Beirut port explosion. So this is a project that we're collaborating with the engineering faculty, engineering as well. I would like to thank all the students who took part in this project that I mentioned. There are many students and alumni, but because of the time limitation, I couldn't include all. So the students who work on the TET in the brains and epigenetic drug screening, and collaborators who were involved in this project, and FM core facilities. And at the end, I would like to say a word, if the time allows, to Dr. Fadlo Khuri. I would like to thank you for your support, and mostly for your passion for fundamental and basic research, which is very contagious. And I actually also, that deepened my belief that the science and research is a calling, and it's not a job. And the only outcome that comes from it is the knowledge that we produce. I also want to mention that Dr. Fadlo Khuri also established the AUB Next Generation Leadership Academy, which many faculty, I'm sure some are in it today, I'm part of it, is also to make the faculty and the community in AUB grow, and most importantly, to create a community that has important values and principles that aligns with Dr. Fadlo Khuri's values and principles and the mission of AUB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shirinia. Our next speaker is Dr. Ben Iskandar, professor of neurosurgery at the University of Wisconsin, vice chair of the board of directors of the American Board of Pediatric Neurological Surgery, and the chair of the CNS section on pediatric neurosurgery. The floor is yours.
Good day. Thank you for staying this long. I very much appreciate the invitation to speak. As a pediatric neurosurgeon and clinician investigator, the effectiveness of folic acid in reducing neurotube defects has led me to wonder whether the mechanism of embryonic growth of the spinal cord is shared with the adult spinal cord that is injured and requires repair. To that end, we looked at several models of CNS regeneration, and here I'll present one of them, the spinal cord. The dorsal columns are transected, and a sciatic nerve graft is implanted at the transection site to allow axons to grow through the graft. When we give folic acid, we found that there's a 10-fold increase in regeneration of these axons. But more important, or as importantly, there's a biphasic response. So the more folic acid you give, the more axon regeneration occurs until a certain optimum, 80 micrograms per kilo, after which the effect goes way back down to baseline. We haven't identified toxicity yet, but we haven't gone to high enough doses. In order to look at the mechanism, we decided to perform a sequential analysis of the biochemical pathway. So imagine this is a cell membrane with folate receptors implanted in it. When we found when we injure the spinal cord, those receptors are upregulated, presumably to allow more folic acid to enter the cell. That gets you into the folate pathway where it gets activated, go through several enzymes. So we targeted several of these major enzymes, and when we inhibited them, we found that axon regeneration was significantly decreased or eliminated. And when we activated this final enzyme, which happens to be the DNA methyltransferase that Margaret just talked about, we actually improved regeneration even independently from folic acid. Now, when you look at the function of the folate pathway, it has three main ones: DNA and RNA synthesis here on the left, and methylation. So the folate pathway is the only methylating pathway in the body, with probably an exception in the liver. The other thing about DNA methylation is that it can be inherited. So this is the biphasic response curve I showed you with the phenotype with spinal cord regeneration. When we looked at DNA methylation globally in the spinal cord, we found that there's an identical proportional curve with the same optimum at 80 micrograms per kilo. And we looked at the de novo DNA methyltransferases, we found the same effect. There's a biphasic curve in the de novo methyltransferases, but not in the in DNMT1, which is a maintenance DNMT. So, like I said, folate is the only methylating pathway in the body, and DNA methylation can be inherited. So, there have been human evidence that show transgenerational epigenetic inheritance of harmful traits. These are studies from Sweden and from Holland that showed that either famine or decreased decreased food supply in grandparents can cause the grandchildren and great-grandchildren to have harmful effects: obesity, diabetes, heart disease, and early death. Experimental evidence from Washington State showed that an androgen disruptor can create, when given to a pregnant female, can create infertility in 4 generations of male progeny. And similarly, when you give compounds that are toxic in the environment, such as dioxin and jet fuel, you create reproductive damage in 4 generations of female progeny. So the question is, does the folate intervention that we're giving give transgenerational responses? But before I go there, I'd like to introduce to you the concept of transgenerational inheritance. This is a pregnant female. If we give a drug to her, that's F0, the drug will also directly affect F1, the embryo, and F2, the gamete, which means that in order to call something transgenerational, it has to go to F3. So this is what we found, is that, in fact, when you give folic acid to the F0 animal, both F1 and F2 regenerate much better after injury, even though they themselves are not treated. But importantly is when we go down generations, it goes all the way to the F6 generation, which means that you give a drug to F0, folic acid, and then you take an F5 or F6 animal that's not been treated, injure the spinal cord regenerates much better. So In order to confirm that, we decided to look at a variety of folate congeners and the routes of administration. So we found the same effect whether we give oral or intraperitoneal folic acid, whether we give folic acid or methylfolate, the active compound, whether we do it in inbred animals or outbred animals, whether we do it in rats or mice. We got the same effects in vitro and in vivo. And when we reversed DNA methylation and histone acetylation in the F4 animals, after their F0 ancestors were treated, we reversed regeneration. So the DNA methylation results in the spinal cord were similarly impressive, showing over 2,000 genes that are either differentially methylated or hydroxymethylated. And but in order to really prove the concept of a transgenerational epigenetic inheritance, it's important to show that this is an inheritance going through the germ cells, the gametes. So what we did is after F0 injections of folic acid, we took out sperm and egg from the F3 generation, fertilized them in vitro, placed them in a naive animal F3, and generated an F4 animal where we phenotyped it and we did DNA methylation analyses on it in the sperm. And what we found is that the phenotype, the regeneration phenotype, gets transmitted into the in vitro fertilized animal. And when we looked at the DNA methylation, we found similarly that there were significant differentially methylated regions throughout the sperm of animals whose ancestors were exposed to folic acid. These were related to a variety of development and neuronal genes, and there were 6 genes that were in common with differential methylation in all 5 generations. So folate drives axonal regeneration via DNA methylation mechanisms. It's inherited at least into 4 untreated generations. It's transmitted via the gonads. So this is one of the first examples of a transgenerational response to a beneficial environmental stimulus in mammals. Now, there are various examples of especially harmful, but also some beneficial transgenerational phenotypes in response to environmental stimuli, primarily in non-mammals, but some in mammals. And when I looked at the environmental challenges that Lebanon has, I decided to go where Fadlo's heart is, smoking. And so smoking in Lebanon, as you just heard, has significant prevalence, #1 cause of cancer, but importantly and surprisingly to me, 25% of med students smoke. That's according to Dr. Tfayli's work. And as far as I know, this has not changed. So it's kind of depressing. Maybe the campus is now smoke-free, but maybe the med school needs a little bit of work. Folate, methylation, and smoking. There are significant relationships that are emerging in the literature. Decreased folate levels, increased neural tube defects, and of course, DNA methylation and cancer. Now, nothing is more important to the Lebanese than their children and grandchildren. We send them to the best schools. We will sell our house to send them to a better school. The question is, what's happening when we smoke to our children and grandchildren? And this is what I found. The grandmaternal smoking increases asthma risk in grandchildren. There's pretty strong evidence of that. A little milder evidence that autism may be coming up in the grandchildren of people who smoke. And of course, a paper from 2014 even showed that fathers who smoke will have increased body fat in their sons, and that, of course, leads to a variety of harmful conditions. I want to end with this short video.
Yes. It appeared that a famine might affect people almost a century later, even if they had never experienced a famine themselves.
Between the food supply of the father's father and the chance of diabetes being mentioned on the death certificate of the grandchild.
In fact, a grandson was 4 times more likely to die from an illness related to diabetes if his grandfather had plenty of food to eat in late childhood.
It really did look as if there was some new mechanism transmitting environmental exposure information from one generation to the next.
Men, for example, who experienced famine at around age 10 had paternal grandsons who lived much longer than those whose grandfathers experienced plenty. Yet women who experienced famine while in the womb had paternal granddaughters who died on average far earlier.
We're changing the view of what inheritance is. You can't in life, in ordinary development and living, separate out the gene from the environmental effect. They're so intertwined.
Pembry and Begren's work suggests that our grandparents' experiences affect our health.
Okay, so transgenerational epigenetic inheritance is real and likely universal. It arises as an adaptation to environmental stress. The phenotype can be beneficial or harmful. So the consequences of drugs, behavior, and habits are not limited to the exposed individual. Personal choices about our health may affect our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Skander, for this amazing talk. Our final talk of this session is Dr. Robert Bass Jr., who is Director, Translation Research, Career Development, Division of Cancer Medicine, Harry Carruthers Weiss Distinguished University Chair for Cancer Research, and Professor of Medicine, Department of Experimental Therapeutics at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center, Houston. Thank you.
Fadlo, this has been a marvelous morning, hearing from so many extraordinary scholars whose lives you've touched, influenced, and inspired. I think it's also impressive from this morning's sessions how at AUB you were the right person in the right place at the right time, and that this is not only a celebration of all of your marvelous achievements, but it's also a celebration of all that you've achieved with your colleagues here over the last decade for the university, for all of Lebanon and beyond. And that I think that that's under the most trying of times. So I think this is an extraordinary achievement for all of you. With that, I'd like to turn to something a little different. This is the early detection of ovarian cancer, to provide an update. To put this in perspective, over the last 3 decades in the U.S., cancer mortality has been reduced by 1/3. This is certainly related to the more effective treatment that we've heard some about this morning and we'll hear more about this afternoon, but also clearly to prevention of smoking cessation and to some extent to early detection. In addition to screening for skin cancer, effective screening strategies are now available for several visceral cancers, as you're well aware: lung, cervical, breast, colorectal, prostate, arguably. But we've not yet achieved effective strategies for pancreatic, hepatocellular, or ovarian cancer. Ovarian cancer ought to be detectable with blood tests. If you think about lung cancer, the earliest lesions will produce molecules that are spread into sputum, perhaps. In the case of colorectal cancer, into feces. But for ovarian cancer, there's no place for tumor products to go except into the circulation of the cancer itself or into the abdominal cavity where it's cleared by the diaphragmatic lymphatics and returned to the venous circulation. With ovarian cancer, there's certainly an argument for early detection of ovarian cancer and how effective it might be. When it's limited to the ovaries, 90% of patients survive more than 5 years. Even when the disease spreads to the pelvis in stage 2, 5-year survival exceeds 70%. And if you look at 10-year survival, 66% of patients in stage 1 and 2 can be cured. Diseases that spread beyond the pelvis, however, can be cured in only 20% or less, and currently only about 30% of patients are diagnosed in stage 1 or stage 2. Computer simulations suggest that detection of ovarian cancer at an earlier interval could improve survival by 10 to 30%. This, however, is more of a challenge than most other cancers because of the prevalence of the disease, and there are very stringent requirements for screening. Given a postmenopausal prevalence of 1 in 2,500, if you want a positive predictive value of 10%, and that means in this setting 10 operations for each case of ovarian cancer detected, you do need a high sensitivity, like for most screening, greater than 75% for asymptomatic disease. But you also need an extraordinarily high specificity of 99.6% to avoid alarming patients who don't have ovarian cancer, putting them through procedures they don't need. Over the last 3 decades, several approaches have been used. Ultrasound, most notably transvaginal sonography in recent years, serum biomarkers, particularly CA-125, and perhaps a more effective strategy where rising CA-125 triggers ultrasound in a small fraction of individuals. Steve Skates at the Mass General Hospital some years ago had observed that in the red dots here, which represent cases of ovarian cancer over time, the levels of CA-125 increase inexorably. That is, as the tumor grows, more antigen shed, the levels go up in the serum. In the case of benign disease, shown in the green dots, you can have high levels of CA-125, but they don't change as the source of the antigen is not altered. This was transformed into an algorithm for estimating the risk of actually having ovarian cancer based on changes in CA-125 levels. And this had triggered several clinical trials where women over the age of 50 had an average risk for developing ovarian cancer had an annual CA-125. This was analyzed by the risk of ovarian cancer algorithm. If it hadn't changed, they came back in a year. If it was markedly elevated, they went on to ultrasound, and if the ultrasound suggested cancer, they had an operation. If it was somewhere in between, they came back in 3 months. If it was unchanged or lower, they went back into a pool 9 months later. If it increased, then again, ultrasound and possible surgery were undertaken. Last year in the JCO, we reported a 21-year experience with more than 7,800 postmenopausal women at conventional risk who were screened annually for some 50,000 women years of observation. 34 operations were detected based on a rising CA-125 and abnormal ultrasound, and this detected 17 cases of ovarian cancer. 2 were borderline, but 15 were invasive and lethal, with 70% in stage 1 or stage 2. 7 cases of endometrial cancer were also detected, with 6 in stage 1. So if you take both the ovarian and the endometrial cancers, 70% of the operations detected cancer. With CA-125 followed by ultrasound, we did achieve 99.6% specificity, and only 2 operations, not 10, were required to detect each case of ovarian cancer. The trial was not designed to show a reduction in mortality. However, a much larger study in the UK started at about the same time, but concluded much earlier, involved some 200,000 women. The UK CTOX trial had 100,000 controls from the tumor randomized to the tumor registry. 50,000 got annual TVS for 7 years, and 50,000 received chemotherapy, had CA-125 followed by TVS. With the algorithm, again, the specificity was adequate. One of the concerns about CA-125 is it's neither sensitive nor specific enough, and both of these studies suggest that it is specific enough if you look at the trend of CA-125. With However, in the UK CTOX trial, there was a 10% stage shift, where they went from 28% early stage to 38% early stage, with a stage 3-4 disease understandably 10% lower. However, the number of deaths was not reduced in either the 2-stage or the TVS screening groups with a follow-up of 15 years. So in this setting, a 10% stage shift did not reduce mortality. However, there's an important qualifier, and only about 2 years ago did the clinical data emerge from this study. A false and basically failure to reduce mortality despite an increase in early stage disease could well relate to inadequate treatment. Today, the community uses carboplatin and Taxol for all patients at all stages of disease with ovarian cancer after the disease is removed surgically. In the UK CTOX, conducted in the early years of the 21st century, the chemotherapy was at the discretion of collaborating physicians. And rather than using both drugs, many clinicians used only carboplatin alone. And in the case of the earliest stages, they sometimes didn't use chemotherapy alone. So only 15% of the stage 1AB patients received combination chemotherapy, and only 60% of the stage 1C through 4 patients received a combination of carboplatin and paclitaxel. So if you detect disease earlier and don't treat it adequately, you can't really expect a reduction in mortality. Also, importantly, the stage shift observed in the UK CTOX may not have been sufficient to reduce mortality. The fraction of stage 1 and 2 cancers, as we mentioned a minute ago, was increased by only 10%. However, if you look at the NROS study, that's increased by 42%, and if you adjust back to some of the earlier studies, at least more than 30%. In multiple screening trials, I think many people may not be aware of this anymore, but in the 1960s and 1970s, there were large studies of mammography across continents, and not all of those were positive. And if you look at the studies that were positive, there was more than a 20% stage shift. If there was less than a 20% stage shift for breast cancer, the trials were negative. So this is a different disease, but a stage shift of 20% or greater than 20% may be required to affect mortality with ovarian cancer screening as well. Clearly, there's room for improvement over CA-125. If you look at these photomicrographs, the upper left corner is a normal ovary. At least 20% of ovarian cancers don't have significant levels of CA-125, shown in the right lower corner. If 80% of the cancers express significant levels of CA-125, or if only 80% express them, additional markers could help. And our goal over the years has been to obtain 90% of early stage disease with a panel of biomarkers. We've looked at 130 potential biomarkers, and we found 3 optimal ones that proved sensitivity of CA-125. In a test set across 3 institutions, CA-125 detected 72% of early stage disease at high specificity. With 4 biomarkers, we could detect 13% more cases. And using those 4 biomarkers, Steve Skates and Jacob Bedia had developed a 4-biomarker ROCA2 algorithm. And remarkably, when we went back to the advanced stage cases in the ROCA, in the NROS-1 trial, we found that we could have detected the advanced stage cases years earlier, when they might well have been at an earlier stage. So NCI has funded an NROS-2 protocol that we started a year ago, and we'll at 11 sites in the United States. These are small enough patients that we can only look at the specificity to see if you add in extra markers, do we still get 98% specificity going on to ultrasound. Needless to say, there's a great deal of interest with different modalities in detecting biomarkers for ovarian cancer. In the case of autoantibodies, several years ago, we showed that if you looked at anti-P53 autoantibodies, and the majority of ovarian cancers have mutations of P53, we could detect cases 8 months earlier than the CA-125. In cases where the CA-125 didn't elevate, we could detect cases prior to clinical diagnosis 22 months earlier. So rises in autoantibodies can signal disease at a remarkably early stage. This was the first biomarker that we'd found that actually produced lead time on CA-125. There is a great deal of work in additional antigen autoantibody complexes, metabolomic panels, microRNAs, and there are at least a couple promising exosomes at the present time. But as many of you are aware, there's also a great deal of interest in using DNA detection across different cancer sites, multi-drug early detection. When it comes to ovarian cancer, in the Cancer-Seq and Detect-A studies from Johns Hopkins, we're using DNA and protein biomarkers for confirmation of site. They really didn't have sufficient sensitivity for early stage disease. And the Grail-Galleri test, which is now being evaluated extensively in the US, measures DNA methylation, and it too for ovarian cancer has not had yet adequate sensitivity for early stage disease. More promising has been work from another group at Johns Hopkins where DNA fragmentation, where one looks at circulating DNA fragments, combining those with CA-125 and HE4, they've achieved a 68 to 72% sensitivity for stage 1 and stage 2 ovarian cancer at 99% specificity. That's not yet been confirmed prospectively. My own group is looking with a group at UCLA at DNA methylation and combining that with CA-125 and 7 other protein biomarkers to see whether we can achieve adequate sensitivity at high specificity. So I think philosophically, it may be time to back up, and I would welcome Otis Brawley's thoughts on this. We were discussing this yesterday on a tour of sites. But I think one question, the U.S. Preventive Health Services Task Force has been really very solid in insisting that there be a mortality reduction. In the case of confirming that for ovarian cancer, we're looking at another 2 decades and another 100 or 200,000 patients to manage that. I think with the DNA biomarkers in the U.S. at least, they're beginning to be marketed without that kind of confirmation. But I think it does raise the question of is mortality for early detection must be the gold standard? Or would significantly improved 5-year survival be sufficient? Certainly all of our work with therapy is based on improving survival. And also somewhere in between, would a stage shift of more than 20% with the expected stage-specific 5-year survival support widespread use for a new biomarker? Food for thought. Well, with that, certainly I'd like to thank all of the many people and groups that have contributed to this, and particularly the women who participated in the NROS and the UK CTOX trials. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bass Jr. Dr. Nasser and myself would like to thank all the speakers for the wonderful presentations. And due to the tightness of time, we have to head straight to lunch and come back at 2:20, please.
When we came in this morning, one of the things that I personally noticed is the amount of talent in the room. And it makes one proud to be part of this institution where we have stars. And this is, again, most of the people who were in the morning or in the session are from one field. So imagine an institution that has stars in engineering and medicine and nutrition and nursing and health sciences and so on and so forth. So it just makes the person so proud being part of this institution and seeing so many superstars in the same room. Very briefly, everybody kept talking about President Khuri this morning as a world-class physician and scientist, and this is something that's very difficult to debate. But the leadership component is one that we have interacted with the president for so long, and very few words. One, if I was to describe President Khuri in as little words as possible, which is quite challenging, is that his modus operandi is an incubator and facilitator of leadership. And one of the things that make a leader great is being able and supporting other leaders to shine and emerge from the institution that she or he leads. So with that, I think we're ready to start the session. We will be a little bit of, Fadi and I, enforcers of time for the sake of sanity and leaving before midnight. So with that, we're very honored to start with Dr. Otis Brawley. Dr. Brawley is a Bloomberg Distinguished Professor of Oncology and Epidemiology at Johns Hopkins University and a former Chief Medical and Scientific Officer of the American Cancer Society from 2007 to 2018.
And I just want to mention that this session is really about equity and health equity. And I have to tell you, I'm not a clinician, but I've learned a lot since the morning. And I've realized that there's a lot of things that we have to look at it in cancer care, mostly from a public health perspective. Now, if we take the word health equity, we know this has been really a global challenge. And I think all public health system globally has been really challenged by equity. We've seen a lot of advancement in therapy, in medication. We know what worked in terms of assessment, risk assessment, diagnosis, management, and survival. But unfortunately, with time and with more advancement in medication and others and intervention, we've seen that the gap is being widened when it comes to accessibility. And I think this is really very important. We're hoping in this session to capture that part. We will learn a lot about a lot of advancement when it comes to therapy and medication, but we have to take that into consideration from a public health perspective and ask the big question, how we can really think, how we can innovate, how we can progress, take into consideration equity. Equity consideration should be part and parcel of how we are actually looking at cancer care. And we're very much looking forward for the presentations today, and hopefully we'll have some time also for some discussion. Over to you.
Professor Brawley, floor is all yours.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Well, I am delighted to be here. I'm Otis Brawley. It's a nice picture, yeah. I'm Otis Brawley. I'm a professor at Johns Hopkins University. I first met Fadlo in the 1990s, and then in the early 2000s, in 2001, a group of people recruited me to Emory University. And Fadlo came about 6 to 8 months later. We had money from the Cigarette Restitution Fund and money from the Coca-Cola Company to develop a great cancer center, and we set off and did that. I was the minority of the group in that I was a prevention person, which is why I'm going to talk to you about health equity today. I'll also point out that since I was a little older than Fadlo, the expectation was that I would mentor Fadlo and I would keep Fadlo calm. And about 10 days after Fadlo got there, I gave up on that. All right, so my disclosures, my talk today has nothing to do with those. Those of you who know me know that I'm a great fan of history, and George Santayana is famous for saying those who do not appreciate history are destined to repeat it. I want to tell you that Fadlo Khuri is famous for saying those who do not carefully assess data are likely to come to the wrong conclusion. This is actually a slide, Fadlo, you may not recall, we talked about this over 20 years ago. A lot of people are afraid of sharks. I am afraid of mosquitoes and humans in terms of lives lost per year. Disparities in health is a concept that was given to us by a former boss of mine, David Satcher, when he was Surgeon General of the United States. And it's the concept that some people, however we describe them, don't do well and have bad outcomes. Health equity pushes that a little further, and that we need to be fair and just and try to give every human being the care that every human being deserves purely because they're a human being. And as I told some of you last night, I was once reviewing some data, and in the United States we frequently have this question, are disparities because of inherent genetics, or or our disparities because of socioeconomics. And I showed some data to Fadlo once, and he said, blacks are, actually I get emotional even today when he says, when I talk about it, blacks are harmed by life, not harmed for life. Those of you who know Fadlo, harmed is a euphemism that I'm using because it's a general audience. Indeed, that's how he has really addressed his entire life in terms of trying to get health equity to people. Now, I just want to show you just a few things. Higher spending for health care does not necessarily mean better outcomes. These are some of our favorite countries, and you can see the United States. The way to read this is, out of every dollar spent in the United States, 17.7 cents or 18 cents out of every dollar is spent on health care. In France, out of every dollar spent in France, and we've converted the money, 11 cents. In the United Kingdom, 10 cents out of every dollar. 10% of their economy is healthcare. So we spend a lot of money on healthcare in the United States. Yet, when you look at life expectancies on this slide here, we're the low, 77.5 years on average. And you can see in South Korea, it's 83.5. In Japan, it's 84.3. Go to Canada, it's almost 83 years. We don't spend enough on prevention and looking at health equity. Even when we look at lower income countries, these are cancer death rates. How many people per 100,000 die from cancer? You can see the higher income countries actually have the worst death rates. And here in my United States, you see the average death rate's 145 per 100,000, but in Utah, it's 118 per 100,000, and in Mississippi, it's 179 per 100,000. Now, I keep saying that it's good living in Utah that leads to the 118 per 100,000, and Fadlo says it's good living in Mississippi that leads to the 179,000. We can have a good conversation about that later. But it's a spectrum of prevention, which is oftentimes forgotten, screening, diagnostics, and treatment that we need to think about. The prevention part is frequently forgotten, although it's had its advocates going back to the Greeks and even before that, the Chinese, and more recently, Michael Sporn, who is one of the people who taught me, advocating for prevention of cancer and prevention of disease. This is work that my epidemiology group did when I was at the American Cancer Society, showing that in the United States today, about 19 to 20% of the cancers are due to smoking. Bad diet and poor physical activity is about 15% of all cancers. And Fadlo is sitting there right now saying this is the part where the fat guy is going to talk to you guys about diet and physical activity, okay? As you look at etiologies of the world's leading cancers, you will note that diet and smoking are huge drivers of cancer, and we must really focus on prevention of disease as well as screening, diagnosis, and treatment. We've already heard some amazing talks today about smoking and tobacco control, so I will not, in the interest of time, I won't push that. By the way, the talk that we heard today about tobacco was just amazing. It kept my attention. We also have a problem in the world, really, with sedentary lifestyle. It used to be in the United States, but it has now spread to Africa. It's now spread to the Middle East, especially when one looks in Saudi and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Growth in obesity is just absolutely amazing. Here you can see the graph going from 1990 through 2022, and you can see the prevalence of obesity rising in the Americas, and the Eastern Mediterranean is number 2. This is a problem. Please keep in mind, it's a three-legged stool. It's consumption of too many calories, not enough exercise, and then storage of that caloric energy is obesity. That three-legged stool in the United States is the number 1 cause of cancer, and soon will become the in the United States, it's the number 2 cause of cancer, and soon, within the next 5 years, will surpass tobacco as the leading cause of cancer in the United States. And it's a growing cause of cancer in the Middle East. Energy imbalance is what that three-legged stool is called, causes a number of cancers. It's not just what you would think like colon and pancreatic or gallbladder cancer, but it's been linked to ovarian cancer, multiple myeloma, kidney cancer. It's actually most closely associated with uterine cancer. But this is a huge problem in the United States, and we need to work on reduction in our consumption of calories. It's very interesting to hear a neurosurgeon talk about how the diet of the grandparent can affect the cancer risk of the child. We need to work tremendously. By the way, many people don't realize that red meat is on the World Health Organization's list of carcinogens. You know, I used to do a lot of Larry King Live, and he was obsessed with cell phones causing brain tumors. When we went to commercials, he would crack up and laugh over the fact that red meat is a carcinogen according to the World Health Organization. Processed foods are carcinogens according to the WHO. We need to work more on consumptions of fruits and vegetables. The recommendation is actually 5 to 9 servings per day. In the United States, 15% hit 3. We need to work on fruit and vegetable consumption. And someone already took my punchline earlier. Lebanon's running out of water. We have amazing amounts of fruits and vegetables now, but running out of water, and with climate change, this is going to become a greater and greater problem. You see, climate change is actually going to cause more cancer because it's going to increase the amount of obesity and so forth. I'm going to wrap up with just one little glimpse at the power of health promotion, the power of prevention. I'm going to compare 2 countries, Costa Rica and the United States. I'm going to note that life expectancy in Costa Rica is 2 years more than it is in the United States. The amount of deaths given in a given year from cancer in Costa Rica is 102 per 100,000 versus 188 per 100,000 when this slide was done. The amount of money spent on healthcare in Costa Rica is less than $1,000 per year, whereas in the United States it's $12,000 to $13,000 per person. For every man, woman, and child in the United States, we spend nearly $13,000 on healthcare in the United States, but it's less than $1,000 in Costa Rica, and you can see percent of gross domestic product there. Costa Rica has figured out prevention of cancer while we focus a great deal on screening, diagnostics, and treatment. And so again, I want to emphasize that we need to do something balanced. I don't want to take us into a world where we de-emphasize screening, diagnosis, and treatment altogether. I really want to have a world where we give prevention and health promotion its adequate due. And I'm going to stop at that point, and my job now is to introduce some other people, correct? You'll do it. Okay.
But I would like to acknowledge Dr. Crowley for finishing on time. Thank you so much, Dr. Browley. So we will have the second speaker, Dr. Amelia Langston. Dr. Amelia, Professor and Executive Vice Chair of the Department of Hematology and Medical Oncology and Medical Director of the Bone Marrow and Stem Cell Transplant Program at the Festschrifts Cancer Institute, Emory University School of Medicine, and also Vice Chair of the Emory University Institutional Review Board. And she will be speaking to us about CAR T therapy and global accessibility. Over to you.
Well, I want to thank Fadlo and the organizers for the opportunity to be here. It's been a great few days. You have a beautiful city, and you have a great president here who I think has really contributed so much to the careers of really many people in this room. So my job is to change gears a little bit, and we're going to move to a rather exotic part of the map and talk about adoptive cell therapy from the global perspective. And I'm going to try to convince you that we're not where we need to be in terms of the application of these kinds of technologies, but there is hope, and there are some things coming down the pike, and so I'm going to focus on those. So the concept of these therapeutics, for those of you who are not cell therapists, is really to bring the immune cell and the tumor cell together in a way that will reprogram the immune cell to kill the cancer, hopefully without killing the patient, to eliminate some of those natural complexities of the T-cell immune response, and potentially to recruit other immune players and non-immune players into the mix. Now, this cartoon just really reminds you of the complexity of what we're talking about here in terms of autologous CAR T-cell therapy, which is really where the field is right now. And it begins really when I see a patient who's a potential candidate for CAR T-cell therapy. The first thing I have to do is contact the insurance company to get clearance to even move into this diagram. But once we begin the process, it starts with leukapheresis of the patient to collect the T cells, which have to be separated out, transduced with a vector of one form or another. Those cells are expanded in the laboratory, frozen down, and then returned to the treating center. Once we receive those cells, the patient has to receive some form of lymphodepleting chemotherapy, following which those T cells are returned, and then we deal with the aftermath of the process. So a very complex process that unfolds over a period of typically weeks to a month or so. Now, the success of CAR T-cell therapy in B-cell malignancies and plasma cell disorders is really quite stunning when you consider that these curves were generated from some of the first studies that involved patients that were otherwise multiply relapsed and clearly incurable by conventional methods. And these are PFS curves, and although follow-up is short, I think it's held up in longer-term data that we can cure a proportion of patients with these types of disorders using CD19 or BCMA-directed CAR T-cell therapy. Now, we learned early on that there were some unique toxicities to these kinds of therapy, which really make expertise in managing these patients vital to the application of these therapies. In the early aftermath of infusion, we deal with cytokine release syndrome, neurotoxicity, and opportunistic infections, all of which can be life-threatening and often are if not managed appropriately. We're now beginning to appreciate more and more the later complications, including the consequences of prolonged B-cell and plasma cell aplasia. There's a unique enterocolitis syndrome that occurs late after CAR T-cell therapy that has a very high likelihood of being difficult to manage and often fatal. And then we've got secondary cancers, including CAR T-cell related lymphomas, which fortunately are very rare. Now, the costs of this therapy are just astronomical. The products themselves now cost about $500,000 if bought commercially. Then we've got the costs of administration and supportive care. Even if we move, as most centers in the United States have, toward a focus on more outpatient care, we've still got the costs of management of CRS and ICANS when they occur. We need robust 24/7 outpatient support if we're going to take care of these patients as outpatients. Then we've got all the regulatory costs for the individual health system as well as the larger health system itself to make sure that this is done safely by the right people at the right time for the right patients. And then we've got the patient-related financial and practical barriers to treatment. So a lot to think about in terms of trying to apply this more broadly, not so much to the haves, but to the have-nots. So the WBMT did a online survey recently with an aim of really understanding what's going on not only in developed countries but around the world in terms of CAR T-cell therapy and to identify some of the challenges in terms of widespread adoption. And as you can see, in terms of respondents, there were 181 centers that responded. Over half of those centers were from North America, and the balance of most of the rest of the centers were from Europe and from some of the more developed parts of Asia. Importantly, as you'll see in a minute, Australia and New Zealand were represented, and they turn out to have a pretty good availability. Now, to the simple question, is CAR T-cell therapy available? The answer is, if you live in North America, Northern Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, the answer is, probably yes. For other places, not so much. For Africa, probably that's a big no. When they ask questions about barriers to implementation or expansion of CAR T-cell therapy, I think as the word cloud shows, really it is about cost, both the direct costs of the products and the indirect costs to the health system, to the patients, and to the hospitals. So how do we move forward toward more practical, effective, and affordable approaches? So if we start with the product itself, as I've already told you, is really quite an expensive proposition. And so should we try to make these products not through commercial vendors, but should we make them ourselves? And certainly we know that local CAR T-cell manufacturing can really drastically reduce the cost of the product by as much as tenfold. But it requires very specialized automated equipment and facilities, specialized expertise, and it requires an infrastructure for regulating what's going on in that laboratory and making sure the quality stays high. So a recent international survey of institutions, again, not in the have-not countries, but in the have countries where CAR T-cell therapy is common, they asked the question, are you currently making CAR T-cells or other adoptive cell therapies at home? And over half of institutions were actively engaged, and there were additional institutions that were trying to initiate production. But I think what they all pointed to were the costs, not only of the products, but of the regulatory and startup components of putting a lab together in order to do this. So while this might be a solution for my center, it's not going to be a solution for the many centers where resources are limited. So a very attractive idea is the idea of going from a personalized process, and I realize this is blasphemy in this world of precision medicine and personalized medicine, but could we develop something that's not quite so personalized, maybe an off-the-shelf products? And certainly one area that's been investigated and continues to be of interest is allogeneic CAR T-cell therapy. So the idea of using third-party cells in order to simplify the process, shorten the lead time, and potentially make this more scalable. Obviously, there are risks associated with immune-associated events, both rejection and the risk of graft versus host disease-like reactions. There are additional manipulations that have to be done to cells in order to make them safe to administer, and obviously there's some ethical considerations as well. There are a lot of very early phase studies examining allogeneic CAR T-cell studies. I picked two for which there actually are decent published data. These both involved lentiviral vectors and genome-edited T-cells with knockouts of T-cell receptor in the CD52 molecule. The lymphodepleting chemotherapy in these studies was a combination of standard fludarabine and cyclophosphamide coupled with alemtuzumab, which was used because of the concern about rejection. Turns out that some of the patients in both these studies got the alemtuzumab and some, for infectious reasons, did not. The early data certainly suggests that response rates are pretty good. We don't know very much at all about durability. We do know that persistence of these cells is quite limited, so there's reason to think that we're not there yet. Certainly for diseases like ALL, where we know unequivocally that persistence is important in terms of being able to cure the disease, and probably for the other diseases as well. Safety, there was not much in the way of graft versus host disease. There were acceptable rates of CRS and ICANS, But the patients that got alemtuzumab got lots of opportunistic infections, and the patients that didn't get alemtuzumab had virtually no persistence of the cells. So we've got a ways to go in terms of figuring out not only what the best constructs might be, but how we get the cells to stay in these patients. So what might be the future of allogeneic CAR cells? Well, certainly better CAR constructs and knockout approaches to help the cells to persist and to reduce the need for aggressive immunosuppression. I think another question that I think is a very exciting one is, are T cells really the best effector cells? And there's a lot of work going on in a variety of other cell types that I think show promise. I think NK cells and NKT cells are coming along, as are gamma delta T cells and macrophages. So those are going into patients, and we look forward to results. And then obviously a big part of why we're talking about this is that the cancers that I treat are rare. But when we start to find targets that are applicable to common solid tumors, we're going to have ways to do this that are practical and affordable, that go beyond what we have to be concerned about today. I'll finish by talking about the idea of taking it out of the laboratory and into the patient with in vivo CAR T cell production, and the idea that maybe we can deliver an off-the-shelf vector directly into the patient, targeting that vector specifically into the T cell or the other effector cell with a separate effector domain that targets the tumor. And you can do that by a couple of different ways. One is by using a virus, most commonly AAV or vectors or lentiviruses, or you can use a nanoparticle. The properties, without getting too deep into it, the viral vectors certainly produce more prolonged persistence, at least in animal models. The advantage of the liposomal particles is that it's very safe and very minimal toxicity, and there's not a safety risk because these do not integrate into the genome. So early observations, there's a lot of preclinical in vitro and animal data to support the feasibility. You don't have to give LD chemo. The nanoparticle methods lead to very limited persistence of expression, but there now are data not only in animals but in humans that for certain autoimmune disorders it may be plenty to just get it in very briefly and achieve temporary B-cell ablation and kind of resetting the immune system. So I think there's a lot of promise in autoimmunity with the nanoparticle stuff in particular. But we're giving these to patients now, and I think look forward to seeing some efficacy data very soon. So I think the future is bright, but the current reality is these therapies are expensive, complex, and not yet applicable to the majority of patients that need them. Beyond the most affluent health systems, we're going to need some better technologies, and we're going to need international collaboration to develop regulatory standards and patient support methods for countries and regions where they just don't have the technological expertise to go forward. With that, I will stop.
Our next speaker is Dr. Ruth O'Regan. Dr. O'Regan is the chair of the Department of Medicine and holds the Charles Dewey Professorship at the University of Rochester. She is also a professor of oncology, physician-in-chief at Strong Memorial Hospital, and associate director for education and mentoring at the Wilmot Cancer Institute.
Oh, I'm so honored to be here. This has been an amazing symposium so far. And I'm just going to speak a little bit to Fadlo as the career shaper. So Fadlo, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity at Emory and Grady, because I feel that really shaped my initial career. I thank you for your ongoing mentorship. I feel like every time I go for a new job, I get you as a reference. And I just want to mention that one of my greatest honors was being invited here a decade ago to speak at your inauguration. So thank you very much. So what I'm going to do here is cover the topic of immunotherapy and breast cancer and set the stage for Nagy, who's going to then talk about kind of what's feasible in lower income countries. So I'm going to focus mainly on triple-negative breast cancer because that's the greatest need. It's approved in metastatic disease, preoperative. I'll talk about adjuvant therapy as well. And then I'll touch on hormone receptor-positive disease at the end. I'm not going to talk about HER2-positive because even though there is some data in that setting, that's an incredibly crowded field with really excellent outcomes. So just talking first of all about monotherapy in the metastatic setting, these are kind of outdated trials, but basically when we started using the checkpoint inhibitors initially in metastatic triple-negative breast cancer, it was in the second line and beyond setting. And you can see here the response rate is only about 7%. But importantly, if you give single agents earlier on, you can see the response rate's quite a bit higher. And as we all know, with immune agents, response is very important because what we're looking at here is in patients who have a response, either complete or partial response, they have a really, really favorable outcome, even though they've got metastatic disease. But if patients have stable disease or progressive disease, you can see they do very poorly, shown here. So really, where we use this in metastatic triple-negative breast cancer is in the first-line setting with chemotherapy. So this is a pivotal Keynote 355 study. These are patients treated in the first-line setting for metastatic triple-negative breast cancer. They were enrolled regardless of PD-L1 status, and they were basically randomized to receive either chemotherapy with placebo or pembrolizumab. So what this showed was an improvement in progression-free survival, as you can see shown here, of about, which is somewhat modest, as you can see shown here. It's 6 months up to about 10 months or so. And this is only in the 40% of patients whose cancers express PD-L1 with a CPS score of greater than or equal to 10. However, there was also an overall survival advantage of 7 months. So this led to FDA approval of this drug in this setting. I would say overall these are fairly modest results, and part of the problem with these immune checkpoint inhibitors in breast cancer is that we don't have great biomarkers. PD-L1 is just not a great biomarker for efficacy. This is just basically looking at the first-line studies in metastatic triple-negative breast cancer, looking at, this is the Keynote 355 used pembrolizumab, the Impassioned studies use atezolizumab. The first trial that came out is this one here in the, I don't know if this works or not, but the Impassioned 130, where patients were randomized first-line to nab-paclitaxel, either with placebo or atezolizumab. That initially led to approval, even though the PFS was only improved by about 2 months. There was an overall survival benefit, but it wasn't statistically valid. What happened next was there was a study done, the first one on this table here, Impassioned 131, where patients got paclitaxel with or without atezolizumab, again, the first-line setting. And that was essentially a negative study. It didn't show any improvement in progression-free survival or in overall survival. And this basically led to Genentech requesting the FDA to withdraw approval for atezolizumab in this setting. So what we have right now is pembrolizumab. There was another study looking at other chemotherapy with atezo or not, which also was negative. So for as standard of care for patients with metastatic triple-negative breast cancer, we do check PD-L1 status. If it's positive, then we'll go ahead and use either paclitaxel, nab-paclitaxel, or carbogem with pembrolizumab in that setting. Now, what's been interesting, is of interest now, is the antibody-drug conjugates. So just to basically show you 2 studies that looked at adding in immune therapy with an antibody-drug conjugate. So this is a smaller study, the Morpheus study, where patients were randomized in the first-line setting to receive chemotherapy plus atezolizumab or sacituzumab with atezolizumab. And you can see here a marked improvement in progression-free survival for the patients that got the antibody-drug conjugate, and then also an increase in response rate, as you can see. What was presented at ASCO a few months ago was ASCENT-04. So this is patients treated in the first-line setting for metastatic triple-negative breast cancer who have PD-L1 positive cancers. And they were randomized to receive standard treatment with chemotherapy and pembrolizumab or to sacituzumab, the antibody-drug conjugate with pembrolizumab. The primary endpoint was investigator-assessed PFS. So these are the results shown here. So you can see here that the patients that got the antibody-drug conjugate with pembrolizumab did better when you look at progression-free survival. It was an improvement of 8 months up to 11 months, as you can see, and that was statistically significant. Overall survival is not remotely mature at this time point, but I think if you look at these curves, you can see they are basically splitting in favor of the sacituzumab govitecan. I think this will be an interesting thing for Nagy to talk about, because of course this adds even more expense to this regimen. So really where I think the real value of immune checkpoint inhibition in triple-negative breast cancer is in the preoperative setting. So this is Keynote 522 that took patients with higher risk triple-negative breast cancers and randomized to receive standard chemotherapy with paclitaxel carboplatin followed by adriamycin cytoxan, either with placebo or pembrolizumab. They then went to surgery, and after that, they continued pembrolizumab if that's what they got pre-op, or placebo if that's what they got pre-op. So first of all, in the table down here, what you can see is there's quite a marked improvement in pathologic complete response rate from 51% up to 65%, as you can see shown there. This translated into an improvement of event-free survival of about 9%, which has been sustained, and also importantly, an improvement in overall survival of 7%, as you can see shown here. And this is regardless of PD-L1 expression, which is something that we really can't explain. And we don't really have great biomarkers in this setting, but this now is the standard of care for patients whose tumors are at least 2 centimeters, particularly if they've got positive lymph nodes. Now, just one other study. There are other studies looking at the checkpoint inhibitors preoperatively, but I didn't put them in the interest of time. This is a more recent study that came out. It's the BRAVE study. So in this study, again, they're looking at this avelumab as a single agent, this is after surgery. So either patients were treated adjuvantly, so they had their surgery, had high-risk cancers, or they'd received preoperative chemotherapy and had residual disease following preoperative chemotherapy. And they were randomized to the checkpoint inhibitor or to observation. Just to point out here that in the adjuvants, the patients that had not had treatment before, just had surgery, there was only about 18% of patients in that arm, and they were split 50-50 in terms of being stage 2 or stage 3. And then looking at the patients who'd had preoperative chemotherapy, most of them had RCB2, which is a pretty significant amount of residual disease. This was actually a negative study, so although the curves did kind of separate in favor of the checkpoint inhibitor, there wasn't a statistically significant difference either in the intent to treat population or specifically in the patients treated post-neoadjuvant treatment. I'm not showing it here, but there was obviously no benefit in the adjuvant treatment either. So the place to use the checkpoint inhibitors in triple-negative breast cancer is with chemotherapy preoperatively. And just to mention, just in terms of ER-positive breast cancers, these are really immune cold cancers, and there's a lot of interest in trying to turn them into more immune hot cancers. Just to show 2 studies here. So this is a metastatic study in which patients who had received prior CDK4/6 inhibitor and endocrine therapy were randomized to receive either fulvestrant alone, fulvestrant plus palbociclib, or fulvestrant, palbociclib, and avelumab. So what this showed was that most of the patients in the study had received palbociclib in the first-line setting, so they were basically continuing palbociclib. And what we found was that continuing palbociclib through progression was not effective. But what was interesting in this study was in the patients who got avelumab, you can see here in the green here, these patients did better, and they had an improved progression-free survival compared to the patients that did not get the checkpoint inhibitor. And when you look at overall survival, again, not significant, but you can see that the curves are splitting in favor of the checkpoint inhibitor. We do need more data in this area for sure. So pembrolizumab has also been looked at in the preoperative setting, so similar to what I just talked about with the Keynote study for triple-negative breast cancer. So this was patients with ER-positive breast cancer who either had to have, if their cancer were T1 or T2, they had to have positive lymph nodes. If they T3 or T4 disease, they were allowed on the study. So they received paclitaxel followed by anthracycline cytoxin-based chemotherapy preoperatively, either with placebo or with pembrolizumab. The PAT-CR rate was increased, which is shown up here, from 16% up to 24% in the patients that got pembrolizumab. You can see the PAT-CR rates are very low, actually, as we've seen before. But what they did find, shown here, is that as the CPS score went up, what was interesting is that patients did better with high CPS scores, whether they got just chemotherapy compared to patients with lower CPS scores, or if they got pembrolizumab. So you can see over here, if they have CPS scores greater than 20, there's a 17% improvement in pathologic complete response rate, and it's 13%, as you can see shown here, if it's over 10. Oh, sorry, I'm finished now. And then just the other thing that was interesting here, which I think makes a lot of sense, is that the improvement in pathologic complete response was seen well, I wouldn't say, for patients whose tumors had lower ER expression, they had much higher PAT-CR rates, whether they got chemotherapy or not. Chemotherapy alone or chemotherapy with pembrolizumab, as you can see shown here. So just to conclude, the addition of immune therapy to standard preoperative chemotherapy improves response rate and outcome in triple-negative breast cancer, regardless of PD-L1 expression. I'm sure that Maggie will talk about this area. In the metastatic setting, I would say the benefits are fairly modest, particularly when you're only talking about 40% of patients. But we so much need new biomarkers, basically, to work out who's really going to benefit from these agents. The data in hormone receptor positive breast cancer is very immature at this time point, but I think it is interesting, and there are probably patients that can benefit. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Naji Saghir. He's a professor of clinical medicine, hematology, oncology, and director of the Breast Center of Excellence and AUB, founding president of Lebanese Society of Medical Oncology and Lebanese Breast Cancer Foundation panel. He's also co-author of ABC International Consensus Guideline, BHGA guideline, and also he's a past chair and member of the ESCO International Committee. Over to you, Dr. Saghir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. And it's really an honor to speak at this Festschrift conference. My task is to talk about immunotherapy in breast cancer and its applicability in low middle income countries. Thank you, Ruth, for outlining all this. And I'll do my best to, in 12 minutes, the moderators warned me 12 minutes, to see applicability here. These are my disclosures. Now, I remind you that breast cancer is #1 in incidence and mortality now worldwide. And you can see from this table from GloboCan that breast cancer incidence is higher in high-income countries, but the mortality is higher in low middle-income countries, in lower-income countries. The guidelines that we usually use, usually they do not consider costs and are not always applicable in low middle-income countries. Resource-conscious guidelines exist mostly, like in the UK, the NICE guidelines, and we have the resource-ratified guidelines that we really initiated at the Breast Health Global Initiative more than 20 years ago. The resource-ratified guidelines of BHGI is really established to make a difference and issue resource-sensitive guidelines. The philosophy is how to best manage patients in the presence of limited resources. We really want to do the best we can with the resources that we have. We want to develop and implement evidence-based, culturally sensitive, economically feasible guidelines to improve breast health outcome. And following the BHGI, we have NCCN had some resource-certified guidelines, also ESCO as well, and other places. This is a list of scientific committees and international collaboration, Breast Health Global Initiative. We had several summits every 2-3 years. Ben Anderson was the leader in all those. We had several publications. The latest one was on optimization of management and implementation of guidelines. Basically, basic level is like the least thing that you have to treat cancer, like surgery. Surgery, you cannot treat cancer without surgery. Most cancers, you have to have surgery. That's most fundamental requirement. limited level, you need to have method to treat, but that is easily accessible and give you very good results, like tamoxifen, for example. That's an example for limited level. This is an enhanced level. If you have aromatase inhibitor, you get a little better than tamoxifen. You use aromatase inhibitor, but that is the enhanced level. Now that table was before AIs become generic. Now they are cheaper. And then the maximal level, we're talking about adding colony stimulating factors, adding immunotherapy, adding targeted therapies, etc. And those resource levels can coexist in the same country, in the same region. To remind you, now I'll go back to talk about triple negative breast cancer, as Dr. Ruth O'Regan mentioned. Okay, TNBC diagnosis of exclusivity, ER/PR HER2 negative, immunohistochemistry stain, as I mentioned, ER/PR HER2 negative. Tumors are usually high grade, high proliferative index, Ki67, high tumor mutation burdens. They have a poor prognosis, usually advanced stage. They even may recur within 2 to 3 years. They get more visceral metastasis, less bone metastasis. 10 to 15% international data, 10 to 15% of breast cancer are triple negative. In Lebanon and Arab countries, we have similar data. 10 to 20% of breast cancers are triple negative. And we also see the association with BRCA mutations, which our counselors, genetic counseling colleagues like now to call it pathogenic variant. We don't use the word mutation anymore. Pathogenic variant or variant of unknown significance. So yes, 10 to 20% of TNBCs have a BRCA pathogenic variant. And if we have a patient with BRCA1, 80 to 90% will have a triple negative breast cancer. Now, let me just mention at ABC, Advanced Breast Cancer International Guidelines, we mentioned something that is important. Look at resources. Like, okay, ER, PR, HER2 are necessary, but germline BRCA status, PIK3CA in hormone receptor, or PD-L1 in triple negative breast cancers, do it only if targeted therapies are available. Do it only if you have a treatment. Otherwise, there's no need to do it. And the quality of immunohistochemistry is very important. That's something we encounter in our countries. High quality is very important for receptors. Now, the treatment, Dr. O'Regan mentioned all this, chemotherapy, adding immunotherapy in metastatic and early breast cancer, and also antibody drug conjugates, as well as PARP inhibitors when you have a BRCA pathogenic variant. Now, how applicable in low middle income countries? I'll try to do this now in less than 10 minutes. In the metastatic and in the neoadjuvant setting, I want to argue when we should do it and when not. You know, in the neoadjuvant setting, Pembro is in 522. It's irrespective of the PD-L1 status. Now, those studies Dr. O'Regan went over. Ruth mentioned atezolizumab in the Impassion 130, borderline, overall survival, but present. And in the Keynote 355, we have improved survival patients with a CPS score 10 or more. And ABC guidelines, we recommended, checkpoint inhibitors for metastatic disease, PD-L1 positive. The battery is, البطارية خفت هون. Checkpoint inhibitors, monotherapy, it's important, not recommended later lines of therapy. We're talking first line. We were talking first line, battery low. So immunotherapy in later line is not recommended. Okay. Now, just talking about the duration of therapy and dosing, Dr. Tfayli, our president of the Festschrift, Arafat published the paper in Lebanon when we had the financial crisis. There are patients who were not able to get the Pembro, lung cancer Pembro, on time. Either they have a lower dose or they have to skip the doses for a longer interval. Well, he did publish this data that it turned out that it may not make a big difference. And it really stimulates us to study dosing and duration, what is really optimal with immunotherapy. Now, of course, standard therapy, triple-negative chemotherapy, AC, taxane, they are available almost everywhere. Platinums are also available. Immunotherapy and PARP inhibitors discussed, but I cannot discuss all of them. Let me just discuss in the post-neoadjuvant. Now, we have seen this graph, okay, in 2022, and Ruth updated this in the 2024 publication, that we see that when we give neoadjuvant, you get about 65% PCR, pathological complete response, and that improves survival usually. Now, patients who do get a PCR have a limited benefit from continuing pembrolizumab according to those studies. Now, the latest update shows that those curves are more visibly separate. Now, if we look at the original publication, that survival beyond PCR was not originally in the study. It is an exploratory analysis. And we do have data that says that said that when you have a PCR, the benefit is minimal, if any. Now, in patients who do not get a PCR, as you saw in the graph, definitely there is a significant benefit. Now, the Keynote 522 was designed before capecitabine. That's the response of the Peter Schmidt and co-authors when we discussed this. Now, we know that capecitabine can be used in patients who do not achieve PCR in breast cancer. Capecitabine is much cheaper. Now, this is the data that was published in the New England of CREATE-X. We see a significant improvement of survival when you add capecitabine after patients who do not get a PCR. So if we compare those data, we don't compare trials, but just putting it on the slide, there is benefit from in Keynote 522 continuing Pembro or in CREATE-X adding capecitabine. Which one to choose? Maybe even if the patient who did not get a PCR was given capecitabine, if that was an arm in the study, we might have seen also a significant benefit. So maybe the benefit was really driven by those who were in the non-PCR arm. And remember, toxicities occur mostly in the neoadjuvant, but they can still occur in the adjuvant setting. So we really, I think, yes, Pembro should be given, offered to patients in the neoadjuvant setting. I think the Ministry of Health, Arafat efforts has approved now Pembro in the neoadjuvant setting. Now, if there is no PCR, yes, according to Keynote 522, we continue it, but maybe we can consider capecitabine instead, especially if we have limited resources. Now, if the patient has a PCR, I would definitely probably say no, especially if limited resources. However, we have several studies ongoing, the Optimize, the Pembro, and the Alliance study looking at Pembro versus observation in patients with a PCR. And I want to finish with this slide, very important. This is a paper that we published in Cancer, the Cancer Journal for Clinicians, that has a impact factor over 500, 503, and we hope that this paper gets also an impact on public and pricing of medications. Jose Cortes was the leader of this study. Now, what we recommended in this paper, reducing drug wastage and drug pricing. You know, it all comes in 200 milligrams. Patient needs only 160. We throw away 40. Well, maybe why don't we have 150 or whatever, you know, بالمفرة, yeah. We have 100, 120, 140, 160, according to the patient weight. That should reduce the price. Cost-based pricing and enforcing price caps. You cannot we know from the time of Herceptin, and I've heard it from Gabe Hortobagi saying that when they spoke with the Roche leaders at that time, why did you price Herceptin so high? Market price. No, we recommend, we really cost-based pricing. And there should be price caps. Yalla, I'm just finishing. Now, we should allow progressive reduction in pricing and value-based pricing. Well, if the drug works, we pay for it. If it doesn't work, we do not pay for it. Now, if the patient needs it for a year or 2 or 3 or 4, we should be able to have a discount. So it should be priced lower. This is our recommendations in the paper. Now, also pricing should take into consideration ability low middle income countries to pay. Guidance of professionals is very important, cost effectiveness, optimal use of drugs, use of generics and biosimilars, very important. Arafat spoke about health technology assessment, benefit, harm, benefit economics and regimens, and also I point to the trials, academic trials versus pharma-driven trials. Very important to encourage academic trials, and I give you example, the trastuzumab 6 months versus 12 months, the 6 months was noted not inferior in the Persephone trial, for example. So those are important. And thank you very much. Let me just, before you upload, this is a picture. You give me 1 minute, please.
1 minute, بعد
This is Fadlo with us at Bastu Basco here when he became president, actually since before the presidency of AUB. We got the change of hair, color of the hair, of course, over the years. And this is in 2025. Fadlo and Lamia were younger. They're still young, but they were younger, as you can see. Look at Oris and Paul Bunn at the inauguration about 10 years ago. Fadlo with us at the Division of Hematology Oncology and at the Basile Cancer Institute. This is here a picture with the cancer, honoring Fadlo at Cancer Editorial Board in Chicago, handing over to Dr. Ramalingam. Here, Fadlo with us at the breast cancer campaigns, and we have posters downstairs. You can see that with all those early detection campaigns, we now obtain more than 80 and more than 90% survival rates, early breast cancer. And this is with Fadlo at ASCO. Here
ناجي هذه صارت برزنتيشن جديد هلا.
To honor to dedicate to him my book, AZ Breast Diseases. And this is my favorite banner at AUB, where free minds flourish.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. So we basically learned 3 tricks to extend the presentation. Put in the middle of the presentation a conclusion, slide. Refer to the person who's sitting in the front of that, and put pictures towards the end. Our next presenter, Dr. Tawfiq Owinikoko. Dr. Tawfiq is a Greenbaum Distinguished Professor in Oncology and the Executive Director of the University of Maryland Greenbaum Comprehensive Cancer Center. He's a Senior Associate Dean of Cancer Programs at the University of Maryland School of Medicine and Associate Vice President of Cancer Programs at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. In addition, I would like to highlight that he is also a Formula One fan, which outshines perhaps a little bit of these achievements.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. It's really a great honor to be part of this event, and I want to stand on the protocol already established by Dr. El Nagir. That's one other way to extend your presentation. Stand on the protocol led by the elders. My disclosures, we should not affect this presentation. In putting this talk together, there were a couple of things that I wanted to emphasize. And first is to thank Fadlo for who he is. They said when somebody shows you who they are the first time, believe them. I still remember the first time I met Fadlo interviewing for a job at Emory. I'm paraphrasing Mary Angelo. People might not remember what you say to them, but they will always remember how you make them feel. And I think that is one thing that stands out about Fadlo. Whoever he interacts with, you will never forget that interaction. And it's always a man of integrity and a man of his own words. And as you've seen with all the presentations this morning, all of us here would have had some interactions with Fadlo that we all felt positively about and we believe strongly impacted our careers. And starting in lung cancer, I wanted to focus on small cell. And a lot of leaders in the field go, do you know what you're doing? You will never hear that from Fadlo. He will always give you the advice, positive advice, but with a lot of encouragement. And when we're talking about immunotherapy in small cell, I'm going to show examples of people who have had interaction with Fadlo either as mentees or collaborators and colleagues, how we've moved in this field, what we've done, what we've not been able to accomplish. I'm starting with things that did not work. And Dr. Charlie Rudin here will tell you, I know what a negative study is, and this is one of them. Trying to improve the efficacy of immunotherapy by adding an anti-TIGIT therapy to chemoimmunotherapy definitely did not work. Whether you look at overall survival or progression-free survival, that was a failed strategy. I also had the pleasure and privilege, well, maybe displeasure now at this point, but still the privilege of leading this trial that attempted to add anti-CTLA-4 and anti-PD-1 as maintenance therapy for extensive stage small cell lung cancer patients. Also, this one did not work. We panned out on that. And finally, recently, NRG-LU005, of which Dr. Wally Curran was the PI of that group for so many years, we attempted to do this in patients with limited stage disease by giving immunotherapy along with chemoradiation. That was also a negative trial. You will say, well, why don't you just give up? The other thing that Fadlo will let you know is persistence pays, and the world owes none of us anything. We have to go out there and strive for it. So where have we made progress? So successful strategies to date. We actually have 3 main trials that have driven approvals in the US, Empower 133, Caspian, and Adriatic, where the addition of immunotherapy to chemotherapy or chemoradiation led to improved survival and led to FDA approval. But this was all in the frontline setting. How about for those patients who progressed either after getting immunotherapy or without even having the benefit of immunotherapy? That is where serendipity is one word that Fadlo is very, very fond of using. This is another one of those serendipitous events in my own career where I had the opportunity to work with the pharmaceutical company to develop this strategy with Amgen of T-cell engaging antibody, where we know that majority of tumors with small cell histology will not respond to immunotherapy for different mechanisms, but perhaps by attracting the immune cells and bringing them in close proximity to the cancer cells, we might be able to activate those immune cells and hopefully result in clinical benefit. So the Delphi 301 was the first clinical study of any one of these class of agents in relapsed small cell, where we tested multiple doses. We actually treated the first patient ever with this construct at Emory University, and then this eventually led to the expansion cohort where patients were treated with 10 milligram dose of tarlatamab and resulted in significant benefit witnessed in terms of overall survival. The usual statistic we used to quote, 5% of small cell patients in the relapse setting will survive for 2 years. This study showed that at about 2 years, almost 40% of those patients showed evidence of benefit, and this was what led to that original accelerated approval by the FDA for this construct. Dr. Charlie Rudin extended that, and then we had a definitive trial comparing tarlatamab to all the salvage standard chemotherapy agents, lurbinectedin, amrobicin, topotecan. We showed that this combination was, that tarlatamab as a single agent was better than any one of these 3 salvage therapy regimens. The overall survival was convincing enough, and it does not matter what subset of patient you are thinking about. Almost every patient class benefited from the treatment. And when you're talking about immunotherapy, oftentimes we make the assumption or the conclusion that we don't see PFS benefit because it's immunotherapy. We actually were able to show PFS advantage with this strategy in the relapse setting. Additionally, response rate was higher with this agent, where we always thought that small cell being a chemosensitive disease, you are going to observe higher response rate with chemotherapy. We actually had higher responses with tarlatamab, and it was much more durable than those patients who got chemotherapy. Finally, this led to true improvement in patient symptoms that are really important for the patient quality of life. Shortness of breath, cough, and chest pain, they were all improved in patients treated with tarlatamab. Some of them also improved with chemotherapy, but significantly better improvement, a higher improvement with patients treated with tarlatamab. Of course, there's always the concern about safety. The drug did not come without its own side effect, but even when you look at safety, this was still a better safety profile when you look at patients treated with chemotherapy versus those treated with tarlatamab. This did not lead to treatment discontinuation in majority of the patients. Even when we look at things like ICANS and CRS, which are unique side effects of this class of agents, virtually every patient treated with this compound were able to stay on treatment even after experiencing immune-related side effects. What are some of the emerging approaches in this disease? Tarlatamab is not the only compound there. There's actually now about 7 different constructs targeting DLL3 with this strategy. And I want to quickly highlight this new construct. This was study presented at this year's ASCO. ZCG006 is a tri-specific antibody that binds to 2 different epitopes on DLL3. And what is amazing about this study is we are actually now beginning to see waterfall plot in small cell that looks like what you will see with TKIs. We have almost every patient treated with this construct, almost 90% of them showed some degree of tumor reduction, and response rate was very, very high, almost 60% response rate. We await mature data from this trial to really cement this strategy as a valid approach for patients with small cell. Treatment-related adverse event was common, but mostly manageable, similar to what we saw with tarlatamab. And I'm very, very convinced that this is going to become one of the backbones of therapy for small cell patients. And this strategy is moving from the relapse setting now into the maintenance and into the frontline induction setting. Finally, the other thing you'll always hear from Fadlo is that you cannot rely on what you've already accomplished. You always have to think of new ideas and new ways of doing things. So when Fadlo was leaving Emory, one of the things he did to really help my career was he transferred some funds from his account into mine. And you can compare transferring something from Fadlo's account to my account at that point. That was a hefty dose of support for my research, and that allowed me to be able to maintain my lab work. And that actually supported some of the early work that led to this finding in my lab that polo-like kinase inhibitors could be really, really active in small cell lung cancer. The long story short is we screened a lot of targeted therapies that have not been studied in small cell, and we found polo-like kinase as a class that was very, very sensitive across various subtypes of small cell that we're now beginning to recognize. We've moved that concept now into the clinic based on additional in vivo work, and we're beginning to see early evidence of activity of polo-like kinase inhibitor onvansertib as a single agent. But we also observed that the response rate was quite low, about less than 20%. But some of the early signals that we saw were those patients coming off of immunotherapy directly onto the trial. And with some emerging data suggesting that polo-like kinase could also be a modulator of the anti-tumor immunity, we went back into the lab and asked the question whether the combination of a polo-like kinase inhibitor and anti-PD-1 could actually result in better efficacy. That is exactly what we saw in this in vivo study, where the combination of onvansertib and anti-PD-1 was better than each agent alone. And this is now giving us insight into what we can do to improve the immunotherapy approaches that we now know to be a very, very successful approach here, as well as how we can further enhance that benefit that we're witnessing. Finally, we did some mechanistic studies to understand how the polo-like kinase inhibitor is affecting the anti-PD-1 activity. Various subset of CD8 as well as CD4, but just showing the CD8 subset here, both in terms of proliferation, activation, as well as memory compartment. when you combine PLK1 with anti-PD1, you actually had better immunologic response, and we felt that this is probably one of the mechanisms by which this combination is showing the effect. So congratulations, Dr. Fadlo Khuri. We've all benefited from you, and we've learned a lot looking and interacting with you over the years. And this was actually the picture that I took with Fadlo his last day at Emory. As he was stepping out, he gave me the key to his office. He was going into his car, and we took this picture. So I want to thank you all from AUB and from the country of Lebanon for loaning Fadlo to us for this long. We're very lucky that you got him back. That was at his inauguration in 2016 that we were all privileged to witness. But one thing that we've not said a lot about today is actually Fadlo as a team builder. We've all talked about how we've interacted with him one-on-one, but it's really ability to bring people with different persuasion background, beliefs, is phenomenal, and is one person that will build a team and not build it around himself. You always find him at the edge of that team, and you will not know how much effort has gone in the background in bringing that team together. And now that you've had him back, I want to promise you that Fadlo is a golden fish that has no hiding place. He's actually now a statesman for the world and an advocate, and I'm very, very sure that you're still going to be willing to share him with the world. And with that, congratulations again, Fadlo, and thank you all for the opportunity to be part of this event.
Thank you, Dr. Tofik. Our last speaker for this session is Dr. Charles Rudin, Deputy Director of the Cancer Center and Co-Director of Druckenmiller Center focused on preclinical lung cancer research at the MSK. Also, he serves on the National Cancer Institute Board of Scientific Advisors and led the National Cancer Institute Small Cell Lung Cancer Research Consortium. Over to you.
Actually, all members of that advisory board were fired by the Trump administration, so as it turns out. So, I've been keeping score a little bit, and I believe, the only speaker who was never at the same institution and worked directly with Fadlo. So it's coming to me that I'm probably invited to the wrong meeting here. And it's like one of those dreams where you show up to give a talk and you're not wearing your pants or something. But Fadlo is an old friend and a dear friend. He's really the person when I go to meetings that I look for maybe the most, because he always has a word of cheer and encouragement, and he's just been a wonderful colleague for decades now, and we really, in many ways, grew up together in the field of thoracic oncology. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about small cell lung cancer. So Tawfiq has set me up very nicely for this. We've come a long way with this disease that actually had a terrible prognosis, continues to have a pretty dismal prognosis. But if we look back, before 2018 or so, this was a trial that was done that compared 2 chemotherapy regimens, and you can see just absolutely no difference in the curves, and really both of these curves just going straight to ground on the left. Today, with the advent of immunotherapy, what Tawfiq just presented, we see curves that look like what we see on the right, that is still going pretty steeply down, but there's a tail on the curve. There are real survivors. The 3-year survival has tripled, admittedly only from about 5% to maybe 17%, but that difference is real, and the tail really is flattened. We have patients now out over a decade doing well, even with metastatic disease, those lucky ones who respond to immunotherapy. So the real question to me for the field is, how do we raise the tail of that curve? How do we give that transformative benefit that a few patients with small cell lung cancer get to the broader community of patients with small cell lung cancer? Well, chemotherapy and immunotherapy is only given for a brief period, 4 cycles typically, and that's followed by immunotherapy maintenance. And you can see as soon as the maintenance starts, people start really dropping. These curves drop pretty quickly. So what are the strategies that could actually raise the tail of the curve and increase the fraction of patients that benefit from this transformative therapy. And there's a number of these that are now, I think, looking really quite promising in the clinic. Tawfiq presented a little bit about the bispecific T-cell engagers, such as tarlatamab, that I think has really transformed the care for patients with small cell lung cancer, improving survival. Antibody-drug conjugates and radioconjugates that are looking quite promising in the field as well. I thought I'd touch a little bit on the third category here, epigenetic regulators. And the reason for thinking about that is we started to look back at why is immunotherapy so ineffective in patients with small cell lung cancer. This is the tumor type that is most strongly associated with very heavy tobacco exposure. These are very highly mutated tumors, very high tumor mutation burden. They ought to respond to immunotherapy, and yet they typically do not. When we look at determinants of outcome in an unbiased way, the thing that pops out as the leading cause of failure of immunotherapy is actually failure of antigen presentation. So small cell lung cancers tends to downregulate MHC class 1, the way that a cell presents to the immune system, to the cytolytic immune system that might kill that tumor. If we look at pathways, this actually comes out as the top pathway, antigen processing and presentation associated with immunotherapy failure. If we look at this in a associative way, looking at antigen presentation machinery versus tumor inflammation, there's actually a very strong linear correlation between these two phenomena. And if we break down that antigen presentation machinery score into its component genes, you can see that every one of these genes has exactly the same association with inflammation. And this tells us that this isn't due to a mutation. This is an epigenetic phenomenon that is suppressing this whole pathway together. So we started to look at what are the epigenetic regulators that are responsible for silencing antigen presentation in small cell. And there's actually two epigenetic regulators that clearly pop out in that data. One is a factor called LSD1. You see here, single gene determinant of outcome for patients with small cell lung cancer treated with immunotherapy. And the other is EZH2, similarly a single gene determinant of outcome. These are both targetable. There's actually clinically available EZH2 inhibitors and LSD1 inhibitors, and this has prompted two trials that we're now conducting in parallel to look at this as a strategy for inducing immune response in patients with small cell lung cancer. The top trial here, which is led by a former fellow of mine, Noura Chaudhuri, now in a national cooperative group trial, is looking at the addition of an LSD1 inhibitor to standard maintenance immunotherapy. The second one, a trial, single institution trial at Memorial Sloan Kettering, led by a fellow, Jesse Ross, another trainee, looking at EZH2 as a strategy here. And the goal is really to see, can we turn back on antigen presentation in this tumor type? Tawfiq showed this same slide, actually, other ways. If antigen presentation and processing is a failure for immunotherapy, can you just bypass that? And tarlatamab and other similar agents do exactly this. They don't depend on MHC class 1. They bind the T cell directly to the tumor. And we have shown that this clearly improves outcome for patients in the second line. And I think it's a really promising approach to combine, actually, with a checkpoint inhibitor in maintenance. We're going to be seeing data on this, actually, at World Lung in a few weeks. The other class of drugs that is really exciting, I think, are the antibody-drug conjugates and similarly radioconjugates. And we've been very, very interested in this. A number of these are showing real activity with waterfall plots, again, as Tawfiq suggested, that are really, really promising for patients with small cell lung cancer. These are one example. This drug that we are helping to co-develop, IDXD, this targets a cell surface target called B7H3. And another one targeting SEZ6. Again, you see the waterfall plots here looking really, really promising for these patients. We've also been able to use this as a radioconjugate. So this is actually looking at an antibody against DLL3, now radiolabeled If we radiolabel with zirconium, we can image very nicely with PET imaging to look for in vivo detection of cancer. You can see here, this is a brain tumor metastatic lesion that's barely visible on MRI, but clearly visible on DLL3 PET, and a liver full of tumors. On the right here is a patient with neuroendocrine prostate cancer that has become PSMA negative, no longer an adenocarcinoma, converted to a high-grade neuroendocrine cancer that's clearly detectable with all these bone lesions and liver mets with DLL3 PET. We think this is a way to actually screen patients for the ability to target DLL3. So I'll stop there. My summary is really that cell surface proteome is defining a series of novel approaches to small cell lung cancer. The absence of antigen presentation machinery contributes to IO failure in small cell lung cancer. Epigenetic targeting, like with LSD1 inhibitors or EZH2 inhibitors, we think is an interesting strategy to try to reverse this. The other approach, MHC-independent T-cell recruitment with drugs like tarlatamab, bypass this. The T-cell engager is highly active in this disease. In my opinion, these are particularly attractive strategies for maintenance, and the antibody drug conjugates and radiotherapeutics, I think, have a really a strong future here, and we'll see more data on those emerging really in the next year. So I also want to thank Fadlo for all of his tremendous contributions. Throughout the day, we've heard this again and again and again, what a seminal figure he is in the field, what a leader he is across multiple domains. And I just want to add my congratulations and my thanks for the invitation to be here and for the opportunity to speak to you all. I know it's the wrong conference, but nonetheless, happy to give a talk here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles. It's what we have, in fact, around 5 minutes for 2 questions. And maybe while you prepare your question, maybe be specific to which presenter you are asking or general question. But before we do so, I think what we have heard so far is really very interesting when it comes to health equity in cancer. You can see this is really cross-cutting across all the presentation of the distinguished speakers. My worry that, not my worry, I think we know that, particularly in a low middle income country context, that equity is not considered as part and parcel of how we develop policy, particularly when it comes to public health. I do worry personally because I see that if we continue doing what we are doing now, the gap will be even widened when it comes to access and treatment. How we can, I think the question that we need to ask, what are the things that we need to do? What governments can I would say, how the work can level up, how they can actually up their game of how we are approaching this, how we can have health system and public health system future focused, future ready. My worry that we are far behind in terms of the thinking of how we are governing public health system, how we are financing public health system, how we are delivering services, and the worry that this might be prohibitive at some point for innovation. So the question really, what shall we do as public sector, as the industry, as pharma company, as research institution, where we can look at it also and make sure that equity is embedded in the whole thinking about advanced treatment and therapy. So that's just my reflection. It's not a question for the speakers. I know we have time only for 2 questions. So please, if you anyone would like to have any questions specific to any of the speakers or general comment, please do so. We have to wrap up in 5 minutes, in conscious of time. Who would like to? Yes, please.
I think the question was if Charles or Tawfiq can talk about non-smoker, right?
It used to be that you would only see small cell in smokers, and I would gather you have a lot of small cell here in Lebanon from what we've heard today. But we've also learned now that non-smokers will get small cell because of the transformation, the developmental plasticity with EGFR. I'm just wondering if that's different and how you treat it differently if it arises in that way.
You know as well as I do, Roy. We treat it similarly. Really not because that's the right approach, but because that's the best approach we have right now. I do think it's a different disease in some ways, but it's treated as small cell lung cancer currently.
Okay, so now we will have a short video to show, and then unfortunately we won't have a break. but the food is still fresh. But if anyone would like to have a quick coffee while the session is ongoing, please feel free to do so outside. But we'll have a short video now. Yeah.
Fadlo gave me the opportunity to be part of something very special. The transformation that he brought to the university is nothing short of remarkable, and it's, I think, in large part due to Fadlo's superpowers. Listening carefully, reading people well, and pursuing goals relentlessly. And on this occasion, Fadlo, I want to tell you that it's been an honor working with you so far. I hope I can keep up, and congratulations on this well-deserved day.
I've known Dr. Khuri now for about 20 years, actually, from the start of my career here at Emory. And really, he was the jumpstart for my faculty career here. There are some leaders that you have to follow, but there are other leaders like Dr. Khuri that you want to follow. Possibly what really stands out the most to me is his love of mentorship. And I could not really think of a better mentor, friend, colleague, and person than Dr. Khuri.
In this time of tremendous global uncertainty, I know we are all so proud to have Dr. Fadlo Khuri as our magnificent president of the American University of Beirut, AUB. Dr. Khuri truly ranks as a worldwide leader for global higher education and public health. Please take a moment to thank him for his vision, commitment, humility, and humanity, and his steadfast desire to make AUB and the world a better place for all. Thank you.
Fadlo, I would like to congratulate you on reaching another huge milestone in your amazing career. For me personally, you've helped shape my career in many ways. The opportunities you afforded me at Emory and Grady gave me a strong foundation for my future leadership roles. You've taught me many things since the time we've met, but perhaps at the forefront is your ability to recruit. I will always remember fondly when you came to Chicago to convince me, or really it was Ray, to move to Atlanta. Thank you for being a great colleague, mentor, and friend.
Thank you, AUB, and especially Dr. Fadlo Khuri for the instrumental role that you played in my research and academic career. And at every step in the way, every time I meet any academic oncologist or any surgeon or any researcher in the US, everyone knows, of course, Dr. Fadlo Khuri, and everyone says how they are friends with him and what an incredible oncologist and researcher and friend he is. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, Dr. Fadlo Khuri and AUB and Dr. Arafat Tfayli, and I'm forever grateful for AUB and for your support.
I had the pleasure of working with Dr. Khuri when I was a USFC in my junior year. In what was truly a turbulent year, I was able to understand, appreciate, and emulate the qualities that make him an outstanding leader and communicator that our institution is lucky to have. I'm extremely grateful to have learned and continue to learn from a president and doctor of this caliber.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Session 4, Advances in Cancer Biology and Therapeutics, in honor of Dr. Fadlo Khuri's remarkable contribution to oncology. My name is Sohaken Sharara. I'm a tenured professor of medicine at the American University of Beirut. And as one of the few non-oncologists on the panels, I feel particularly privileged to be included in the program. Congratulations, Fadlo, for all your achievements. And I'm very happy and privileged to be co-chairing this session with Dr. Joseph Qattan, who's professor and head of the Department of Hematology Oncology at St. Joseph University and Hôtel Dieu de France in Beirut. We're delighted to guide you through a session exploring cutting-edge advances across lung and head and neck cancer, immunotherapy, tumor biology, and tumor microenvironment, fields that have been deeply influenced by Dr. Khuri's vision, mentorship, and leadership. And to introduce the first speaker, I'm going to pass the microphone to Professor Qattan.
Thank you, Soha.
maybe I am the only one from outside the AUB to moderate. So I'm coming from Hôtel Dieu, from University of Saint Joseph, the French university, but I'm very proud and motivated and honored to testify the national values of a great man such as Professor Fadlo Khuri. Dr. Fadlo Khuri is not only the best physician, the most humanist, but also a great national leader. So let's move to our program. And we have only 12 minutes per speaker. The title of the presentation is a 20 years of progress in the treatment of non-small cell lung cancer. Our speaker is Dr. Roy Herbst. Dr. Roy Herbst is the assigned professor of medicine and pharmacology at Yale School of Medicine and served as deputy director of Basile Cancer Center, chief of medical oncology and hematology, and program director of the Master of Health Science Clinical Investigation for Yale School of Medicine. He is a member of the National Cancer Policy Forum and the NCI Thoracic Malignancies Steering Committee. Dr. Herbst, the floor is yours.
Thank you to the... It's an honor to be here. This is my first time in Beirut, and I wonder why I waited so long. It's just been a wonderful couple of days in Fadlo. I'm just so honored to be here for you and with all of your family, friends, and colleagues. So what I thought I'd do is, as the first speaker in this session on lung cancer, try to show the progress we've made during the course of Fadlo's career. And I'm going to show you how he's really been involved in so much of it, and we're also appreciative, most importantly, the patients. These are my disclosures. So I'm going to start, I've lived this, Fadlo's lived this, many of us has lived this. I first met Fadlo in 1997, although he'll tell you that I met him a little earlier at Yale, and he has a good memory, so it probably did happen. We were at MD Anderson, we did the first trials of gefitinib, literally the first 5, 10 patients, and we saw people responding. We saw the transformation of lung cancer together. I also want to tell you the story about my amazing friend, and as I said, he helped recruit me. Bob Bast is here. Actually, it's a long story. We can tell it over dinner. But really, I wouldn't have been at MD Anderson or in Houston without Fadlo. And we had this wonderful mentor, Wan Ki Hang. And really though, Fadlo I wasn't shown it in the slides earlier today, but Fadlo was my mentor as well. He really acclimated me to Houston, to MD Anderson, actually helped me to meet my wife. Wan Ki Hang, we knew him as the king. He was an extraordinary mentor. He was a tough mentor, but he also, he appreciated his good work, and we worked with him until, it was very sad that he had a death rather early in his retirement. So I'm going to talk about the Fadlo and I, because Key would always call him the Fadlo. He'd say, Roy, where's the Fadlo? So here's a picture of the two of us. I think this is 1998 or 1999. It might be 1999. But here's the two young guys, when we were at MD Anderson. And Fadlo probably remembers exactly when that was, because he probably had a little something taken off of his nose. So he'll probably tell me exactly. This was right, I think, before my wedding. They were having a little party for me. So he was mentored by Dr. Hang, and I use this picture at Key's Festschrift, but Fadlo really was Key's primary mentee, but really Key had many mentees, and Fadlo was really the person in the group that really kept us all together. And there you can see a picture on the right. That's right when the new faculty center was formed at MD Anderson. We all went outside for a picture, and you can see Fadlo and I toward the right. But really just, Wan Ki Hang was a mentor to Fadlo, and Fadlo a mentor to so many of us. So when I got there at MD Anderson, Fadlo pulled me aside and said, Roy, this is how we're going to do it. This is how you'll be successful. These were the rules of engagement. He said, we have to get in early before anyone else, because Ki Hang said we had to open the store and close the store. So in those days, I don't know where Lemi is, but I see Leila. He only had one car. I lived a few blocks from him, and he said, come pick me up at 6 a.m., we'll get in early. So okay, so I'd get in the car, and I'm not exactly the early riser myself. I'd get to his house, I'd be pounding on the door. Lemmy would come to the door, Roy, what's going on? And Fadlo's not up yet, but we tried that for a few weeks. And we'd get to work early, and my office was right next to Key's, and Fadlo would come in, we'd talk loud so we'd know we were there. And actually, that was some of the best time we ever had with him, because he'd come in and we'd talk. Then we couldn't do it so much longer, so then Fadlo had the idea, well, just park my car in the garage next to Key's so that he'll see the car every morning. But then, of course, we had no way to get to work. The other thing about Key was never walk in with coffee or a newspaper. I still think that when I'm in a meeting and I see one of my faculty come in late with a coffee, I think of Key Han. I'm sure you do too, Fadlo. Also, keep your nose clean. We couldn't be sure he was saying nose, but after a while we realized he was saying keep your nose clean, and that's good advice. Really stay out of trouble. Watch yourself. Prestige, he actually called it prestige. You really have to do something that's impactful. And I'm going to show you that we did do impactful work, and always be deferential. Well, actually, Fadlo was better at that. I was better at that than Fadlo, as you can imagine. He left, but actually, the thing I learned from Fadlo was he challenged Key. He challenged all of us. He challenged us to make us better. And I appreciate that. And there you can see a picture. We brought him back for the Wan Ki Hang Award. I learned from Fadlo. I made a Wan Ki Hang Award, and we invited people back, and Fadlo got one of the first ones, and there's Fadlo on the left there at my wedding. Now, we had projects. Now, we picked our projects. Fadlo might tell you that I got the better projects, but no, he really wanted to work on P53 adenovirus and farnesyl transferase inhibitor. And I was very fortunate that John Mendelsohn was working with me on EGFR inhibitors and angiogenesis inhibitors. It was really our choice. Now, Fadlo, when's the last time you prescribed a farnesyl transferase inhibitor? But whatever, we picked our projects, and we had our two offices next to each other, and it was really just the most wonderful, wonderful time. So I want to talk to you about how the paradigm has shifted, and you see I'm multilingual here, Fadlo, but I have a good fellow. But over the last 25 years, we've taken the best chemotherapy, radiation-targeted therapy, and immune therapy for lung cancer, and brought it to the earliest stages of disease, and we're curing lung cancer. And you know what? That came out of the chemo prevention. That came out of the biopsies. That came out of the early diagnosis. So it morphed, actually. It was more of a head and neck department early on, and then we made it more of a lung department. So it really was an amazing transformation. So what I thought I'd do is do a top 10 list, because I don't have a lot of time, and you're going to hear from many distinguished colleagues about their work. Top 10 things that have happened in the last 20, 25 years that have changed lung cancer. And I'm not going to read them off to you here. You can read the slide, but I'm going to go through them with just one slide for each, because I know we have very strict moderation going on. It wasn't that way in the morning, by the way, just as a reminder. And we're the ones who have been here all day. Okay. And then you can see here are the other 10, so I'm going to take you through. And Fadlo knows I love to do top 10. Well, first, chemoradiation. So MD Anderson at the time, Fadlo, Wan Ki Han, Roman Parasol, the team, the whole idea that you could use chemo and radiation together, you could cure lung cancer patients back then, 20, 25 years ago. Not many, but the combination multimodality therapy, the tumor board, the interaction, the critical mass, that all happened. And here's the very famous Dillman paper that many of you might remember that really started that. And now, of course, we're using immunotherapy in the adjuvant setting in this disease, as well as targeted therapies, a paper that Ram had at ASCO a few years ago. Development of modern chemotherapy. So back then, we were excited about this. You believe it? We were excited that we had paclitaxel, gemcitabine, docetaxel. Rick Pastor used to run docetaxel, Taxotere meetings. We'd go to these meetings. But look, the one-year survival in lung cancer was 33%, median survival 7.9 months in the metastatic setting, but it was an advance. We were working on new chemotherapy. This was an advance because it allowed for better, less toxic chemotherapy that could be combined. Adjuvant therapy. This gets to some of what we're hearing about today, collaboration, interaction. We were involved in the adjuvant therapy trials, the fact that we could do adjuvant therapy after surgery, 5 to 7% benefit. But in a disease that affects 2 million people a year, it's worldwide, it is a benefit. And of course, this was about circa 2000, 2001, the trial of cisplatin-based adjuvant therapy, the YALT study, truly changed the field. Number 7, EGFR inhibitors. I was very fortunate, and I really credit Fadlo. I would not have been in MD Anderson had he not encouraged me to come. Actually, the job that was offered me was not in lung cancer. It was in breast cancer or GI cancer, and he helped me with Bob Bast and Key to get the job in lung cancer. And I was very fortunate. I had studied transcriptional regulation, growth factors, and Jose Bazaga was visiting, and we started doing some trials with gefitinib, and we never saw anything like this in lung cancer, and Fadlo really guided me through this. We ran clinical trials. What an amazing place MD Anderson was back then. We could put 400 or 500 patients on these trials, and we started to see responses. Drugs that worked, targeted therapy had its era. So this was a slide that we used to use. This is Paul Bunn's slide. I'm sorry he's not here today, but I miss my lung Bob, who would say you should have taken an EGFR inhibitor, and then I made a version for the country. and I trust my fellow that that's right. Okay. Then, of course, mutations, and patients came all from all over, for these trials. The mutations were described in 2024. Big regret, we didn't actually describe them at Anderson, but we certainly had the patients and did the early trials that led to the drug being used. But this truly changed things, and this is when we brought in Ignacio Estuba and started our battle studies. Immunotherapy. I also left, in MD Anderson 2011, stayed a few more years past Fadlo, but then moved to Yale where immunotherapy was all the rage. Mario Snow, Tom Lynch, and others, Li-Ping Chen, and then of course the whole era of immunotherapy is about 10, 12 years old. Patients could get immunotherapy in the most advanced refractory setting. This time these were the patients who were the smokers. Key would call them the citizens who need reforming. But this was just truly another breakthrough in lung cancer we've seen. And again, enabled by building teams, by building a nucleus of mentees, and you saw some of the work they've done at Emory and the other places Fadlo's been. Next generation EGFR inhibitors, Ram and others, and the whole osimertinib. So it wasn't enough just to have a first generation gefitinib. You needed an EGFR inhibitor that was mutation specific, that was brain penetrant, less toxic, still with some side effects, but many fewer, better than the current standard of care. This is only with us, it's hard to believe, less than a decade, and certainly being used worldwide. Immunotherapy is adjuvant and neoadjuvant therapy. This is just in its beginnings, but the fact that now we're taking the immunotherapy that's been developed and using it in the multimodality setting. Again, concepts that came from head and neck cancer, from the early lung cancer work. This is a big advance that we've seen in lung cancer. I want you to all see that not everyone sees it, but we really have taken a disease that no one wanted to go work in the field, to a field where we all are very challenged, but happy that we're making a difference. And we've seen that already from several of the speakers. And by the way, I purposely left small cell out of these 10 because I didn't have room for a few others and I knew it was going to be discussed already. But here you can see immunotherapy and the durvalumab, the Pacific trial, just one example, an Aegean trial looking at neoadjuvant immune therapy. So now immunotherapy meets surgery, and it really is a phenomenal concept. So now you have to have a multimodality tumor board, and I bet, we used to have this at MD Anderson. I still remember the first one I went to. Fadlo brought me in with Jack Roth and others. There's so many options now in lung cancer. And again, surgery, chemoradiation, adjuvant, neoadjuvant, which agents to use, how long. And this, I wish tumor board was like this. This is what our tumor board looks like at Yale. No one comes, they're all going on Zoom. But maybe that's a good thing because we've heard about access today. And people need to get access and need to get drugs. So maybe there is more access to better care through Zoom. But it would be nice to have a few of the fellows there and a little coffee and so forth. Moving through, because I do want to be cognizant of time. Then we took the EGFR inhibitors from 15 years earlier, 20 years earlier, and we used them in the early disease. And that was the ADORA trial. And this was a trial where you take patients who are EGFR mutated, they get R0 resections from surgery, and then you randomize them to get the EGFR inhibitor or a placebo, and you have a hazard ratio of 0.49 for survival, a 51% improvement in survival. So taking things full circle. This has all happened in the last 20, 25 years. Josh Fidler, who was a mentor to some of us, more to me than Fadlo, but I know Fadlo was close with him as well, always spoke about metastases and how patients die from metastatic disease. Josh actually used to say, what are you really doing, Roy, with all these trials? Because there weren't very many negative trials, as we heard about from Ram earlier. There were a lot of negative trials, but targeted therapy, the right target for the right patient, we could take now surgery and adjuvant therapy, add the targeted therapy in, and as you can see on the right, prevent metastatic disease, prevent metastases to the brain, liver, and bone. Osimertinib was approved in the adjuvant setting in 2020. The minimal residual disease, I'm running out of time, but now we can actually measure circulating DNA. Tests are getting much more sensitive. We can learn how long to treat, when to switch treatment. These are all things that are evolving in real time. The LAURA trial presented by Ram at ASCO a few years ago. Chemoradiation now for patients with EGFR mutation, they get targeted therapy. So these are all things that have evolved because of biopsies, targeted therapy, using it in all cases of disease. So it really has been wonderful progress in the 20, 25 years. And then now there's NeoAdora, FLAURA2. So NeoAdora is using neoadjuvant EGFR inhibitors to shrink tumors prior to surgery. FLAURA2 will be presented next
Sunday in Barcelona. Some of us will be there, adding chemotherapy back to targeted therapy. Progress, progress, progress. So really, it's been a whirlwind. I just want to take you through a little tour of some advances, and now I'm going to bring it back, and I'm going to use the trick of the last speakers, a few Fadlo pictures. So this I have to mention. So the battle trial, does anyone know how he funded the battle trial? Fadlo does. How? Duffy Wall, congressionally mandated funds. We had funds because Fadlo had a grateful patient who worked with us. He was a political lobbyist, and he was able to get funds from a congressional mandate that went to MD Anderson. Target, Impact, Battle. We had more money than Davy Crockett, as they said in Forrest Gump. It was just incredible. But we used that money wisely. So he took some of the money with him to Emory. He remained a collaborator with us. But this trial, which I would contest, brought together pathologists, my friend Ed Kim, Ignacio Estuba, Jack Lee. We funded it, and then it led to an R01. We used it for our SPORE. This is the brilliance of Fadlo, pulling teams together, and I'm very grateful to you for Fadlo. And I remember a meeting, I actually met this patient. So now, what's the legacy? It's a big legacy, and I'm just so glad to be here. It's a legacy of helping patients live longer. Look at these lung cancer survival curves. They're getting better. And
1 minute.
Yep, I got a few Fadlo pictures I could get too. But it's just amazing. Look at the benefit we've made. Next, I made this for you today, Fadlo, the hallmarks of lung cancer. We sent it to Charlie Swanton, and he's going to use it in the AACR Lung Cancer Journal. But these are all things you focus on translational science. Maybe farnesyl transferase aren't being targeted, but those were the pathways that you then built your PO1 on and other grants. Science. These are the science and the clinical aspects of lung cancer. So Fadlo, for today at least, I'm going to put you in the middle of the hallmarks. Really, thank you, and a wonderful contribution. This is still an evolution, but this is version 2 or 3. Mentorship. So Amin Nasser, where are you? You're here. So he's a fellow. He's like one of the best fellows we have at Yale. And he's a fellow. He trained here, and he was an intern at the Brigham Women's Hospital. And Joel Katz calls me up, and he says, I got this really good fellow, a resident. We'd love to recommend him to you at Yale. And I didn't really need to call Fadlo because I knew about AUB. I've known about AUB for years. I just haven't visited. And then I called Fadlo. He said, you'd be an idiot not to take him. And so Amin's been with us. He's been a fellow. Now he's a PhD student at Yale. He presented a poster today. He's already co-authored 70 papers as a fellow. He's now looking at large cell neuroendocrine tumor. I'm worried all my colleagues are trying to recruit him. That's the problem here today. And really just wonderful work. And then, even better, his wife's even better. So she's a cardiologist, so we have her too. And that's their wonderful son, who I got to meet on the airplane. We were playing for a couple of hours in the Frankfurt airport. The legacy is team building. This is not Fadlo's team. This is the LungMap team. I wanted to throw something in that I've done. But this is a group, and the ability to build a team, the NCI, the legacy of that, that's team science. And we actually both learned that from Ki Han. But Fadlo, we've heard that all day. So that's in your legacy. And then finally, Fadlo, I want to thank you for being such a fine many things. That's actually Guido Calabresi, the famous lawyer of Yale, doing a toast to Fadlo. So in that toast, I'm going to say, Fadlo, you're a wonderful president, you're a wonderful leader, a wonderful doctor, a wonderful mentor, a wonderful researcher, a truly wonderful friend. I still call Fadlo, I'm sure many of you do when you need some advice. And you're a really good guy. And then in the King and I type thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So as my very final slide, and this is my final slide, I made you a gift. And I brought it, I hope it's intact, it's in my bag. I carried it all the way on the plane. But this is what they call a Yale bowl. And actually, I didn't even know about the cedar in Lebanon, but it's even better because of trees in Lebanon. This is a bowl. I tried to get a bowl from Saybrook College, which is the college he was in, but there were no trees that fell down in the last few years. But the provost of Yale actually hollows out trees. And this is a bowl from the Yale Medical School. It's a red elm. So it's not a cedar, but it's okay. Elm from the College Street courtyard. And I have this for you. And Fadlo, it's just wonderful to be here today. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Herbst, for an inspirational talk. And I think we move right away to the second presentation. And I have the pleasure to introduce again Dr. Suresh Ramalingam. He was introduced this morning, but for those who weren't here, he's executive director at the Winship Cancer Institute at Emory University, as well as many other titles. and he will be talking to us this afternoon on targeting EGFR in lung cancer.
Okay, this time the slides came. Good afternoon. Roy is a tough act to follow. Amazing presentation, Roy. Thanks for sharing those memories with Fadlo. A lot of what I had planned to present have been discussed earlier. I want to go back to one of the things that we've talked a lot about Dr. Khuri's accomplishments and his career track record, and I thought I will take you behind the scenes of how he thinks as a researcher, which I got to watch and many of us got to watch in close quarters. A few weeks ago, I was sitting in a meeting and just browsing my phone, and a news article popped on, and it was about a bird called Harris's hawk. I've never heard about a Harris's hawk, by the way. So I figured I'll look up what is a Harris hawk, and there were a lot of interesting news about that. And one of the things that caught my attention was how this bird hunts. So these are the three principles that have emerged based on researchers who studied this. These birds hunt cooperatively. They don't hunt by themselves. They take turns flushing out prey and blocking the escape routes. And they coordinate their efforts to overcome individual attentions. And these three principles, to me, mirrored how Fadlo talked us about and taught us about conducting research. So hunt cooperatively, build a team that has all the necessary expertise and skill set. This is our team at Emory in the early days. Except for Dr. Curran, all of us have aged, but he looks about the same. But this is a team of medical oncologists, thoracic oncologists, radiation oncologists, pathologists, pulmonologists, surgeons, everybody, research coordinators, really having a complete team that helps you move research forward. Now, taking turn flushing out prey and blocking escape routes. This is what Xiong earlier mentioned, pharmacologically induced oncogene addiction. The seminal paper that Xiong and Fadlo published several years ago, which has more than 1,000 citations. You block one pathway, another pathway is going to be the escape mechanism, and you have to make sure you're blocking both in order to prevent the escape of the cancer cell. And this subsequently has led to a number of combination approaches, number of clinical trials and publications that have come out. And finally, make a coordinated effort to overcome individual limitations. Now, some of you may not recognize that handwriting, but most of you will. This is us planning for a PO1 submission, thinking about the kind of projects that we should be doing that brings together everybody's strengths and making sure that we're developing team science, we're paying attention to how we select projects, assembling the key participants, and then getting the institutional support and focusing on how we put a product that we should be proud of. Fadlo's favorite saying when we wrote a research grant was, if you're a baseball pitcher and if you're going to be hit for a home run, they better hit you on your best pitch. And that's exactly how he preached and taught us how to write good grants together. So with that, let me venture a little bit into EGFR. Roy has already talked about this. 2004 is a seminal year for lung cancer, where it was described that these mutations that are seen in about 15% of lung cancer patients is the reason why EGFR inhibitors work really well for this group of patients. And that really transformed the field. And Fadlo was among the pioneers in bringing together a group of institutions forming what's called the Lung Cancer Mutation Consortium. And this paper showed that, yes, you can have a mutation, but if you don't get targeted therapy, you don't do well. And the best outcomes are for patients with the target who end up receiving a targeted therapy and making sure that no patient with a targetable mutation should not have appropriate targeted therapy, and no patient with lung cancer should not have treatment without being screened for appropriate treatment targets. We then went through a wave of EGFR inhibitors, first, second, and third generation of EGFR inhibitors, and these incrementally improved efficacy between the first and second, and the third generation drugs really hit the sweet spot because they have 200-fold higher selectivity to the mutated receptor, so very little toxicity, significant efficacy. Patients can be on these drugs for years and not have any significant detriment to their quality of life. And this is a study that showed that using third-generation drugs was better than using first-generation drugs. There was improvement in overall survival. Now, we also learned that not every patient responds really well to EGFR TKI therapy, and part of how well they respond is determined by the presence of co-mutations. We talked about P53 mutation earlier, which is an area Fadlo started working early on in his career. We know now that P53 co-mutations with EGFR TKI therapy, with EGFR mutation, do not portend a good outcome for patients. So people are already beginning to look at how can we identify this high-risk group early on and provide more intensified therapeutic approaches. This is showing that the more tumor suppressor gene mutations the tumor possesses, in addition to EGFR mutation, the worse the clinical outcomes are. And in fact, the best outcomes are for patients who have just the EGFR mutation without any tumor suppressor genes. And the worst curves are for patients who have EGFR mutation, P53 mutation, and another tumor suppressor gene mutation. Roy showed how you can use these therapies in earlier stages of the disease to improve patient outcomes, and this is now the new standard of care for early-stage resected lung cancer patients. After surgical resection, adjuvant chemotherapy using 3 years of osimertinib results in improved outcomes, and he has now gone on to show us that you can even start thinking about which patients are likely to recur based on looking for minimal residual disease. And these pie charts, without going too much into the depth, show that a substantial number of patients who progress happen to progress within a year of coming off the TKI. Therefore, 3 years of therapy may not be sufficient. We may have to use these drugs in an extended length of time for patients to achieve outcomes, which raises the problematic question, are we actually curing these patients with these TKIs? And I would say this evidence so far indicates that we're not close to a cure with targeted therapies in lung cancer. But we are providing significant extensions in life and quality of life. To complete the circle, this is a LoRa study we reported last year, where we were able to extend targeted therapy use to locally advanced stage 3 disease. And here are the outcomes. The survival results are not mature. We are seeing a favorable survival trend. This is resulting in improvement in progression-free survival and FDA approval. And here, targeted therapy is given on an extended length of time because of the high risk of micrometastases, even in patients with earliest forms of the disease. And we will have detailed data on the MRD status for patients and how that may predict outcomes in the ESMO meeting in a couple of months. We now have a better understanding of how patients develop acquired resistance to EGFR inhibitors, and that's summarized in this slide from the FLORA study. Just looking at blood, we're able to identify what are the resistance mechanisms. Broadly, you have MET amplification, you have secondary EGFR mutations, and then you have non-EGFR dependent mechanisms. And we're already beginning to develop treatment options based on specific mechanism of acquired resistance. And you heard from Dr. Sun earlier today about how acquired resistance mechanisms can be targeted. This is an exciting recent paper from Xiang's lab that's already being translated into a clinical trial specifically to overcome osimertinib resistance by using a telomerase inhibitor in a single-arm study at Winship Cancer Institute. So these series of developments in EGFR mutated lung cancer, I think, have showed the way for other subsets of non-small cell lung cancer. And we now have a molecular classification of lung adenocarcinoma, which looks like this. There are over 35 molecularly targeted drugs that are approved for the use of patients with lung cancer. And because of these, response rates in the order of 80 to 90% are the norm rather than the exception. Survival is measured in years, not in months. Roy had shown that the median survival for lung cancer in the year 2000 was less than 8 months. Now, I'm happy to say that for ALK-positive lung cancer, the median survival for stage 4 disease is over 8 years. And for EGFR-mutated disease, it's somewhere in the order of 3 to 4 years. This shows us that we have come far. There's much more work to do. And I'll conclude by saying that EGFR-targeted therapies have transformed the care of lung cancer. Molecular testing is now part of routine workup for lung cancer, and acquired resistance mechanisms based therapies are beginning to make an impact, but cure still remains elusive despite these highly effective targeting of driver oncogenes. So with that, I want to thank you for your kind attention and congratulate Fadlo on this amazing day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramalinga, for this clear presentation. And now we move immediately to the next speaker, Dr. Nabil Saba, who will talk about the organ preservation and head and neck cancer. Dr. Nabil Saba is a professor and vice chair of hematology medical oncology, professor of otolaryngology, inaugural Lean and Howard Chair in Head and Neck Cancer Research at Emory University. He is the director of the Head and Neck Cancer Research Working Group and co-director of the Head and Neck Cancer Group Multidisciplinary Program at Emory University. The floor is yours, Dr. Saba.
It's an immense pleasure to be here. Fadlo, thank you for everything you did to my career. I think it started when I was a resident, and it continues till this day. And I think I'm one of the very few speakers who is an AUBite as well. I was born at AUH. I was raised here in Ras Beirut. My family also learned at AUB, and so I have very strong ties to this university. And I've come back so many times, but this time is many, many folds more pleasurable to me because of your honoring Fadlo. So thank you for everything you're doing. I'm supposed to cover organ preservation and head and neck cancer in about 12 minutes. This is a topic that is very challenging and was a topic that I know was very dear to you, Fadlo, because you worked so much on larynx preservation over your career. Those are my conflicts. So I'm going to try to, because it's such a big topic, I'm going to try to hit the points, the major points that happen in this disease, and then cover larynx cancer and sinonasal cancer, and let's see how well I can do. And so, and hopefully give you some promising novel therapeutic strategies in the future. So let's agree first on some definitions. So a cytoreduction of tumor does not necessarily mean organ preservation. And certainly surgical sparing also does not automatically mean that you preserve the organ, because many of these studies don't show us whether the organ is actually functioning when you're preserving it. So, however, I think it's important to realize that a cytoreduction, if it is sustained, is a necessary first condition to achieve the goal of organ preservation. And so I'm starting with Keynote 689, and this was recently led to the FDA approval. It's a first immunotherapy trial in the preoperative setting in head and neck cancer. Organ preservation was not a primary endpoint in this study, and I'm not showing you the endpoint, which is the event-free survival. However, there was improvement in pathologic remissions for these patients, and so I believe immunotherapy will be an integral part of the armamentarium that we use for organ preservation in the future, and Keynote 689 is a first step in that direction, which is why it's important to recognize this. Now, to go to the very early evidence that systemic therapy helps organ preservation, we have to go close to 3 decades ago to the larynx preservation trial. This trial essentially, despite its limitations and despite the fact that local recurrence was higher in the non-surgical group, and that disease-free survival tended to be in favor of the surgical group, did prove the fact that we could achieve organ preservation in selected patients with head and neck cancer. This was followed by, a decade later, by RTOG 9111, which attempted to look at the sequencing of therapy and seeing which sequencing is best for organ preservation. And maybe this title of the slide is not very fair, because ultimately the concurrent arm did lead to a laryngectomy-free survival improvement together with the sequential arm. They both were equal there, even though the larynx preservation rate was higher in the concurrent arm. So that de facto became the standard of care in the US at least, even though in Europe sequential therapy is still used to a certain extent. And then you get the GORTEC trial, which basically asked the question, would changing the immunotherapy help improve larynx preservation? And it compared, it added a taxane to the preoperative therapy of platinum 5-FU, and sure enough, you see improvement in laryngeal preservation with the taxane-based regimen, but also looked at laryngeal dysfunction-free survival, and that also was improved with systemic therapy with taxane. So the choice of systemic therapy also makes a difference in achieving this goal, at least in larynx preservation data. And Dr. Khuri did a very daring study when he was at MD Anderson, where he actually used high dose of chemotherapy with Taxol, ifosfamide, and platinum. And this, I think, this data is still relevant to our day, because I think it proved a principle that if you give chemotherapy to selected patients, those were T2, T3 patients with larynx cancer, you could achieve a decent rate of laryngeal preservation, which was up to 83% in these patients. And I think there was a long-term sustained cytoreduction, as we saw initially. And so, and we had to wait about more than a decade later to get a similar study, which was basically recently reported at ASCO of 2023 by Renata Ferrarotto. And basically, instead of ifosfamide, pembrolizumab was used. And so this was an interesting data to look at. Would the omission of ifosfamide and the addition of pembrolizumab lead to the desired outcome of larynx preservation? And certainly, you can see that the patients who received this regimen had a high overall response rate of 74%. About 78.3% had a pathologic complete remission, which is impressive. However, caution, the remission status was determined by biopsy. Obviously, these patients did not have laryngectomy, because that was the end point, in essentially preserving the larynx. However, 7 out of 18 pathologic responders recurred. And so this is a cautionary finding that we either need better surveillance after this type of approach, or we need potentially to add radiation therapy to these patients. And this is the list of trials that currently are either have completed accrual or are accruing for laryngeal preservation and using immunotherapy as a method to enhance laryngeal preservation. I'm going to switch to sinonasal cancer. And if you look at this disease, where organ preservation is also really a key factor, because you have orbital exenteration, you have base of skull resection. The challenge in all of these head and neck cancers is that those are rare diseases, and you're trying to achieve an endpoint that is very difficult to measure and to achieve. Most of the data on organ preservation came to us from retrospective series, really. There was never a prospective randomized trial until recently. And this is the largest series from MD Anderson looking at patients who responded to chemotherapy. You can see there are several types of systemic chemotherapy agents. All of these had sinonasal squamous cell carcinoma. And basically, when you have a complete or partial remission, you do have an improved outcome. You do have also organ preservation in a good proportion of these patients. About 60% of them had orbital preservation. However, this is not a randomized trial, and it does still beg the question, if you put patients head-to-head between chemotherapy followed by surgical resection versus no chemotherapy, do you get improvement in organ preservation? And so this is what we did in ECOG Akron 3163, which was a very challenging study, as basically randomization, if you can imagine, is pretty difficult to this type of trial. And despite the fact that this is an underpowered study, this was the first ever randomized prospective trial that is multi-center that looked at sinonasal squamous cell carcinoma. And you can see that even though the p-value was not significant, the difference between the rate of organ preservation between the two arms was really impressive, 15% versus 50%. Notably, 15% is higher than what we expected initially, because patients on the control arm we expected will have very, very low rate of organ preservation. However, some of them did have organ preservation despite this fact, and essentially this speaks perhaps to the surgical skills of in academic medical centers. And if you excluded patients with T4B disease, you do get a p-value that is significant for these patients. Going back to an example of a sinonasal cancer that is SNUC. SNUC is a more chemosensitive tumor, at least in some patients. And again, data from MD Anderson shows us that when you give chemotherapy and you get response to chemotherapy, it doesn't matter really what you do after that. However, if you don't respond to chemotherapy, surgery is your treatment of choice. These patients would not benefit from additional radiation therapy. So that was, I think, even though retrospective series, a proof of principle that you could use chemotherapy sensitivity as a way to stratify your patients whether they should get further radiation or go straight to surgery. ETCTN is about to launch this trial. This is following the steps of the SNUC paradigm, if you like, and also this trial will randomize patients to chemotherapy versus chemoimmunotherapy in squamous cell cancer, and then will move on with additional treatment depending on whether patients responded to treatment or did not respond to treatment. I cannot finish a talk of organ preservation without talking about the salvage therapy setting. This is a setting that we need more investment in terms of clinical trials, and those are very lacking at this point. I'm giving an example here of a study we conducted at Emory with different cancer centers participating, and we added nivolumab to a re-irradiation schema for patients who had prior radiation for head and neck cancer. The 1-year progression-free survival was 61.4%. The 1-year overall survival, 84.4%. So impressive results compared to best historic control, and certainly data that we can build on in the future. Finally, Neopolis, which is an NRG clinical trial. Dr. Curran is here, previous NRG chair. Will be launched very, very soon. NRGHN015 will also test the question of whether chemotherapy or chemoimmunotherapy prior to salvage surgical resection could lead to improvement in pathologic remission. It's, I think, a first step towards studying the results for these patients, and hopefully future trials will build on this to look at organ preservation. So my final thoughts is that systemic therapy stands to be a major player in organ preservation in head and neck cancer, and I think improvement on systemic agents will be a key factor in the future to improve on organ preservation. This could include immunotherapy certainly, but could include ADCs. However, I left out surgical techniques, I left out radiation techniques, novel radiation approaches, and those are very, very important also to be partners with systemic therapy to try to achieve the goal of organ preservation in head and neck cancer. Dr. Ferris, who is a head and neck surgeon, will be the next speaker. I'm, by the way, a head and neck medical oncologist. Instead, in case you are wondering who is the who is the medical and who is the surgeon. And so with that, I will close. And again, it's a pleasure to be here. Fadlo, thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Dr. Saba, and thank you again for reminding us that effective treatment also must preserve quality and function. I have a difficult task now because I'm a Blue Devil at heart. So for those among you who love basketball, you would realize that introducing a Tar Heel from Chapel Hill might be a bit challenging. But nevertheless, we'll still allow you to speak for 12 minutes, right, Dr. Katan? So it's a pleasure indeed to introduce Professor Robert Faris. He's a distinguished professor and the executive director of the UNC Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Center and chief of oncology clinical services at UNC Health in Chapel Hill. And he'll talk to us about immunotherapy beyond PD-1 blockade, future perspectives.
Thank you very much. If anybody knows about basketball, the famous coach, Dean Smith, knew how to use the shot clock. So I'll see what I can do about extending the clock. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and this is a real honor. I've interacted with many AUB graduates in Pittsburgh and now at UNC, and truly, this is one of the world's great universities, and you compete with the very best U.S. graduates, and so we always look out for AUB graduates. It's great to be back in my ancestral home. My family was from the Ashuv Mountains, and it's always emotional. when I get to Lebanon. So this is my second time. I brought my son at 13, and as I've told him since, I came here to get him a wife, but I was unsuccessful, so I'll have to bring him back. I've never been at the same institution as Fadlo, so like Charlie. He did try at one point, and now at the end of the day, I really regret not having taken him up on that. That would have been such a career pleasure. I did try to nominate him for a couple things at places where I was, so we both tried. But nonetheless, we've kept in close contact, and we have partnered over some similar challenges like EGFR, and sometimes the challenges were people, but we partnered in that regard. So I'm going to tell you about what my lab does. It's a nice follow-on to Dr. Saba, and as a surgeon who talks about systemic therapy, I've been trying to keep, maybe put myself out of business. That's why I got into cancer center administration, so I would have a job if immunotherapy works. So this is the lung cancer session. So think of head and neck cancer as just upper lung cancers maybe, but it's quite different because we have a viral origin, which I think is unique. Of course, we have traditional tobacco-associated head and neck cancers. We also have a virus-associated disease, which in Western countries in the US is about 50% of head and neck cancers, and that's in the oropharynx. In retrospect, in my career, when I went into the lab to get a PhD in immunotherapy, one would think I was crazy that this would actually begin to work back in the early 90s. But as you've heard from many of our speakers, and fortunately, it does work primarily through the so-called immune checkpoints, the signal 2 of co-inhibitory molecules. And you've heard a lot about PD-1, nivolumab, pembrolizumab, and then you heard from Dr. Saba that this is now, in the past month or two in the New England Journal, had a positive phase 3 trial for neoadjuvant immunotherapy. But how do we go beyond PD-1 inhibitors and multiple dual immune checkpoint, I think, is a viable strategy. I myself participated in one of these in recurrent metastatic disease, where we showed a survival benefit, but it was quite disappointing because, of course, it was for the minority of patients. Just for those of interest to ask HPV positive versus negative, the overall survival is identical. It just takes the HPV negative folks a little bit longer to get there. If you look very early, the slide, the curves separate almost immediately in the HPV positive, likely, as you heard from Dr. Rudin, because you have an antigen, the viral antigen, the HPV negative. It takes some time for priming of an immune response. So we had a positive trial in recurrent metastatic disease, and yet I'm a surgeon, and we have a chance at cure for earlier stage. And so we began this effort some years ago to bring immunotherapy into the preoperative stage, avoiding some of the disfiguring type surgeries that are no fun, frankly, for the surgeon and certainly not for the patient. And so monotherapy was inserted in essentially the 1 month that it takes between the time we see a patient in the clinic and they go get the scans and get prepared with the anesthesiologist for surgery. And so we thought, why not give something that might work? You can see that some patients do benefit, other patients progress, warranting us trying to do better because monotherapy is inadequate. And so we began this 3-arm randomized trial where we compared doublets. This was the Nivo-Ipi, which is PD-1 CTLA-4, or Nivo-Rela, which is PD-1 plus anti-LAG-3. Now this combination is approved in melanoma, but in no other cancer. So we began comparing that to PD-1 monotherapy. We used a pathologic response at the time of surgery. We didn't power for survival, but when we had a greater than a 50% pathologic response after 1 month, which occurred about 25 to 30% of the time with the doublets, very rarely with the monotherapy, we could have a very positive survival outcome. But what my lab has been interested in, and I think is the key of the message of this talk, is how does a surgeon contribute with his colleagues in the oncology sphere, is to get the on-treatment biopsy and understand what is happening when we treat the patient. And so we got post-treatment specimens. We put them through a very multi-omics strategy with single-cell RNA sequencing. This just basically shows you how the computer bioinformatics can do what's called dimensionality reduction. And if you look at the bottom right, the computer can segregate lymphocytes from HPV positive and HPV negative tumors. So this is a viable strategy to ask what's happening when we treat a patient 1 month after therapy and then separate it by responder and non-responder. So the first, as you can see in the bottom right, in a major pathologic responder, CD8 T cells flood into the tumor. That's the red fluorescence. And in fact, the infiltration of those CD8 cells correlates with major pathologic response and with survival. So we began to ask, can we figure out which patients should get which doublet? Because that would be the essence of personalized immunotherapy. And so we found that LAG3 expression is a predictive marker because it only associates with benefit to targeting LAG3, but does not associate with benefit to the other arms, such as nivo-ipi, which targets CTLA-4. Again, in this randomized doublet trial, I want you to just look on the left side. The genes between the lymphocytes in responders to one doublet versus the other essentially have no overlap. So there's totally separate genes in patients who respond to one doublet versus another, suggesting that we could select patients who should get an immunotherapy versus the other. Also comparing T cell receptors, there is a cross-priming event in the nivo-rela arm that is not seen. Nivo-ipi seems to take cells that are already pre-existing in the tumor and just make more of them, expand them, whereas nivo-rela generates new antigen specificities in the T cell receptor. This is pretty complicated, but if you look here, this is reinforcing what I just said. Nivo-ipi takes a population of cells and activates it, whereas nivo-rela reprograms an exhausted population. And this figure showed me, I think, best what the two doublets were doing. The purple is the pre-treatment, the yellow is the post-treatment. And if you look at the purple, the individuals who at baseline are going to get the different doublets start with their lymphocytes at a different transcriptional program, but in the end, in a major pathologic responder in the yellow, they get to the exact same place. So the two doublets get to the lymphocytes to the same eventually place to eliminate the tumor, but they start from a different origin from a transcriptional standpoint. So then where does that bring us? As Nabil told you, we have a positive trial, the phase 3 trial. So we redesigned that, eliminated the monotherapy, and are now running this trial, increasing the relatlimab, trying to actually get greater number of major pathologic responders. And we're continuing to accrue, but you can see we have, with the doublets, some promising therapies where we could eventually do what Nabil told you, which is design a trial where we don't have to remove somebody's tongue or we don't have to remove their voice box because we have a major pathologic response. Of course, we have to predict who that is, and so we've used AI, radiomics with standard of care CAT scans to predict who is going to be a major pathologic responder. That's essentially predicting those CD8 cells that infiltrate. And so this is a virtuous cycle that we developed. I think the lessons here are to tell everyone what's happened over the past 15 or 20 years as Fadlo has studied head and neck cancer, and we've partnered back in 2008. That was an EGFR targeted neoadjuvant trial. And we used the neoadjuvant platform to go back to the definitive setting and guide personalized immunotherapy. So the last little story to tell you about is another example. We've heard about combining immunotherapy with radiation. The concept is good, that we would stimulate turning a cold tumor hot. And so we did a really simple trial here. We combined pembrolizumab concurrently with chemoradiation, or we separated the two and gave it sequentially. This was a pretty simple study, but we, as you see in the star down at the bottom, we got an on-treatment biopsy in week 2 of the chemoradiation, where there was a PD-1 inhibitor on board or not. And it turns out that there's a major benefit in local regional control if you separate the PD-1 inhibitor from the chemoradiation versus giving them concurrently. So we have to understand the biology, and the on-treatment biopsy can help us because, as you see in the bottom right, immunosuppressive myeloid cells are increased in the concurrent arm but not in the sequential arm. So we have to collaborate, get tissues and on-treatment specimens. And so PD-1 blockade is not only approved in head and neck, but is now in the locally advanced preoperative setting. And so now I'll just thank my group. And then what I want to also do is acknowledge not just the vision of Fadlo, but also I follow Twitter. And so I have been monitoring the amazing tweets or posts that come out of AUB. And they're really moving if you look at some of these that have come. And I think it's such an incredible positive force. I think the point made earlier that how many of your donors are not alums. It's an impressive impact on the world. And I keep track of these because Fadlo has been so influential. Now, I don't have a Lebanese fellow to translate, so I had to go to Google, and I tried to, as Roy did, list the amazing number of things. Now, personally, I put them in order, how I would feel, best as I could. Hopefully, Lamia agrees. But this is, I added one for a connector, because what, did I misdo one? Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Well, we'll thank. Okay, this is a Google. The other one I was unsure of, but is really Fadlo's strength, is connector. So the one story I'll tell you, as others have reflected, at the amazing ability for him to see different things and bring them together was, for me, August 4th, 2020. And Fadlo knew my deputy director and chief of our HEMONC had left Pittsburgh to be cancer center director. So I'm driving along and WhatsApp goes off and it's Fadlo, and so I answer the call and he says, I've got this amazing superstar that you should look at for your chief of HEMONC. And of course it's Dr. Owanakoko. And so we talk and he says, and I've known Tawfiq, we shared some trials on thyroid cancer and we've been friends over the years, and I said, what an amazing idea. Classic Fadlo, thinking of point A, point B, promoting somebody's career. Now, eventually, Tawfiq only needed a very short amount of time before he himself became a cancer center director. But the amazing thing is I hang up the phone and I'm talking to my wife, Laura. Everybody has the news come across their phone. You get the little pop-ups. 20 minutes later, I get a notice that there's an explosion in Beirut. And of course, I just hung up for Fadlo. So, I mean, I couldn't reach him for some hours, but by the time he replied, because he always replies, he told me about the windows blowing out in the home where we're going to go visit later tonight, and the leadership that he provided I could see online. So you guys are truly blessed to have such a leader during those crises. I just want to tell you, he continues to be a connector. I'm looking forward and hoping Fluff is over at the Marquand House. And I realized that that's a version of a lion who is defending the home of the AUB, and then was blessed one time, the last time that Fadlo reached out, and Raya was coming through Pittsburgh, and so being able to stay in touch with the Khuri family has been a great pleasure for me. And even for my colleagues who wear the wrong color blue, shukran, I invite you all to Chapel Hill.
Thank you, Dr. Faris. Very touching. And now,
by the way, my daughter is a Tar Heel, Dr. Faris. I don't know if he heard it.
no, now we move to the next speaker, Dr. Adam Marcus. Adam Marcus is the tenured professor in hematology and medical oncology at Emory University, Deputy Director of the Basile Cancer Institute, and Senior Associate Dean of Research at Emory University School of Medicine. Dr. Adam Marcus will talk about the exploiting the vulnerabilities of the metastatic process. The floor is yours.
Great. Thanks for having me here. One thing I clearly learned about myself is that I don't take enough pictures of Fadlo. I do not have any in my talk, but clearly that's regrettable. Yesterday, we had the most amazing day. Learned about Lebanon, learned about up to about 12,000 years ago or so, about the history here, and it was just an amazing experience I'll always remember. Today, though, I learned a bit about a common shared vision that we all have. I think we heard from people in humanities across all the schools here, and that really is about advancing humanity. I think that's something we all share. And I was staring at the sign over there, and someone mentioned the banner, and that we should all flourish. And I think those are very strong words, and if I think of one person who really turns that into action, that's Dr. Khuri. I think we heard a lot about on an individual level, careers have flourished, teams have flourished, cancer centers, universities. And today I learned about how the world will flourish based upon some of the advances he's made here. And that's just really special and something that I think we all look up to. So I will say that none of this would have been possible without Fadlo. He really jump-started my career. He believed in me when I didn't believe in myself, and really changed sort of the course of my career in doing this from when I was a postdoc. So we'll talk a little bit about the metastatic process. I'm a cell biologist, so there'll be some movies. That should be interesting. But a little bit on context. So I think we heard a lot about driver mutations. Classics are KRAS. We had a great conversation on the bus about this. EGFR we heard a lot about today. We spend a lot of drug development time thinking about driver mutations. The disconnect, in my opinion, is that when patients present, they're usually, not always, but usually further down the line here, where there's what we call heterogeneity. So you get different populations with different mutations. That driver mutation, EGFR, is clearly relevant. Clearly we see responses. It's clinically meaningful, but there are other things going on, right? And there's other mutations there that we need to understand, and understand how this heterogeneity drives disease onset, progression, resistance, etc. So we think of things in the light of this sort of image here, which is from a lung adenocarcinoma patient. And what you have in green are many cells together, and they're working in a group. And in blue, you have some of the nuclei of the cells. So they're in these groups of cells. You may see in textbooks that it's a single cell that goes off and metastasizes, and that may be true in certain cases. But in general, in solid tumors, it's these large packs of cells that work together for what we think to drive invasion and metastasis. So we ask a very, very simple question in my lab. It's these two words. Why cooperate? And that's really the central theme of what my lab does, is understanding why cancer cells, instead of going off on their own, being agile, flexible, why cooperate and work together? And that to me is really fascinating. So play a movie. So this is a bunch of cells, thousands of cells. In the middle, we call it like a spheroid or a tumoroid. And what you see is when you look at these things, let me see if there's a pointer somewhere. That's okay. So if you look at some of these things coming off on the edges, those are groups of cells in the bottom left to top right, and they're in these packs. And we're very fascinated about these packs of cells. One example could be that it's just random, and a cell in the front just happens to be in the front. But another possibility is that those cells in the front are really different and unique compared to the cells behind. So what we thought of is this concept of perhaps, we've heard a lot about leaders, but this is a bad example. We thought about these cells as being leader cells. And I'll just show you more anecdotal examples of, for example, a cell falls off the front there, and that pack cannot advance anymore without that leader cell. So I'll play it one more time just so you watch it. So these packs go, the cells fall off the front, and that pack is sort of stabilized, giving you the feeling that these leader cells are unique and different. It also does some interesting things like this. You'll see a leader cell come out first. It has no follower cells behind it, and it'll go back and make a U-turn and get these follower cells with them. Right? You could either say that leader cells go back and get them, or the follower cells actually call them over. It could be one or the other. We actually think the latter. So we have a ton of data behind this. I'll show you a little bit more about some of this and what we think is going on. So a lot of people contributed to this work. The sort of original contributor is on your left there, Jessica Conan. She went on to do a postdoc at MD Anderson and now is a faculty member at Emory. And what we did was we said, how do we isolate these leader cells and follower cells? How do we get at them rather than just watch them in a movie? So we developed this platform technology. It's basically image-guided genomics, where we could essentially take that leader cell from what we visualize there and turn it red. So kind of like GFP, if you're familiar, which is like a fluorescent protein, we can make that green color turn red, kind of highlight it. We call it like an optical highlighter. Turn it red and then run it through a cell sorter and find it. So this is one of those slides that, it's just simple, but it took like 2 years to get to work. But we've worked on it a while now. This is, I guess, going on almost 10 years at this point. And we've used this in a variety of contexts. So the really cool thing is that when you isolate the leader cells using this technique and you isolate the follower cells, you end up with very different phenotypes. In lung cancer, these phenotypes are very stable compared to some other tumor types like breast cancer where they're less stable. So we were able to use these for a variety of things. I'll just kind of show you what some of those things are real briefly. I'll just summarize. One, the leader and follower cells are very different on the epigenetic level, on the transcriptomic level. We've done this in multiple cell lines. We've done this in patient-derived lung cancer cells. We see huge differences between leader and follower cells. We looked for genetic signatures in patients, and we see a mutation signature on chromosome 16q as well that separates out leaders and follower cells. And then we've also looked at single cell heterogeneity in this pack. So all the cells within this pack that are coming out are transcriptionally different. They're heterogeneous. And of course, it begs the sort of question again of why go out in a heterogeneous way. And we think, we kind of think about these things from an evolutionary perspective. Perhaps when they colonize a new site, like bone or brain, for example, you want to have a lot of cells that could do a lot of different things, right? I always say you don't want to colonize an island with like 100 scientists, right? You want to have people who could build a house and do all these different things. This heterogeneity could be critically important for metastasis. So I'll talk a little bit about, this is work done with Dr. Fu. This is a drug screen. So we did the first ever drug screen with leader and follower cells because we have them. We were able to isolate them, and we subjected them to a bunch of different compounds, and we found some hit compounds. I'll just summarize a couple of key points here. One, if you see this really bright red on the far right there, that's a cell that's having a very sort of different metabolism than the other cells around it. So that's something that's really unique. And in fact, that cell that has that arrowhead has no green staining on it. Again, a very different metabolism compared to the cells behind it. So a lot of this goes back to some of the experts that are here, like Dr. Chen, in terms of metabolic heterogeneity. These cells have all different metabolisms. And of course, we then thought about how to exploit that and how to sort of target the different metabolisms to homogenize it. And that's something we're really fascinated by. With Dr. Fu, we had some of these hits in the drug screen. We worked with medicinal chemists to create a bunch of different analogs. We've tested a bunch of these in mice. And on the bottom right, what a lot of these things do, you could see like a normal mitochondria there on the bottom left part of it. And as you go further right, that's a disrupted mitochondria. These compounds destroy like hyperactive mitochondria, very similar to like metformin, for example, and then essentially revert their metabolism back to a glycolytic metabolism, something that we're really interested in. So I'll just kind of wrap up, and I just have one slide after this of future directions. One, we think cooperation we do in cancer cells is really important and could be like a therapeutic vulnerability that we've never really thought about in a way. How do we disrupt this cooperation? How do we break it up? How do we homogenize cancer cells to reduce metastasis? And again, I think, as we go back to that first slide, I think as we start thinking about how, now with new insight into how tumors evolve, like liquid biopsies, circulating tumor DNA, we finally have a window into their real-time evolution. We finally have an opportunity to redirect this program, to monitor this program, to intercept this program. And I imagine over the next 10, 20 years, the idea of redirecting cancer evolution could be a potential treatment strategy that again creates more of a chronic disease over time. I'll end with one other note that's not lung cancer, but something that we've been working on. We've been working on CAR T cells in myeloma. As you know, we saw a little bit of that today. These are BCMA CAR Ts, and in green here you have the myeloma cells. The non-green cells are the CAR T cells. We like to watch videos, so we watched a lot of these videos for a while. And then what we were able to see, let me just get to the next thing. Come on. Maybe the movie's got to play out. So this is over a couple days. Come on. Believe that. Oh, not that far. What we're able to see, now you actually could watch an interaction in red of the CAR T and the myeloma cell. We watch that, it's called an immune synapse. We watched that synapse really carefully, and we said, what is if we could use that technique that I showed earlier and then pluck out the cells that are resistant to the CAR T? So find the resistant myeloma cells that are non-responsive and then pull those cells out. And we did this work with Larry Boyce's group and Sagar O'Neill's group. Angelica led this. And we have all these swimmer plots, essentially, of cells with that red dot. That means they died, so we didn't isolate them. But the green dot far at the end, those are the cells that live. We plucked those cells out, and you could see us doing that technique in that vertical 2 columns. And we're able to turn those cells red. So for the first time, we have the specific cells that formed an immune synapse for typically greater than 8 hours and never die. And now we've done all this transcriptomic analysis. We're trying to find signatures, see if these exist in patients, be able to predict who is responsive and who's not, and potentially target that as a vulnerability as well. And this is, the group that has done this. And lastly, I'll just end with one Fadlo quote. I remember, I think it was right about when I got tenure, he said to me, Adam, you have done well, and now it is time to do good. And that has stuck with me all the time. And I hope that I'm just living up to that expectation. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus, for highlighting how insights into metastasis can open new therapeutic doors, and thank you for sharing these incredible images and videos. So finally, we come to the last speaker of our session, and I'm very privileged to introduce Dr. Edmund Waller. He's professor of hematology and medical oncology and pathology, and he's the director of the Division of Stem Cell Transplantation and Immunotherapy at the Winship Cancer Institute at Emory University. He also led Emory's bone marrow transplant program, and he's also chair of the Translational Immuno-Oncology Study section at the National Institute of Health. I hope it is still funded now.
I hope so too.
And he will be talking to us on targeting VIP to reset the cancer microenvironment. Dr. Waller.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the kind introduction. Dr. Langston, if she's here in the audience still, is the director of the bone marrow transplant program. It's really an honor to be at AUB and to be in Lebanon for the first time, and a pleasure to reconnect with old friends, make some new friends and colleagues, and learn some really interesting science today. I'm glad that I came after Adam, because you've had a mental reset from just focusing on lung cancer to thinking more broadly about cancer in general. I'll give you a story that it's taken about 10 years to develop. In science, we all want to be first, but there's a role for patients, and maybe there's a reason that I'm the last speaker. Or it's just chance, we don't know. These are my disclosures. So I've been focusing on a peptide called vasoactive intestinal peptide. It's a 28 amino acid. It forms an alpha helix. It was discovered by Sami Said, an Egyptian pulmonologist, in 1967. He then went to Stockholm and worked with Victor Moot to purify it and sequence it from the intestines of pigs that were shipped up from Italy after the prosciutto was being made. It's quite interesting. It's very highly conserved from an evolutionary standpoint. Identical sequence in man, in rats, in dogs, in mice, in cats. So we think it probably is important. It does regulate gut motility, vasodilation, circadian rhythm, but for the purpose of my interest in this talk, it has an inhibitory effect on T-cell activation, similar maybe to what Jin Chen talked about with the GPR43 and VMA, the all-trans transvenaic acid. When we think about blocking an immune checkpoint pathway, we also want to think about potential toxicity. And reassuring from the standpoint of toxicity is the fact that mice that lack the VIP gene are viable, but they're resistant to transplantable cell lines and viral infections. So is this important in cancer? A clue that it might be is data from the Cancer Genome Atlas. When we analyze survival of all cancer patients for those who have an intact gene in blue versus those who have an altered, mutated, deleted gene in red, we see a significant benefit in survival for those cancers where VIP is not signaling. So this raised the hypothesis that this may be an immune checkpoint pathway that could be targeted. We thought if we could block this, we could restore immune control of cancer. And secondarily, we hypothesized that VIP made in the tumor microenvironment by cancer cells and by some immune cells could suppress the activity of innate immune cells, monocytes, and adaptive immune cells, T cells, leading to MDSCs, M2-like macrophages, and regulatory T cells. With a drug that would block the interaction of VIP to its cognate receptors, VPAC1 and VPAC2 on immune cells, we could then reverse that immune suppression, generate M1-like macrophages, Th1, TC1 T cells that could attack cancer. So to test this hypothesis, we had a problem because there was no good antagonist to this drug. So we embarked upon a drug discovery program. We generated an in silico library of more than 300 different peptide sequences related to the natural agonist, but modified so they would bind to the receptor but not signal. We used AI and in silico screening to identify 24 compounds predicted to have high binding affinity to the human VPAC1 and VPAC2 receptors, and then tested those peptides after they were synthesized for their ability to potentiate the activation of human T cells, and finally to have anti-leukemic activity when you injected subcutaneously into mice for a week that had a transplantable leukemia cell line. Out of that, we identified one sequence, ANT308, that had the best overall qualities of T cell activation and curing about half the mice with leukemia. To improve the pharmacokinetics, we've genetically coupled this to the FC fragment of immunoglobulin 4. The middle panel shows an alpha-fold rendering of its binding to a dimer of the VPAC1 receptor. And I've highlighted with the arrows the peptide portion of that is actually diving in to the extracellular domains of the GPR. This longer-acting form of ANT308 has better pharmacokinetics when given either IV or sub-Q than the native peptide, and the half-life of the drug when injected sub-Q in mice is over 2 weeks. So we think it's something that could be translated into humans. It markedly potentiates the activation of human T cells as well as mouse T cells. In the left panel and the yellow bar, you see the frequency of activated CD4 cells is more than doubled in the presence of 30 nanomoles of the drug. And on the right panel, in a mouse model of leukemia, it's increased the frequency of circulating stem-like CD8 memory cells, the types of cells that are important to generate durable cancer immunity. We've done lots of early phase toxicology studies in mice, giving daily injections of the peptide for a month or twice weekly injections of the longer acting form for 2 weeks. And we see no evidence for autoimmunity in the colon, the lung, the liver, the pancreas, the brain, or any cutaneous reaction at the site of injection. So how does this drug affect the way VIP might work in the microenvironment? Well, one hypothesis we're pursuing is that VIP actually contributes to the desmoplasia, the scar tissue that creates a immunosuppressive microenvironment that excludes T cells. And it does that by inducing M2-like macrophages to generate type 4 collagen that then creates a nidus for cancer-associated fibroblasts to make collagen 1 and collagen 3. That desmoplasia decreases blood perfusion, increasing hypoxia and limiting T cell entry. We see evidence for that from the Cancer Genome Database showing co-expression of VIP and type 4 collagen in macrophages isolated from human pancreatic cancer cells on the left. And in mouse models, there's a clear correspondence in transplantable mouse pancreatic cancer cell lines. The level of VIP corresponds to the level of extracellular collagen in the tumors, here visualized by picoserious red staining. So low VIP, no collagen, high VIP, lots of desmoplasia. So we've tested this hypothesis in a variety of mouse models of pancreatic cancer. We chose pancreatic cancer because it expresses among all different human cancers relatively high levels of VIP. We can detect that by immunofluorescent staining in the panels on the left. The green staining of the ductal cells is the VIP higher in cancer than in normal tissues. And VIP knockout mice in the right panel are relatively resistant to transplantable cancer cell lines. The red curve shows better survival than wild-type mice in the blue curve. PD-L1 knockout mice do a little bit better, and when we made a double knockout mice, they had the highest resistance to pancreatic cancer. So we reasoned that targeting both pathways might be synergistic. The resistance of the knockout mice was both T-cell and macrophage dependent. The red curve showing slow tumor growth in the knockout mice compared to the black curve of rapid tumor growth in wild-type mice. That resistance was abrogated by removing either CD4 or CD8 T cells or macrophages in the right panel. When we treated mice with established pancreatic cancer injected in the pancreas, we see an increase of cancer-specific T cells measured with the tetramer reagent and overall improved survival with more than half the mice surviving long-term in the red curve in the right panels compared to either single-agent PD-1 in the green curve or the ANT308 by itself in the blue curve. That better survival was associated with fewer regulatory T cells, and when we re-challenged those surviving mice with a new injection of cancer cells, the mice that survived initially remained tumor-free. They had immunological memory, whereas the mice that got just anti-PD-1 by itself had progressive tumor and died. We see activity in the mouse models of myeloid leukemia. About a quarter of human AML cells overexpress VIP, particularly those that are poor risk with the MCOM rearrangement or express TP53. And we see dose-dependent single-agent activity of our long-acting immune checkpoint drug, the fusion with the IgG4, giving a single dose of the drug to mice a week after leukemia has been established. We see up to 75% survival with a dose-dependent decrease of survival as we give lower doses. This improved leukemia control was also associated with the induction of cancer-specific T cells. In the light blue panel, you see that 20% of the total CD8 cells in the spleen were cancer-specific in mice that got weekly injections of this long-acting immune checkpoint drug, compared to less than 2% in mice that got the same injections of an IgG fusion with a scrambled peptide instead of the specific antagonist in the purple curve on the right. These mice also had immunological memory. If they were re-challenged with leukemia after they had been cured initially, they remained tumor-free in the red curve on the top versus progressive tumor in immunologically naive mice. So we've tested as a kind of proof of principle of the concept whether this could apply to other forms of cell therapy in collaboration with Sarwish Rafiq and Heather Lynn, a graduate student at Emory. We introduced the peptide into CAR T cells. So CAR T cells, as Dr. Langston explained, are programmed to attack a cancer cell by virtue of an antibody in their cell surface. We took that construct and added the DNA sequence for our synthetic peptide so that the CAR T cells would make that and secrete it. And when they do that, they have better anti-tumor control of pancreatic cancer. The purple curve on the right shows survival of mice with pancreatic cancer that got the ANT308 secreting CAR T cells versus conventional CAR T cells in the red curve where they rapidly die. That also works with human pancreatic cancer in a PDX model with Lily Yang at Emory. Slower tumor growth when the human CAR T cells are secreting our peptide with less tumor weight in the right bar graph. So in summary, the VIP-VPAX signaling axis is targetable in cancer. Blocking this axis can enhance T cell function, macrophage function, and recruits T cells into the microenvironment by relieving some of this desmoplasia. Academic cancer centers can and should develop new cancer drugs from the ground up, and don't listen to people who tell you that it can't be done. I'll end with acknowledging my lab, my collaborators, funding sources, particularly Winship with money from the Catalyst Grant from ROM, and finally Fadlo for support over the years as encouragement and sage advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Oler. We have a few minutes to take any question from the audience, if there is any question. We have a question there.
For Dr. Waller, hi there. If they depleted, did you try depleting the CD8 T cells and see if basically you lose the tumor control? If you deplete the CD8 T cells, do you lose the tumor control? And now what about the memory? How do you think that's happening? Is it through T cells, or is there another immune cell that's actually a mediator right there?
So when we look at the effect of our drug on T cells and dendritic cells, we see downregulation of PD-1 on T cells, downregulation of PD-L1 on the dendritic cells, as well as decreased LAG3 and TIM3. We see that both when we give the drug exogenously, we see that in CAR T cells that make the drug. So we think the generation of immunological memory is from metabolic reprogramming. We see more, less glycolysis, more oxidative phosphorylation, increased frequency of memory stem cells, and we think that promotes long-term immunological memory. We have very early data that this activity is synergistic with RAS inhibitors in a quite striking way, so we're quite enthusiastic about that.
Hello. I have a question to Dr. Adam Marcus. Oh. Thank you, Adam, for your nice talk. You mentioned that the driving oncogenes are not alone in this battle, and there's this epigenetic undercover that is really helping in the metastasis and the invasion. I was wondering about these leaders and the follower cells, how variable they are at the genetic and the epigenetic level from one tumor to the other, and within the same tumor, like if you look at some epigenetic marks and regulators, if you have done that, the variability between these leaders and followers.
Yeah, so from what we see in lung adenocarcinoma, is that there's a strong difference between at the epigenetic level, at the transcriptomic level, within the same tumor, for example. However, we've also, which I didn't show, studies in breast cancer, maybe not as robust studies, but we don't see those differences, and actually leaders and followers could swap places quite often. In lung cancer, they just don't. So there's more of a genetic / epigenetic programming going in that direction. And it's not like it's the same program for every tumor we look at. There's a level of personalization for each tumor that we look at, show a different sort of leader-like state, which when we talk about like precision oncology, I think it's like, it needs to be ultra precise, because it may be in fact that at any moment in time, that person's tumor is unique than has ever been before. And maybe those are things that we need to think about. Although going back to access and cost of care, those would be huge challenges to deal with.
Thank you. Is there any more question?
Question to Dr. Ferris.
Where?
First of all, great presentation. It's great to see that we have an explanation as to why concurrent radiation and immune therapy doesn't seem to work as well as sequential with the myeloid suppressors. The question I had was whether you guys also looked into biopsying the lymph nodes to see what's happening there, and whether you think irradiation of the lymph nodes electively might be contributing to this phenomenon.
Yeah, it's a great question. The first is I think we should qualify it between different types of radiation fractionation. So there are situations in neoadjuvant head and neck where 8 gray times 3 plus nivolumab seems to be beneficial, so I wouldn't throw out radiation. I would say we need to understand how to do it. And I think you're exactly correct that irradiating non-involved nodal basins probably disrupts, depending on the immunotherapy, the need for a secondary lymphoid organ. In some of them where the lymphocytes are present at the tumor site and you can reactivate them, then maybe it's less important than if the cells have to take antigen, go to the lymph node, and then we're irradiating those electively. In fairness, in the neoadjuvant trials, we remove them. So I think we need to kind of revisit a lot of things that we've done from the clinical grounds now that we're bringing immunotherapy into the locally advanced space.
Thank you. Thank you. Look, now we arrive to the end of the session, and I ask Dr. Suha Kanj to close this session.
Thank you very much. This concludes our session, and on behalf of Dr. Kattan and myself, thank you to our distinguished speakers for sharing their expertise and for their excellent presentations, and for all of the audience staying till the end. Really, thank you for being here. The themes we've explored in this last session, innovation, translational science, patient-centered care, really embody the spirit of Fadlo's legacy. Fadlo, may we continue to be inspired by your example in our own work. Thank you for just being you. And again, it was our pleasure to co-chair, and thank you, I forgot to thank Dr. Tfayli at the beginning and Suresh for including us in the program. And I think we're right on time, despite the initial delay, and I'm calling on Suresh to present the concluding remarks for this marvelous program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This has been truly a memorable day in every way I can think of. To celebrate the accomplishments of Dr. Khuri over 3 decades of his career as a physician, researcher, mentor, leader, and many more. We also heard a lot of great anecdotes about him as a friend, as a family member, and as a responsible citizen of the communities that he's been a part of. So as I think about how to wrap this up, I have pages of notes that I've taken from all of the speakers, and my initial thought was I'll talk about 2 or 3 things each speaker said, but then we'll be here all through dinner. So I will wrap up by making maybe 2 or 3 key points that summarizes the crux of the conversations that we've had today, and perhaps have a call to action as we leave this auditorium for the dinner. First of all, I want to thank all of you for being here, all the speakers for coming from various parts of Lebanon, outside, and from the US to share your insights about your respective fields of work, and also how Fadlo's research and his mentorship and collaborations have shaped your research careers. I think the audience and all of us benefited from knowing that. Second, to Arafat for being the central piece with the AUB team to put together such an amazing event that we will all remember for the rest of our lives as something that we had the privilege of participating in. It was so meaningful to all of us in so many ways. So Arafat, thank you so much for this amazing event. Now, as we think about what we've talked about today or summarize, we've heard a lot about Fadlo's contributions as a leader to AUB, to the institutions, MD Anderson, Winship, that he has served over the years. And the words inspirational leadership, innovative leadership, sense of purpose came across from many speakers. And I think that shows us the path for how we can be contributors to our communities in meaningful ways by having a sense of purpose, by committing to that mission, by being persistent, and by working with others. There is a saying, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with others. And I think having that sense of community and bringing people along with us to move forward is a far better way of achieving what we all want, which is to reduce alleviation and improve the lives of people that we serve and that we work with. I think about how we can, in the field of cancer, make the biggest impact. We've had the revolution that immunotherapies, targeted therapies have brought in over the past 2 decades. And you saw beautiful curves that show cancer-related deaths are decreasing. And we're definitely making progress. But when we look at the end of the day, by treating advanced stage disease or even diagnosed cancer, we can only go that far. And the biggest impact that we can make is prevention. And that takes us back to what Fadlo's career started, preventing cancer back in the 90s when we didn't even have any ways to treat cancer. And people would ask the question, how can you prevent cancer if you don't know how to treat cancer? And I've heard Fadlo say, that's exactly why you should prevent cancer, because you don't know how to treat cancer. The 3 commonest risk factors for cancer: tobacco, nutrition, alcohol. These are all addressable. And it's unconscionable that in this day and age, knowing everything we know about tobacco, that we are putting vaping products in the hands of teenagers and allowing companies to do that. It is important for us to prevail upon our political leaders and our societies to make sure that kids, teenagers never have access to these harmful poisons that they're exposed to. Similarly, healthy habits, nutritional, alcohol, all of these are things that we can do and bend the arc of cancer mortality in a much more substantial manner. So I see that as the key take-home for us in how we're going to make a difference in the world of cancer, not by treating cancer, but by preventing cancer. And the other key message here is to make sure it's affordable and available to all. Whatever we do should not be distinguished based on one's educational status, as Otis pointed out, or socioeconomic status, or any other factor that separates them. It's all our common purpose to make sure everyone has it all. So a lot of work remains, but the future looks bright, and we're in an exciting point of inflection in our societies in many ways. And I hope that we will all commit ourselves to doing the right thing for all the right reasons. And I'll leave you with this thought that came to my mind as I listened to all of these presentations. And they say success in politics is defined by doing what is possible. And success in science is defined by doing what is imaginable. Success in leadership is making the imaginable possible. And Dr. Khuri embodies that leadership, and we're thankful for that. And Fadlo, we look forward to your continued guidance, and thank you so much for inspiring so many of us for such a long time. Thank you very much, everybody. And one housekeeping announcement, please assemble outside for a group photograph. Thank you with that.